Chapter 1067. The sunlight shot into the house like an arrow and the fire soared to the sky. It was as high as the morning sun. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes. There was no emotion in his eyes. Then his eyelids moved and a ray of golden light flashed from his eyes. Where am I? Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. Before he could figure out where he was, he felt a throbbing in his heart. Second brother? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked, but he used his divine sense to scan outside. He immediately became angry. Zhang Xiaohua didn't do anything but his body soared to the sky. With a loud bang, the roof of the house was immediately broken. Little Black and Little Yellow also flew out of the hole in the roof, but they were extremely confused. They didn't know why their father or mother were so angry. What is that? The bandits of Shizue Mountain, who had been standing outside the Zhang family's courtyard and were about to get on their horses, were shocked by the sudden sound. They all looked back naturally. They saw Zhang Xiaohua's slender figure flying into the air. He raised his hand and the 9-grade lotus throne floated in the air. He didn't make any gestures, but a ray of colorful Buddha's light shone down from the lotus throne, covering the entire Zhang family's courtyard. The burning fire was gradually extinguished in the light of Buddha's light, and there wasn't even a wisp of smoke left. Mother, father, brother, sister-in-law? Zhang Xiaohua shouted in the air. Xiaohua. Guosufei and others saw that the fire was extinguished and heard their son's voice. They were so happy that they cried and wanted to come out of the house. But at this time the door of the house was tightly locked by a bronze lock. The 5 of them couldn't open it no matter how hard they tried. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes flashed fiercely. He stretched out his hand and used Chasing Dream. Shua. The bronze lock was cut off. Guosufei, Zhang Kai and others rushed out of the house. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua flying in the air they were all stunned. Lu Qian woke up the fastest. She shouted Byron and rushed to the house as fast as she could. Big brother, what's going on? Zhang Xiaohua shouted in the air, but then she sneered, no need big brother, let me ask them. The bandits of Shizue Mountain were scared silly. It was only after Zhang Xiaohua released them that they realized what was going on. The boss had circled around his horse and without saying a word he turned his horse around and ran away. When the other dozens of people saw this, they all wished they could get on their 6-legged horses and flee in all directions. Do you think you can escape? Zhang Xiaohua was so angry that she laughed. Zhang Xiaohua's Chasing Dream danced rapidly. Under Zhang Xiaohua's rage it did not stop at all. Dozens of people. How could dozens of people who didn't even know the basics of Qigong be a match for the immortal Dao Imperial Sword technique? In the time it took for Zhang Xiaolong and Ji Xiaohua to run out of the courtyard and onto the street, their throats were pierced by Zhu Meng's sword. They couldn't be more dead. At this moment Little Black and Little Yellow followed behind the flying sword. They wanted to do something, but was there any use for them now? Then Zhang Xiaohua frowned. The flying sword rose again and stabbed the dozens of horses to death. Only then did she fly to the entrance of the village. At this time, the boss who was the first to run away had been stabbed by Zhang Xiaohua's flying sword. He still had a breath of life left. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua flying over he tried his best to dodge, but he didn't have the strength. He wanted to beg for mercy, but all he spat out was blood. Zhang Xiaohua landed on the ground. Her face was as cold as ice. She stretched out her hand and used ecstasy finger. She put her ear next to the boss's ear. Unfortunately, the boss couldn't say a complete sentence. After listening a few times he could only say Shizue Mountain clearly. Zhang Xiaohua lifted her leg and kicked the boss's head. The guy's head tilted and he stopped breathing. Xiaohua, take this guy's gold and jewels back to the central room. Yes, young master. Xiaohua Ji was a little scared but also a little in awe. There was a little eagerness in her eyes. She slowly walked to the boss's side. Zhang Xiaolong was also stunned. The little brother that he had carried since he was young was actually flying in the air. Moreover, with a few white lights that couldn't be seen clearly, dozens of people and dozens of horses were assassinated. And that kick just now was even more handsome. Seeing that Xiaohua Ji was a little slow, Zhang Xiaolong woke up and shouted, "Quick, the villagers will come out soon. Why are you still not moving?" Zhang Xiaolong wasn't afraid of Zhang Xiaohua. He took big strides and took all the things from the horses and the boss's body. Both of their hands were full. "Forget it, let me do it." Zhang Xiaohua walked forward. She stretched out her hand and put all the things into her belt. Then she threw out 2 jade talismans and set the boss's body and the horse's body on fire. After that, Zhang Xiaohua let Zhang Xiaolong and Ji Xiaohua go home first. She took all the things that the bandits took and burned all the corpses. Then she walked back to the Zhang family with a solemn face. At this time, the Zhang family's house was overflowing with colorful lights. The Buddhist light protected the courtyard tightly. Zhang Xiaohua stretched out her hand and the 9-grade lotus throne slowly shrank and went into the money bag. Guosufei, Zhang Kai and the rest, as well as Lu Qian who was carrying Zhang Byron, were all standing in the courtyard in a daze. She knew that her son knew some martial arts, but she didn't expect him to be so fierce. Dozens of lives were gone in just a few breaths. Moreover, no one would have found out if the corpses were destroyed. Xiaohua. After a while, Guosufei said, You're not injured, right? He. Zhang Xiaohua saw her mother's nervousness and walked forward with a smile. How is that possible? Mother, I didn't lose a single hair. Then she looked at the house that was burned by smoke and smiled bitterly. However, cleaning up the house today will cause me to lose a hair. Pfft, Guosufei laughed and said, with your big brother and Xiaohua, you don't have to do it. Zhang Byron had already woken up and was playing with Little Black and Little Yellow. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua, he seemed to be familiar with her and reached out to Zhang Xiaohua for a hug. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and hugged Zhang Xiaohua in her arms. The 2 little things also climbed onto Zhang Xiaohua's shoulders. Zhang Xiaohua asked about what happened last night. She pondered for a moment and said, Big brother, you think of a way to explain to the villagers of the Guozhuang house. Today clean up the house a little. I'll be back soon. Where are you going? Guosufei asked nervously. It's okay, mother. Since the bandits of Shizue Mountain know about the Guozhuang house, maybe they will come again in the future. I'll send them away now. But Shizue Mountain is very far away. Guosufei was reluctant to let her son take the risk and said anxiously. It'll be soon, mother. You can cook. I'll be back at noon. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and handed Byron to Lu Qian. Then he took out several jade talismans and placed them around the Zhang family's courtyard. Then he took out several more jade talismans and handed them to Zhang Xiaolong, saying, If bandits come again, you only need to crush these jade talismans, they won't be able to enter the courtyard and I'll know. After seeing the power of Zhang Xiaohua's jade talismans, Zhang Xiaolong was very confident and said, Are there any more that can set fire? Give me a few. There are a lot. Here they are. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and handed all the fire talismans in the purse to Zhang Xiaolong. Hey, is this a jade ingot or a jade piece? It looks like a small golden ingot. It looks better than a golden ingot. Lu Qian asked curiously. It's the same. Zhang Xiaohua admired her sister-in-law's beauty. At the same time she wiped the sweat on her head. When Zhang Xiaolong took the fire talismans, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to think of something. She stretched out her hand and asked for a few more. She said, Father, mother, you can cook first. I'll be back soon. Xiaohua, be careful. Zhang Kai knew that if Shizue Mountain was not eliminated he would not be able to live in peace. He did not stop her. The 2 little things were taken down from Zhang Xiaohua's shoulders. She secretly said in her heart, Is father good to you? Little Black nodded but Little Yellow ignored him. Zhang Xiaohua said in her heart, Is mother good to you? This time it was Little Black's turn to nod. Well, since you know that I'm good to you, then if I have a problem will you help me? The 2 little things nodded. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Kai and Guosufei. She said in her heart, This is my father and mother. If they have a problem I will help. But now I have to go out. You stay here and help them. Listen to them. Do you understand? How to help? It seemed to be Little Yellow asking. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said in her heart, Use your claws to scratch them. Just drive away the people they don't like. Zhang Byron curiously looked at Zhang Xiaohua and the 2 little things. When Zhang Xiaohua put the 2 little things in Zhang Byron's hands he withdrew his gaze. Looking at the 2 little things playing with Zhang Byron, Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly. With the 2 of them at home Zhang Xiaohua could be a little relieved. Then Zhang Xiaohua made a gesture to hide her figure. She flew into the air and went straight to Shizue Mountain. In the small courtyard of the Zhang family, everyone looked at the empty space in front of them blankly. Lu Qian said, Xiaohua, is he gone? Mother, don't go. There. Byron smiled and showed a few teeth. He stretched out his hand and pointed at Zhang Xiaohua, who had flown hundreds of feet away. Qisui Mountain used to be very far away from Zhang Xiaohua. It was so far that she had to ride a horse and follow Zhang Xiaohu. At this moment, seeing the same mountain village under her feet, Zhang Xiaohua did not think too much. She just looked gloomy and stared at the many men below. These men were not the same as the ones Zhang Xiaohua saw before. She remembered that there were old, weak, sick and disabled people. It was not much different from a village. But now, seeing the men training in the square, every one of them was strong and powerful. It immediately attracted Zhang Xiaohua's attention. But when she carefully observed with her spiritual awareness, she saw what was above the gate of the village. She could not help but suck in a breath of cold air, and then her eyes twitched. In front of the gate of the village, there was a row of dozens of wooden shelves. At this time, the shelves were full of corpses wearing various kinds of clothes. The arms of these corpses were tied with ropes, and there was also a rope on the head hanging on the wooden shelves. Zhang Xiaohua roughly looked. There were hundreds of corpses. Moreover, the clothes were all different. Some were robes, some were short sleeves, and there were also a small number of female corpses. She could not tell their age, but all of them were in tattered clothes. Humph! Zhang Xiaohua snorted coldly. Her figure did not reveal itself, and she floated beside the village. She waited until she had walked through the entire wall of the village and placed the jade talisman at the bottom of the wall. Then Zhang Xiaohua boldly flew to the back of the stronghold. He had been here before, so he might as well take it that he was familiar with the place. Sure enough, in the gorgeous hall there were a few people sitting. There was some tea on the table, and several people seemed to be discussing something. Sitting at the head of the table was a man who seemed to be the head of the village. His face was somewhat gloomy, and his small eyes emitted a vicious light. Senior Brother Zhao, Banner Lord Ma sent people to urge us again. I think only our Shichui Mountain has not sent the things up. If we can't complete this task in time, you and I will not be able to explain ourselves. Another person who was slightly plump had an amiable face and was full of smiles. When he opened his mouth to speak, the corners of his mouth curled up and he looked exactly like a shopkeeper. That person laughed and said, "Junior Brother Qi, oh no, it should be Master Qi. Don't worry, the Mei family of Nanzhao Town is extremely wealthy. We have already captured Minister Mei's family and brought them to Shichui Mountain. Why would we be afraid of not handing over the money to Banner Lord? I think as long as this thing is handed over, I'm afraid the commander will personally commend Master Qi." Master Qi did not look happy. He only shook his head and said, "Although the Mei family of Nanzhao Town has been captured, but they are not as wealthy as the rumors say. How can we explain ourselves?" Master Qi, don't worry. Last night I interrogated them overnight. After killing a few people of the Mei family, we have a clue about the money. Senior Brother Zhao, please tell me quickly. I'll let Fort Master know that the Mei family's wealth is hidden in one place and not at home. The Mei family doesn't have any male descendants and only has one daughter named Mei Qinglian. Only Minister Mei and Mei Qinglian know where the treasure is hidden. Minister Mei's body is weak and she died on the way to Shichui Mountain. The location of the treasure should be Mei Qinglian's. What about Mei Qinglian? Did you ask her? Master Qi, that Mei Qinglian was not captured. That day she happened to be visiting a friend and was missed by us. Seeing that Master Qi's expression was not right, Senior Brother Zhao immediately said, "However, I have already sent a disciple out and instructed the disciples of the carriage company to not let her escape." That's good. Master Qi's expression eased a little, then he asked, "Did that bastard Zhang Yunbo go out again? Where did he go?" Master Qi, it's news from the Storm Carriage Company. It seems that there is a big fat sheep in a place called Guozhuang House. Guozhuang House? I've never heard of it. What fat sheep can there be? Desperate patients will turn to any doctor they can find. Master Qi sneered. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua already understood that this was the person he was looking for. Hence he appeared in the hall. First he stunned everyone. Then his figure flashed and pointed at a few people. One by one he used the bewitching finger to question them. After she finished asking, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes revealed a thoughtful expression. So this Shichui Mountain is no longer the original grassy Shichui Mountain. It was actually taken over by some banner master and is just a cover. However, this banner master is really hateful. Originally, although Shichui Mountain robbed, they were afraid of the government and did not dare to be too arrogant. They, on the other hand, captured hundreds of people in front of the door, extorted money from them and then killed them to silence them. And that Storm Carriage Company and Storm Carriage Company also have their informants. No wonder I could get into trouble just by sending a letter. If I did not come back in time, mother, father, big brother and sister-in-law would have been killed. Chapter 1068. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but be furious when she thought about how she had almost caused her family to fall into eternal damnation because of her. He just took the small gold nugget given by Nie Qinyu and exchanged it for some scattered silver to pay for the letter. Unexpectedly, he could cause such a disaster. Then, what about the banner master of Shizue Mountain, who originally had some money, who was coveted by this banner master? Wouldn't that be even more pathetic? After that, Zhang Xiaohua asked about the whereabouts of their banner masters. She did not stop. Just like the previous time, she threw everything in the secret room of the mountain stronghold into her belt. Then she rose into the air and activated the restrictive spell that she had just set up. Not a single bandit in Shichui Mountain could escape. Then she threw down the jade talismans in her hand. Immediately, a hell of fire in the human world was born. Under Zhang Xiaohua's control, the fire became even more intense and burned everything. The bandits who were initially calm all fled when they saw that things were not going well. The mountain stronghold had long been surrounded by Zhang Xiaohua's restrictive spell. No one could take a step forward. Instantly, the entire mountain stronghold was in a mess. Heart-wrenching screams, regretful cries before death, and pleas for mercy were all transmitted into Zhang Xiaohua's mind in waves. After a few times, Zhang Xiaohua stretched out her hand and wanted to remove the restrictive spell of the mountain stronghold. However, when she saw the hundreds of unarmed and defenseless corpses on the wooden frame in front of the mountain stronghold, Zhang Xiaohua's hand stopped again. Killing people was not the best method. However, if killing people could save more people, so what if she fell into hell after death? Suddenly Zhang Xiaohua understood. She sat cross-legged in the air again. The traces of the heavenly way that had not been activated for a long time in her mind slowly activated. The way of life and death, the hand of karma, both of them influenced each other and moved at the same time. The screams gradually faded away. There seemed to be some Sanskrit chanting and some chanting of sutras. Zhang Xiaohua's figure gradually disappeared, slowly blending into the world. After an unknown period of time, Zhang Xiaohua's figure flashed again. The Zhang Xiaohua who opened her eyes didn't look any different from before, but the starry sky of the heavenly Tao in her body was a little clearer. Her cultivation of the heavenly Tao had improved again. Zhang Xiaohua sighed as she looked at the almost non-existent village that had been reduced to ashes. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? But at the same time, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to recall what she had said in her dream. If I had known this would happen, I would have done it in the first place. Cause and effect, effect and cause, how similar they are. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head slightly and put away the jade talismans around the village. She then turned around and flew back to the Guzhuang house. But when she arrived at the Guzhuang house, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Although the house in the Zhang family's courtyard had been repaired, the courtyard was miserable and deserted. Guosufei and Zhang Kai were sitting in the courtyard. Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohua were repairing the broken roof of the house. Lu Qian was guarding beside Bai Ren, looking at the door from time to time. Only Bai Ren was holding a small wooden stick, but at this time she was looking for earthworms. Why is this? Zhang Xiaohua thought and landed. Little uncle? Bai Ren called out very clearly this time and raised his head to look at Zhang Xiaohua. Xiaohua. Zhang Kai and Guosufei were startled awake. Zhang Xiaolong and Xiaohua also called out. Of course, when she saw Zhang Xiaohua standing in the courtyard, Guosufei couldn't help but wipe her tears. What's wrong? Mother, is the meal not ready yet? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Cook. Zhang Kai scolded. You have been out for a day and a night. Why are you still cooking? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and immediately understood. She had only comprehended the heavenly Tao for a moment, but a day and a night had passed. The immortal Tao, indeed, it was the immortal Tao. So it's like this. Mother, I suddenly practiced martial arts. I didn't expect it to be so long. I'm fine, you see. Zhang Xiaohua turned left and right, stretched out her arms and said. And good, as long as you're fine. Guosufei smiled and said, Mother will cook for you. No need. Mother, I basically don't eat anything now. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "By the way, I forgot. I have excellent tea here. Father, mother, try it. By the way, Mr. Liu, can you come and try it too?" Zhang Kai said, "My in-law came yesterday and waited for you for a day. He comforted us and said that you must be fine. He should be here soon." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Mother, I still have to go out for a while. Oh, I promise I will be back before noon this time." "What? You still want to go out?" Guo Fei didn't agree. "Mother, although the bandits of Shizue Mountain have been killed by me, but there are still people behind them. If I don't vent this anger, my heart will not be at ease. It will not be good for my future cultivation." Zhang Xiaohua was afraid that her mother wouldn't let her go out, so she simply mentioned cultivation. "The bandits of Shizue Mountain? You killed them all?" Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong were surprised. And not even chickens and dogs were left alive. Zhang Xiaohua didn't seem to hide it. "Isn't it too cruel?" Lu Qian couldn't bear it. Zhang Xiaohua told her about the hundreds of corpses in front of the stronghold. Guo Fei was the first to clap her hands. "Good son, let's do it." Back then Mr. Wu from the neighboring village was such a good person, but he was killed by them until his family was ruined. It wouldn't hurt to kill 10,000 of them. "Then, I'll go now. Mother, I'll be back in a while." "Good. Go quickly and come back quickly." Guo Fei was unusually straightforward. Zhang Xiaohua was delighted. He made a hand gesture and flew away. "Uncle." Zhang Byron pointed out Zhang Xiaohua's location with great precision again. From the so-called Shitue Mountain stronghold chief, Zhang Xiaohua found out that their banner lord was in the Evil Tiger Manor between Lu Town and Pingyang City. In fact, if it was in the past, Zhang Xiaohua would have only killed all the bandits in Shitue Mountain to vent her anger. The so-called banner lord might not have pursued the matter. However, it was different this time. First, Zhang Xiaohu was poisoned by Nun Jingyi, which provoked Zhang Xiaohua to scold Nun Jingyi as an old beggar. Then her family was harassed by bandits who disguised themselves as Shizue Mountain bandits and almost lost their lives. This made Zhang Xiaohua very angry. Moreover, the stronghold chief mentioned something about Banner Lord and Evil Tiger Manor. It seemed to be related to the manor with a tiger painted on it that Zhang Xiaohua met Little Orange 2 years ago. Wasn't the Banner Lord the one who provoked the bronze-masked old man? If it was the same background, she wanted to see what it was. Ever since this humble Taoist made his debut, this humble Taoist has never suffered such a huge loss. Since you have provoked this humble Taoist, I can only use your blood to make up for it. Zhang Xiaohua thought as he flew. As expected, after flying for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua lowered her body slightly and realized that the surrounding roads were very familiar. Even the small mountain village where she met Yudei was still there. Enemies will not meet unless they are enemies. This saying is really true. When he flew close to the Evil Tiger Manor in his divine sense, an old man wearing a bronze mask seemed to be talking to a green-clothed man outside the western wall of the Evil Tiger Manor. After that, the green-clothed man cupped his hands, looked left and right and leaped into the air. Using his movement technique, he directly passed through the forest and flew in the opposite direction of Zhang Xiaohua. The face of this man in green. I seem to have seen him somewhere before. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and thought to herself. However, although she could see him with her divine sense, she was still a distance away from the Evil Tiger Manor. When she reached the Evil Tiger Manor, the man in green clothes had already gone far away. The old man with the bronze mask had also returned to the hall that Zhang Xiaohua had come to before. Revisiting an old place, definitely revisiting an old place. However, this time, Zhang Xiaohua easily arrived outside the hall. She stood quietly and looked at the old man with interest. Although the old man's face couldn't be seen clearly, he stood up from time to time and looked around. She knew that this person's mood was very uneasy. It was as if he could feel that someone was watching him. However, the old man walked to Zhang Xiaohua's side and looked carefully. He couldn't find any trace of her. Then he sat back down and waved his hand and shouted, "Banner Leader Ma." A short and fat middle-aged man answered and entered. He said in a low voice, "Reporting to Commander, your subordinate is here. How is the martial arts assembly of the fragrant cult? It's already been half a month, why hasn't there been any news?" Please wait a moment, Banner Leader. The Church of Fragrance is a little far from here. Sending a messenger pigeon is faster than sending an urgent message on horseback. Half a month should be enough. Your subordinate estimates that. It should be within the next few days. Humph, it's taking you so long to send a message. I don't know what you're all doing. The old man scolded. Also, have you prepared the valuables I asked for? This. Banner Leader Ma said with a crying face, reporting to Commander. Your secondary valuables are really too much. Your subordinate has already prepared them for a long time, but we still can't get them. Now only Shichui Mountain has yet to be delivered, but Shichui Mountain is under the cover of mountain bandits. There are only a few small mountain villages around them. According to Master Bai, we've already done our best and forced a lot of local tyrants to their deaths, but it's still not enough. Hee Banner Leader Ma, I'm not an unreasonable person. Last time when Deputy Commander suddenly went missing at your evil Tiger Manor and was suspected to have been killed, I didn't pursue the matter. Also, I listened to you and didn't do anything to those people who messed up my plans. Many thanks for your understanding, Commander. Your subordinate is indeed responsible for what happened to Deputy Commander, but it was definitely done by a lot of government officials. Commander is as wise as the sea and knows that you still need this evil Tiger Manor, which is why you didn't do anything. It has nothing to do with me. Oh, I know. That's your good intentions. However, we are indeed in urgent need of money and supplies this time. If you can complete this task, I'll definitely promote you to Deputy Commander. Banner Leader Ma smiled bitterly, but still bowed and said, your subordinate will go and urge them to send Shichui Mountain's valuables over first. No need. An unfamiliar voice rang out from outside the hall. I've already destroyed Shichui Mountain. Their valuables are all with me. The bronze-masked old man and Banner Leader Ma were shocked. They looked up and saw a tall and thin young man slowly walking in with his hands behind his back. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please bookmark, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1069. Who are you? Banner Master Ma was shocked. He pulled out his sword and berated. Me? You don't need to know my name. You only need to know that I'm here to take your lives. Zhang Xiaohua sneered. This Xiaoxiao is able to easily enter my hall. His martial arts must be very high. Did you hear what I said just now? The bronze-masked commander said with a smile. Yes. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hide anything. I was wondering why I was so distracted. I felt like someone was spying on me, but I couldn't find who it was. Xiaoxia's lightness kung fu is top-notch in Jianghu. The commander still had a smile on his face. He didn't care. Haha. Zhang Xiaohua also laughed. She took out Zhu Meng from her bosom and said, didn't I already say it? I'm here to take your lives. Could it be that old man's ears aren't working well? Strange, I have no enmity with you. Why are you shouting kill as soon as you come? She couldn't see the old man's expression under the bronze mask. She only saw the old man take 2 steps back and put his hand on his waist. Noisy. Didn't I say that I came from Shichui Mountain? Zhang Xiaohua sneered and stabbed with her sword. When Banner Master Ma saw this, he couldn't help but sneer. Zhang Xiaohua's body was full of openings. He could easily break the sword move. Banner Master Ma's right hand trembled. He didn't forget to wave his sword as he faced the enemy. Then his sword flicked against Zhang Xiaohua's small sword. It seemed that Zhang Xiaohua's sword move was sloppy and ordinary. She was able to flick Zhu Meng to the side with one strike. The bronze-masked old man saw this from behind Banner Master Ma. He was a bit puzzled, but he was also relieved. He put his hand down from his waist. Immediately after, Banner Leader Ma took a step forward and swung his sword downwards, stabbing towards Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. At this moment, Chasing Dream, who had landed beside Banner Leader Ma, suddenly stopped falling and suddenly rose up. Like a venomous snake that had been awakened, it spat out its tongue and flew towards the bronze-masked old man. The old man was shocked. Zhu Meng was already in front of him. He raised his left hand to grab Zhu Meng, but, just as he thought that he had already grabbed hold of Zhu Meng, his vision blurred. Zhu Meng split into 2, dodging his left hand, and was already incomparably fast. The command master nearly cried out. His feet exerted force and his body rapidly retreated. At the same time, his right hand reached out. However, just as his right hand blocked in front of him before he could make another move, the 2 sword lights separated again and transformed into 4 sword lights. In the blink of an eye, the bronze-masked command master's chest was pierced with 4 tiny holes. Just as the command master cried out in shock, Banner Leader Ma was also alarmed. The sword in his hand didn't stop and was already nearing Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. He tilted his head slightly, wanting to see what the command master was shocked about. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua's body moved and disappeared from under his sword. Immediately after, she appeared in front of the command master and stretched out her hand to stop the bleeding around the command master's wound. Ah? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua appear in front of the command master, it was banner leader Ma's turn to be shocked this time. He naturally turned his head back to see if there was anyone in front of his sword. Yes, he was sure that the place his sword was pointing at was empty. However, at the same time he felt a chill at his throat. A sword light flashed past the corner of his eyes. Hearing banner leader Ma's corpse fall to the ground with a plop, Zhang Xiaohua didn't turn her head back. She hurriedly stretched out her finger again and used the bewitching finger to ask about the command master. Ah, so it's called the Azure Flame Token. No wonder you call yourself the command master. This Azure Flame Token is actually a secret organization of the Righteous Alliance. The deputy command master I killed last time was the 8th deputy chief of the Righteous Alliance, Nan Yuntian. It seems. I remember now. He was the master of Qiu Shidao whom Qin Shiwei killed. This person was the 7th deputy chief of the Righteous Alliance, Jiang Yan. Righteous Alliance, although I wanted to go against you, I didn't have the chance. I didn't expect that 2 years ago I had already killed a deputy chief of your Righteous Alliance. Zhang Xiaohua sneered and thought to herself. Moreover, that sinister array was also set up for the Righteous Alliance's Zhang San. Zhang San, I heard that you are a martial artist. Why did you use this sinister array? The evil tiger gang was originally a small gang. But later on they were controlled by Wan Jianfeng. After Wan Jianfeng was destroyed by the Righteous Alliance, they returned to the Righteous Alliance. The Righteous Alliance saw that this place was secretive and placed the Azure Flame Token here to do some things that the Righteous Alliance couldn't do. Righteous Alliance, a Righteous Alliance, you do one thing in the open and another in the dark. What qualifications do you have to be called the Righteous Alliance? This Azure Flame Token. No matter if it is a hero of the pugilistic world or a commoner, as long as they are unfavorable to the Righteous Alliance, they will all be killed. As long as they do some shady things, everyone under this token has the blood of innocent commoners on their hands. By the time Jiang Yan finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua's face was already covered with frost. What he hated the most was the strong bullying the weak in the pugilistic world. They used their martial arts to enslave the commoners and built their benefits on the lives of commoners. If it was a vendetta in the pugilistic world, he might not care. But this Azure Flame Token. After Jiang Yan breathed his last, Zhang Xiaohua showed no mercy. She concealed herself and killed all the people of the evil tiger clan. Then she entered the underground hall. At this time there was a huge amount of gold, silver and jewels placed in the hall. Presumably they were all for the Righteous Alliance. Zhang Xiaohua did not stand on ceremony and took them all. She filled her purse and belt to the brim. There was no more space. After setting the evil tiger manor on fire, Zhang Xiaohua made a hand seal and flew up into the air. Just as she was about to fly back to the Guozhuang house, she suddenly thought. According to Jiang Yan, the Azure Flame Token received the order from the Ethereal Mountain Villa. At this time, the Ethereal Mountain Villa is under the control of the 6th Alliance leader called Ban Fugui. This order was passed down by him. Moreover, the Righteous Alliance still has 4 consecrators guarding the Ethereal Mountain Villa. Since they are to be killed, the people who gave the order must also be killed. If it wasn't for them, would the Shichui Mountain Villa have harmed the innocent? If I only kill the people who acted and ignore the people who gave the order, wouldn't I be a person who started off strong but ended weak? I don't know if second brother and the others have arrived. It's a good opportunity to lend him a hand. Zhang Xiaohua changed her direction and headed towards Pingyang City. In less than 4 hours, the Ethereal Mountain Villa had already appeared in her divine sense. At this time, the Ethereal Mountain Villa was already filled with killing shouts and sabers flashing and swords flashing. Zhang Xiaohua was greatly embarrassed. Previously when she met Zhang Xiaohu, she still said that she would help him. It seemed that the trip back home had wasted a lot of time. If not for the news that the Azure Flame Token was a subordinate of the Righteous Alliance from the evil Tiger Clan, wouldn't she have already returned to the Guozhuang house? Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua had given Zhang Xiaohu a jade talisman, and it was very easy to find the location of Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e and Chen. The 3 of them were at a corner of the Ethereal Mountain Villa and were protected by the disciples of the Misty School. Although the disciples of the Righteous Alliance were ferocious, their lives were not in danger. After taking a closer look, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. The disciples of the Misty School were clearly divided into two groups. One group was led by Zhang Xiaohu and had just attacked the foot of the ethereal mountain. They were entangled with some disciples of the Righteous Alliance. These disciples of the Misty School were also what Zhang Xiaohua had seen at Shixin Peak. The other group was the disciples of the Fragrance Cult. At this time, they were also wearing the Misty School's uniform and were led by Ming Qing. Their martial arts were obviously better than the disciples of the Misty School, and they had already attacked halfway up the ethereal mountain. In the square of the ethereal mountain villa, Aunt Qin was still leading some female disciples of the Mingtui Hall to clean up the remaining disciples of the Righteous Alliance near the meeting hall. At the top of the ethereal mountain villa, there were still countless disciples of the Righteous Alliance waiting in formation. Looking at the short and fat old man at the top of the mountain and the four weirdly dressed old men beside him, Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. He didn't quite understand what Nun Jingyi meant. Based on what Nun Jingyi knew, she shouldn't know the strength of Li Jian and the others and only treated them as useless people. Then, with Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng, the two inner disciples, they could each deal with one, but there were still three consecrators. Even if Aunt Qin dealt with one more, Ding Chao, Du Feng, and the others dealt with one more, Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e wouldn't be able to deal with the remaining consecrator. Moreover, the blue flame token was not too far away from the Taowu Mountain Villa. If Ban Fugue, who was guarding the ethereal mountain villa, saw that the situation wasn't good, he only needed to send people to the evil tiger villa to find people. The disciples of the Misty School would not be able to resist. Could it be that Nun Jingyi wants to see the final trump card of the Misty School? Or is she going to weaken the strength of the Misty School even more, so that she can control them in the future? Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself, but if second brother and the others were to die here, wouldn't there be no one left in the Misty School in the future? Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand. Actually, Zhang Xiaohua didn't really understand. Nun Jingyi wasn't a celestial being and also didn't have the ability to predict the future. Moreover, she could only send disciples like Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng to the Misty School. As for the other inner disciples and the consecrators of the incense cult, she couldn't send any of them. After all, she kept saying that the disciples of the Misty School had re-entered the pugilistic world. If there were famous experts from the incense cult, how could they still be called disciples of the Misty School? They could just be called disciples of the incense cult. Moreover, if the disciples she sent were too powerful, Zhang Xiaohu and the others might not be willing. Of course, more importantly, Nun Jingyi thought that if she held a martial arts convention, Zhang San of the Righteous Alliance would bring some of the Vice Alliance masters to participate. If there were people left to guard the Righteous Peak, the Misty Peak would naturally be weak. If she sent the disciples of the Misty School to suddenly attack, it would definitely be effective. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. When the Righteous Alliance raised money and sent 4 old consecrators to the Misty Peak, it just so happened that the disciples of the Misty School were attacking the peak. Therefore, although the disciples of the Misty School were aggressive and had the help of the incense cult's Wuming Hall disciples and were stronger than the disciples of the Righteous Alliance, Ban Fugue had 4 consecrators by his side. He didn't panic at all and only calmly commanded his disciples to form a defensive line to block the attacks of the disciples of the Misty School. Chapter 1070. By the time Zhang Xiaohua flew to Ethereal Peak, the situation was already very unfavorable for the Righteous Alliance. The area below Ethereal Peak was already occupied by the Misty School. Numerous female disciples of Mingtui Hall were treating the injured Misty School disciples one by one. Whereas Ming Qing, Gao Kunheng, Zhang Xiaohu, Du Feng and Ding Chao led their respective Misty School disciples to attack more than half of Ethereal Peak. However, at this time on Ethereal Peak, the remaining members of the Righteous Alliance were all elites. Fighting with their backs to the wall and staking everything on one throw, it ignited the fighting spirit of the Righteous Alliance disciples. In a moment, the two factions stuck together again. Seeing that the time was right, Ban Fugue looked at the 4 old consecrators and exchanged glances. The 5 of them drew their long swords. Ban Fugue shouted, "I was wondering who it was. So it's the remaining members of the Misty School. Where's Hu Yuni? I'll have a real fight with him." No one answered. Zhang Xiaohu asked in a clear voice, "Who are you? Grandmaster who isn't here." Hu Yuni isn't here? Ban Fugue was stunned and laughed. Since Hu Yuni isn't here, who are you? Why do you call yourself a disciple of the Misty School? How dare you ask for the name of the Righteous Alliance? I'm the leader of the Misty School, Zhang Xiaohu. My master is Wen Hai, a disciple of the leader of the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohu? Wen Hai? Ban Fugue was stunned and asked curiously, wasn't Wen Hai captured by the fragrant cult? You aren't with Hu Yuni. Where did you come from? Ha, Zhang Xiaohu laughed. We came from the fragrant cult and are preparing to rebuild the Misty School. Ah? How did you escape? Ban Fugue was stunned. He had always thought that these people were the disciples of the Misty School led by Hu Yuni. Moreover, because of a certain plan of the Righteous Alliance, he was still astonished. When he heard this, he couldn't help but be dumbstruck. However, Ban Fugue was the Righteous Alliance's deputy alliance leader after all. He immediately calmed down and came to a realization. He laughed heartily and said, so that's how it is. Nun Jingyi has a good idea. She actually wants to meddle with the Misty School. You're just a third-generation student of the Misty School. How can you be in charge of the Misty School? Come, I am the Righteous Alliance's class Fugue, the 6th Vice Alliance leader. Let me teach you how to use the sword. As he spoke, Ban Fugue displayed his qing gong and swept past many disciples who were fighting, heading straight for Zhang Xiaohu. How could Ming Qing let him get close? With a wave of his sword, he killed the Righteous Alliance's disciple in front of him. He stood up and shouted, you're just the Vice Alliance leader of the Righteous Alliance. What right do you have to challenge my Misty School's gang leader? I am Ming Qing, the deputy leader of the Misty School. I am here to challenge you. Ming Qing? Ban Fugue was stunned. I've never heard of the Misty School having a disciple named Ming Qing. Who are you under in the Misty School? Ming Qing didn't hide it and smiled. I admire gang leader O's bravery. I only recently joined the Misty School and received the heavy responsibility of gang leader Zhang. I dare not slack off. Ha. Ban Fugue laughed. How could he not know? He waved his sword and said, I'd like to see the martial arts of the incense cult. Ming Qing didn't reply and the two of them started fighting. Then just as Zhang Xiaohua thought, one of the old masters was caught by Gao Kunheng, another by Ding Chao and Du Feng, another by Ant Qin and the last by the Misty School. There was no one else left in the Misty School. Only Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Qin Qin could catch the last old master together. Seeing the leaders of the two factions exchange blows, the other disciples also knew that they had merely become foils. If their own faction's leader was victorious, they only needed to charge forward and kill the remaining disciples. If their faction's leader was defeated, they could either surrender or stubbornly resist until the end. However, these two possibilities could only be discussed after the outcome of this crucial battle had been decided. Thus, they gradually opened up a gap and slowly moved to the side with their weapons in hand. While they were on guard, they also focused their attention on the battle between the leaders of the two factions. After the time it took to eat a meal, the gap between them gradually became apparent. Ming Qing was a more outstanding disciple in the Ruijin Palace, but compared to Ban Fugue he was still inferior. It was the same for Gao Kunheng. His swordsmanship was slightly better than the old master's, but his internal strength was much worse. He had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. Of course, Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng originally planned to join forces to deal with the deputy chief of the Righteous Alliance. This was just an accident. Since Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng were like this, Ant Qin was certainly not much better. She helped Yang Ruping take care of the affairs of the Misty Hall on the Shirxing Peak and spent less time practicing martial arts than in the Misty Peak. Her martial arts did not improve but regressed. At this time she was not much better than a few years ago. In the other two factions, Du Feng and Ding Chao had the help of Zhang Xiaohua's soothing pulse pill. The internal strength in their meridians had increased by several years out of thin air. However, because the time was still short, they could not completely refine the efficacy of the soothing pulse pill. They also could not use it well. In addition, their swordsmanship was not very exquisite. Therefore, at this time they could only barely not fall into a disadvantageous position. Looking at Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e and Qin Qin, they were even worse than Du Feng and Ding Chao. Although Chang'e and Qin Qin had the same opportunities as Du Feng and Ding Chao, they were women after all and were congenitally deficient. Although they had Zhang Xiaohu's help, they had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. As for Zhang Xiaohu, his martial arts should be the weakest among these people. The internal strength obtained from the soothing pulse pill had been destroyed and was slowly recovering. The yin-yang energy mass in his meridians was also gradually increasing. Although he had endless potential, he was only at the beginning. In the fight with this old consecrator, he did not use much strength and all the killing moves were blocked by Chang'e and Chen. If this situation continued to develop, there were no accidents, these people would be killed by the Righteous Alliance. The Misty School's operation to take back the Misty Peak could only end in failure. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu retreat slightly and reach out to take something out of his chest, Zhang Xiaohua knew that it was time for her to make a move. Ding! In the air above the Misty Peak, a voice like spring thunder sounded. Who are you? Is there anyone called Ban Fugui? Everyone was shocked and looked up. Just above their heads, they saw a young man dressed in a simple robe and not very tall standing with his hands behind his back. The people fighting in the field saw clearly and all of them took a few steps back to distance themselves from their opponents. Their eyes flashed with envy. Only Ban Fugui did not know whether it was good or bad. He hesitated and did not know whether to answer. Before Ban Fugui hesitated, Ming Qing immediately bowed and said, Master, Then he looked at Zhang Xiaohu and hesitated for a moment before saying, I'm a disciple of the Misty School. I'm here to help rebuild the Misty School under the orders of the Misty School's leader, Nun Jingyi. Please, Master, give me a name. Misty School, Misty School? Zhang Xiaohua, who was disguised as Pan An, frowned and said, You don't need to know who I am. I'm only looking for Ban Fugui from the Alliance of Righteous Sects. Whether it's the Misty School, or the Alliance of Righteous Sects, I don't care at all. Zhang Xiaohu looked from the side and held Zhang Xiaohua's communication jade talisman in his hand. He secretly wondered if he should crush it. After hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words and seeing the look in Ming Qing's eyes, Ban Fugui knew that he had no choice but to stand up. Hence he took a step forward and bowed. I'm Ban Fugui. May I know why Master Immortal is looking for me? Zhang Xiaohua stood in the air and looked at Ban Fugui coldly. Her look made Ban Fugui's hair stand on end. Ban Fugui, I want to ask you. Is the Azure Flame token yours? Azure Flame token? Ban Fugui was stunned. He knew that this was bad. However, he could only brace himself and say, The Azure Flame token is my Alliance of Righteous Sects, subordinate. Indeed, it's under my command. Ah, that's good. I have always been reasonable. Your Azure Flame token offended I and has already been destroyed by I. Hand over your life too. As Zhang Xiaohua finished speaking, a sword light flashed in front of them and went straight for Ban Fugui's throat. When Ban Fugui heard this, he panicked. He sincerely wanted to explain, but the sword light was as fast as lightning. How could he have time to explain? He raised the sword in his hand and also stabbed at Zhu Meng. It had to be said that the martial arts of the Alliance of Righteous Sects Vice Alliance leaders were indeed impressive. This sword blocked Zhu Meng's path and the tip of the sword went straight for Zhu Meng. Unfortunately, just as Ban Fugui's sword was about to stab Zhu Meng split into two and dodged the sword. Ban Fugui was shocked, but he was not nervous. He held his sword horizontally and wanted to block it. However, at this moment Ban Fugui suddenly thought of the 8 sword lights that killed people in front of Rejuvenation Valley. He felt that something was wrong. He jumped up and used his qinggong to dodge. At the same time, his left hand reached into his chest and wanted to take out a dagger. However, just as he jumped up, the 2 sword lights immediately turned into 4. Before Ban Fugui could take out the dagger, one of the sword lights pierced his throat and disappeared in a flash. Immediately Ban Fugui fell to the ground dead. Ah! Everyone was shocked. Zhang Xiaohua's flying sword flew out. Everyone only saw the sword light flash and it pierced in front of Ban Fugui. Ban Fugui's several sword moves were in vain. It seemed that he could not block the attack of the flying sword. Then Ban Fugui fell to the ground and the sword light disappeared. The whole process took only a few breaths. The Alliance of Righteous Sects' famous 6th Vice Alliance leader was buried under the flying sword of the immortal Tao. It was simply too easy. Everyone was shocked and each had different reactions. The 4 consecrators of the Alliance of Righteous Sects did not dare to ask. They looked at each other and immediately got up and scattered. They used their qinggong to escape, only to hear a voice in the air. Are you all also from the Alliance of Righteous Sects? Since the Azure Flame token is a subordinate of the Alliance of Righteous Sects, you all don't need to leave. While speaking, 4 sword lights flashed and each chased after one. Those 4 old consecrators had long lost their courage. They only raised their swords to block slightly and were stabbed to death by Zhu Meng. When Zhang Xiaohu and the rest saw this, they were already happy. They all bowed and wanted to thank her. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand. I am just looking for the azure flame token. It has nothing to do with you all. I just happened to come at the right time. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. Then she flicked her sleeves and flew into the distance. Not long after, she disappeared. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's departing figure, not only did Zhang Xiaohu ponder, even Chonggu and Qinchen seemed to have some understanding. But, thinking of that person's face and height were completely different from Zhang Xiaohua's, they were puzzled and could not be sure. Alright, the heavens bless my misty school. Vice Leader Ming, Vice Leader Feng, lead the disciples forward. If the Alliance of Righteous Sect's disciples surrender, we can spare their lives. If they don't surrender, kill without mercy. Zhang Xiaohu ordered with a cold face. Chapter 1071. Zhang Xiaohu's voice was very light and his tone was cold. However, he emphasized the words, Deputy Faction Leader Ming. He must have been very dissatisfied with Ming Qing's actions and words. Ming Qing was slightly stunned. He turned to look at Gao Kunheng and saw the mocking expression in his eyes. He snorted coldly and nodded. Yes, I will obey Faction Leader Zhang's orders. Although he said that, there was no respect on his face. Gao Kunheng despised him in his heart, but he still replied, Yes, Faction Leader. I will follow Deputy Faction Leader Ming's orders. After that, he looked at Ming Qing and nodded slightly. Ming Qing waved his hand and said, All disciples, listen to my orders. The young disciples of the Misty School were also mixed in with the disciples of the Fragrance Cult. When they saw this scene, they felt ashamed and slowly looked at the ground. Zhang Xiaohu's eyes narrowed. He raised his hand and said loudly, Misty School disciples, listen to my orders. Charge. After that, he held his sword and stepped over Ban Fugui's corpse. He rushed toward the Righteous Alliance disciples who were still afraid. Chonggu, Qinchen, Du Feng and Ding Chao did not hesitate. They all waved their swords and followed. Charge. Ming Qing did not dare to be a hindrance. He waved his hand and the disciples of the Fragrance Cult also moved forward, on the side. Aunt Qin saw this and could only sigh. She knew that the Misty School was on the right track. Zhang Xiaohu still had a long way to go before he could break free from the puppet situation. Therefore she led a few disciples of the Mingtue Hall and charged in. The deputy faction leader of the Righteous Alliance's Fugue class had been killed. The 4 consecrators had also been stabbed to death. The disciples were like a group of dragons without a leader. They had fallen into the trap of Nun Jing-yi at Lingxiang Peak. With the current strength of the Misty School, they would definitely be able to control them. As for the Righteous Alliance disciples, there was no need to say anything. They had already made up their minds when Zhang Xiaohua showed up. Now that they saw the Misty School disciples charging at them, they only put up a slight resistance before giving up and surrendering. They had taken down Ethereal Mountain Villa, and Misty School had obtained a temporary victory, but there were many things that needed to be done in Misty School. There were a lot of complicated matters, and they had to set up defenses to welcome the attack of the Righteous Alliance. All of these things required the attention of Zhang Xiaohu, the great sect master who did not have much experience in the world of martial artists or in managing a sect. Zhang Xiaohua had made his move and killed the leader of the Righteous Alliance in one stroke like a thunderbolt. He was in a great mood. He concealed himself and flew straight towards the Guizhuang house. When he was halfway there, suddenly in front of him, an extremely bright and strong light flashed and disappeared. Then a strong wave suddenly appeared as if the world was shaking. It spread in all directions. The invisible, violent and almost unparalleled impact sent Zhang Xiaohua's body flying high into the sky. It was just like the perilous waves that Zhang Xiaohua had encountered in the sea many years ago. He could not keep his balance. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He had already released his divine sense. He only felt that the qi of heaven and earth was like a huge wave crashing onto his body. He could barely breathe through his mouth and nose. His body was thrown high into the air and then fell straight down. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. He formed a seal with his hands, wanting to stabilize his body. But with a thought, his body immediately floated up. It was as if he had just started practicing the Imperial Wind technique. He could not control his own movements at all. Why is this? Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. But when he had just stabilized his body, the huge qi of heaven and earth had already dissipated. Only the qi of heaven and earth in his divine sense proved that Zhang Xiaohua had encountered a moment ago. When he flew up again, Zhang Xiaohua's body could move as he wished. There was no longer a situation where he could not control his body like before. Could it be because of the rich qi of heaven and earth? Zhang Xiaohua thought and said angrily, if it was because of the impact of the qi of heaven and earth, it should be the same as before. I can't control my body. It should be a feeling of powerlessness. It should be the same as when I encountered in the sea. It should not be the kind of control that makes me float far away just by forming a seal. Oh, I kind of understand. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He threw out the dragon binding bracelet and formed a seal to activate the fire dragon. Indeed, just as Zhang Xiaohua had predicted, the fire dragon was slightly bigger than before. I see. It is indeed like what Venerable Fire Dragon said. The qi of heaven and earth is the foundation of the celestial Tao. Any spells are built on the usage of the qi of heaven and earth. If the qi of heaven and earth is abundant, all spells will be extremely powerful. If the qi of heaven and earth is scarce, all spells will be inferior. Celestial Tao, this is the destruction of the celestial Tao. If the celestial Tao were to flourish my current powers, what would they be like? Would I be flying much faster than now? Oh yes, what happened just now? Zhang Xiaohua thought. He extended his body and flew towards the place where the light flashed. The strong flash of light and the explosion of the qi of heaven and earth happened in an instant. Furthermore, it was far away. Zhang Xiaohua only knew the general direction but not the exact location. Hence, after flying for a while, he had already passed Lu Town and arrived at a place with beautiful scenery. However, he did not discover anything. It should be here. Based on my senses. Zhang Xiaohua really didn't have much confidence in his senses. He was only relying on his divine sense now. Otherwise, he would get lost while flying. Zhang Xiaohua scanned the forest with his divine sense, but didn't find anything out of the ordinary. He looked around and flew for a while, but still couldn't find anything worth paying attention to. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he was about to turn back. There's someone here? In his senses, a man dressed in martial arts clothes and carrying a wooden bucket suddenly appeared on a rugged mountain path. Maybe he's fetching water. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and turned back to the Guzhuang house. The forest was quite big. It was impossible for no one to be here. Zhang Xiaohua had seen more than 10 woodcutters and hunters. There was a spring about 10 feet away from the man. Wouldn't it be normal for him to fetch water? However, after flying for a while, Zhang Xiaohua felt that something was amiss. This man's appearance was too sudden. It was as though he had appeared out of thin air. He had not even seen him with his divine perception before he appeared on the mountain path. Furthermore, this man was clearly dressed in martial arts attire. He did not have any weapons in his hands. He was even holding a wooden bucket. This made Zhang Xiaohua feel that something was amiss. No, I have to go and take a look. If there's something abnormal, it must be a demon. Zhang Xiaohua turned around and searched again. He was dumbfounded. The man was gone and there were more than one mountain spring. There were also many mountain paths. Zhang Xiaohua did not use his divine perception to mark the area. So how could he find the man? Needless to say, there must be something fishy going on here. Seeing that the man had suddenly disappeared and there was no trace of him in a radius of a few miles, Zhang Xiaohua was certain. However, he used his senses to scan the surroundings again. It was the same as before. So he had no choice but to leave a trace of his senses and turn back. Zhang Xiaohua flew very fast. In less than 10 minutes, his senses had already reached the Guzhuang house. Everything in the Guzhuang house was normal. Zhang Byron was outside the courtyard. He was walking unsteadily and scratching Little Black and Little Yellow who were surrounding him. Zhang Byron seemed to sense Zhang Xiaohua's senses and looked up. However, Zhang Xiaohua was still very far away. How could he see them? Little Black and Little Yellow were even more excited. They broke free from Zhang Byron and wanted to fly to Zhang Xiaohua. Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua had already noticed that there were several Guzhuang house children around Zhang Byron. They were looking at Zhang Byron enviously. If the two little things flew out now, they would be seen through. However, he did not know how to command the two little things. He could only shout in his heart, "Good little black, good little yellow, don't fly. Don't come. And if Mom goes back, I'll give you good food." Strangely enough, as soon as the two little things escaped from Zhang Byron's little hands, they immediately stopped. They raised their heads and shook their heads in a very strange manner. Then they lowered their heads again as if nothing had happened. "What good children!" Zhang Xiaohua sighed in his heart. The two little things seemed to have heard him. They somersaulted in the air and were very excited. Ha ha! Zhang Xiaohua was also very happy. It seemed that these two little things were really his children. "Oh right, my two little ones." Zhang Xiaohua pretended to be a strict father and mother in the air. "Be an ordinary animal in front and behind. Don't fly around. You can only fly when you're with Dad. Do you understand?" Gosh, how could little black and little yellow know what in front and behind meant? They even heard the word flight from Zhang Byron. Moreover, how would they know how to walk ordinary animals? Zhang Xiaohua was really not a good father and mother. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. Suddenly he was stunned. What do you think? Because Zhang Xiaohua was flying in front of Mount Wuzhua. Mount Wuzhua was quite a distance from the Guozhuang house. Zhang Xiaohua had only heard about it since he was young. He had never been here with the adults, so he did not have a direct impression of it. However, at this time, the mountain that pierced straight into the sky like 5 fingers was like a shocking finger that tore open Zhang Xiaohua's memory. This seems a little familiar. Zhang Xiaohua descended. He pinched his chin and looked carefully. He was sure that he had never been here before. He remembered that when he was young he wanted to play here with his elder brother. His elder brother thought that he was a hindrance and shook him once. It made him cry at home. His grandmother comforted him for a long time before he forgot about it. Where have I seen this before? Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes. Then he remembered something. He quickly reached into his money bag and took out the sheepskin scroll that O Yen had entrusted to him for safekeeping. He flipped through the picture on it. That sheepskin scroll was one of the 4 scrolls. Weren't the 2 half-life-like fingers on it similar to Mount Wuzhua? This is the place where the Misty School found the treasure? Zhang Xiaohua's face lit up. He put away the sheepskin scroll and landed. His divine sense was like a waterfall as he carefully inspected the entire Mount Wuzhua. Please vote for me. Please add me. Chapter 1072. On 5 Claw Peak the forest was lush, the grass was luxuriant and there were all kinds of strange rocks. The scenery was beautiful. Not long after there were a few groups of young men and women laughing and playing. Everyone's eyebrows were filled with love, and it seemed like they had made an appointment to talk about love on the mountain. There were also a few woodcutters walking along the mountain path with firewood on their backs. Birds chirped in the empty mountains and streams gurgled. It was a marvelous sight. Strange, everything looks normal. Where is the treasure map? Zhang Xiaohua stopped in midair and concealed herself. She released her divine sense and looked around. Although she admired the beautiful scenery, she had no idea where to find it. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua took out the sheepskin scroll from the Misty School again. The sheepskin scroll from the Misty School should be made of 4 pieces. The piece on the upper right corner had half of 5 Claw Peak's middle finger, ring finger and pinky finger drawn on it. Looking at this sheepskin scroll, Zhang Xiaohua recalled the sheepskin scroll he saw before. That should be the upper left corner of the entire sheepskin scroll, with 5 Claw Peak's thumb, index finger and half of his middle finger drawn on it. This sheepskin scroll must be pointing to 5 Claw Peak, but with just these 2 sheepskin scrolls she could not tell where the treasure map was pointing to. Looks like I have to find the fragrant cult and, among the 4 sects that destroyed the ethereal sect, there was no need to talk about the aroma cult. There was definitely a sheepskin scroll. That so-called Exan Rong gang was able to find a monk from Dalan Temple to help them. Did that mean that the Exian Rong gang was a subordinate of Dalan Temple? Then the sheepskin scroll I saw before should be in the hands of the Dalan Temple. If I had known before I would have just taken that sheepskin scroll. Why worry about it here? The last sheepskin scroll must be in the hands of the Alliance of Righteous Sects. The Alliance of Righteous Sects. They actually dared to attack the Guozhuang house, and even kept such a shady organization like the Green Flame Token. They are a disgrace to the named Alliance of Righteous Sects. Looks like if there is a chance I have to go to the Alliance of Righteous Sects and take that sheepskin scroll and let them cry. Zhang Xiaohua made up his mind. Just as he was about to put away the sheepskin scroll, his eyes inadvertently caught sight of a small arc at the bottom of the sheepskin scroll where the ring finger corresponded to. This. Zhang Xiaohua hesitated and looked at it carefully several times. Then he released his divine sense and saw that in the middle of Five Claw Mountain, there were several forests, which corresponded to the position of the arc on the parchment. Could it? The arc mark of the treasure map of the treasure map? Most of the other markings are on the other sheepskin scroll, and this sheepskin scroll only has a small part of it? Zhang Xiaohua pinched her chin and thought for a moment. She flew to the top of the ring finger mountain. It was no different from what she saw with her divine sense previously. There was no fluctuation of vitality here, nor were there any rare herbs. There were only a few clumps of wild jujube trees, standing tall under the sun and the mountain breeze. Wild jujube forest? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the plain and ordinary wild jujube forest and almost laughed bitterly. Her family was poor when she was young. Her two elder brothers would look for food in the surrounding mountains and forests when they had nothing to do. The wild jujube was a specialty of Lu Town. Well, it could not be said to be a specialty. It was common in all the forests around Pingyang City. When she was young, Zhang Xiaohua followed Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaolong around. She had eaten many of these sweet and sour jujubes before. Even her teeth had been affected by the sourness of these wild jujubes. Is the treasure in this wild jujube forest? Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense. The whole wild jujube forest was like what he saw with his eyes. It was no different from the wild jujube forest in his memory when he was young. The only difference was that there were more rotting leaves and wild jujubes in 2s and 3s in the forest. This is strange. I don't see anything different. Should I go in and take a look? Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant. After all, what she saw with her divine sense was no different from what she saw with her naked eyes. Moreover, she had been away from the Guozhuang house for a long time. Last time she had made her mother worried. This time, it was better to go back in time. Zhang Xiaohua finished thinking and was about to turn around. Suddenly, a chill came from the bottom of his heart and spread throughout his body. Shivering, Zhang Xiaohua shuddered and all the hair on his body stood on end. He finally thought of something. It was the same feeling Zhang Xiaohua had when he passed through the forest at the entrance of the Yulon Grand Canyon. The whole wild jujube forest was dead silent. No matter if it was a normal mountain forest, whether it was wild jujube forest or wild forest, as long as there were trees, there would definitely be birds. And when there were birds, there would definitely be birds chirping. The forest at the entrance of the Yulon Grand Canyon was a formation, but there were no birds chirping. Could it be that this wild jujube forest was also a formation? However, the forest at the entrance of the Yulon Grand Canyon was usually covered by fog. Only when the forest was in the Yulon Grand Canyon would the fog dissipate. Thus, people could tell at a glance that this was a formation. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was suppressed by the formation of the Yulon Grand Canyon. He couldn't go very far and didn't know the situation of the entire mountain forest. He also didn't know if the situation in this wild jujube forest was similar to the formation in the forest. However, one thing was certain: this wild jujube forest was definitely not ordinary. Perhaps it was the location of the hidden treasure on the sheepskin scroll. Since he knew that it was a formation, Zhang Xiaohua certainly didn't dare to be careless. Suppressing the shock in his heart, he flew to the front of the wild jujube forest. With his hands behind his back, he carefully sized up the forest. This wild jujube forest was about 3 mu in size. Inside there were sparse wild jujube trees. The wild jujubes on the trees were also sparse. Similarly, there were some ripe jujubes on the ground. The mountain wind blew. At the top of the wild jujube trees, the small branches swayed with the wind. Occasionally, a few small wild jujubes fell to the ground. Except for the lack of sound and the absence of birds on the trees, everything was exactly the same as an ordinary wild jujube forest. After looking for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't see what kind of formation this was. Naturally, he couldn't talk about breaking the formation. Frowning and hesitating for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua walked towards the wild jujube forest. When he reached the edge of the wild jujube tree, he stopped. What he saw with the naked eye was the same as what he saw with his divine sense. The space between the two wild jujube trees was enough for a carriage to pass through. To enter or not to enter? Zhang Xiaohua's heart was beating like a drum. Perhaps I should try first? Zhang Xiaohua was a little too confident in his own character. However, when he took a step into the wild jujube forest, A sense of vigilance rose from the bottom of his heart. This feeling was the result of his understanding of the way of karma. It made him tremble and shocked. It was as if there was an unparalleled aura in front of him that made him feel an unprecedented sense of danger. At the moment when the sense of vigilance appeared, Zhang Xiaohua felt a huge suction force coming from the mysterious wild jujube forest in front of him. The suction force wasn't his feet, nor was it his body. It was the divine sense he sent out. Strangely, at the same time when the suction force appeared, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes suddenly blurred. A huge and magnificent palace appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. However, at this moment, how could Zhang Xiaohua dare to hesitate? As soon as the sense of vigilance appeared, he immediately made a hand seal and flew away. As Zhang Xiaohua's figure flew away, the suction force of the wild jujube forest also changed. Like the mouth of a giant beast, it sucked Zhang Xiaohua's body. Zhang Xiaohua's body just flew away and stopped in midair. His foot was still within the range of the wild jujube forest. Go! Zhang Xiaohua's face changed greatly. Without thinking, his other hand seal changed again. It was the wood escape technique that Zhang Xiaohua had learned from between the clouds and the water. A green light flashed. Zhang Xiaohua's figure didn't escape, but the light on his foot flickered and he immediately escaped the range of the wild jujube forest. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to stay. He made a hand seal and flew away immediately. Until he flew to the vicinity of Luzhen, he didn't dare to look back. Sweat. What kind of strange place is this? Zhang Xiaohua wiped the sweat on his forehead and scolded in his heart. I have always been a good person. Why did I die here today? Stone Man Peak and Five Claw Peak are not far from Luzhen. Why did I never? At this point, Zhang Xiaohua was suddenly stunned. His mind lit up and some of the doubts in his heart were immediately cleared. Isn't that so? Misty Sect had obtained this sheepskin scroll 5 years ago. Furthermore, they had obtained the treasure from the location of the Five Claw Mountain's hidden treasure. Following that, Misty Sect had met with a calamity. Calculating the time. Wasn't that the time when Hero Wen, Heroine Shui, and Hero Lu and the others appeared around Lu Town? Maybe Hero Wen, Heroine Shui, and Hero Lu went to the wild jujube forest of the Five Claw Peak. Cause and effect. Cause and effect. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. She understood and closed her eyes to comprehend. If when Wenhai and Xueqing didn't come to Luzhen, how could they save Zhang Xiaohua's family? If they didn't see the martial arts of the two Misty School disciples, how could Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu have the idea of practicing martial arts? If they didn't have this idea, how could they walk out of the Guozhuang house and go to Pingyang City? If they didn't go to Pingyang City, how could Zhang Xiaohu enter the Misty School? How could Zhang Xiaohua learn the worry-free mental cultivation technique? Without these two possibilities, how could so many things happen in the future? How could Zhang Xiaohu regain control of the Misty School and Zhang Xiaohua save the entire Misty School? If it weren't for Lu Yueming, Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaolong would have died in the hands of the three wolves of Shichui Mountain. Lu Qian would have become the wife of the mountain bandits and Zhang Byron wouldn't have been able to be born in glory. However, if it weren't for Wenhai, Xueqing and Lu Yueming's trip to the Five Claw Peak, perhaps the Misty School wouldn't have been targeted by the Righteous Alliance and wouldn't have been destroyed by the Fragrance Cult, the Dalan Temple and the Righteous Alliance. Cause and effect. One cause and one effect. This cause and effect were intertwined and intertwined. When would such a karmic retribution come to an end? Boom. Zhang Xiaohua's mind roared and the way of karma suddenly moved. Under the starry sky of Zhang Xiaohua's heavenly Tao, 5 huge fingers continuously formed hand seals. It seemed to be demonstrating the essence of the way of karma and also seemed to be demonstrating the way of karma's dharma. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark and tip. Chapter 1073. An endless torrent came from afar and hit Zhang Xiaohua, but it did not cause any ripples. It ignored Zhang Xiaohua's existence and quietly passed through her. Then it flowed into the distance, which was also very far away. He could not see the end of it. Zhang Xiaohua stood in the middle of the torrent in a daze, looking at the boundless and endless torrent. He was very surprised at where he was, but then he saw with his naked eye that every tiny droplet of water in the torrent was a lifelike face. These faces were doing something, and these ordinary things would stop abruptly after a certain point. Then they would start again and it would continue endlessly. When Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at some of the water droplets that passed through her body and thought for a long time, she suddenly realized that these connected water droplets were the cause and effect of some things. One after another, and one after another, they formed such a vast torrent. She did not know how many things and how much cause and effect there were. As she was thinking, she suddenly saw a familiar face in one of the water droplets. Was it not Meng? But that water droplet was very far away and she could only see Meng's face. The others could not see it clearly. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and wanted to move, but she did not have the strength. Her whole body did not have any strength. Seeing that Meng's face was far away, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel anxious. With a thought, her whole body turned into a big hand and the 5 fingers moved. It was a very mysterious spell. The spell pointed at the water droplet where Meng was. In an instant the water droplet solidified and stopped. But this solidification only lasted for a moment. Because this water droplet solidified, the other water droplets that it was connected to also solidified. Even the torrent around the water droplet showed signs of solidifying, but this solidification was so small in the vast torrent. In just an instant it was washed away by the torrent behind and no trace of it could be seen. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's body that had turned into a hand could not support it. A sense of fatigue that she had never felt before arose spontaneously. She fainted for a while and when she woke up again she was in the air beside Lu Zhen, exactly where he had closed his eyes to comprehend. "Oh, this is bad." Zhang Xiaohua barely managed to stabilize his body and descended from the air. He used his hand to support his aching head, and his heart was filled with regret. This enlightenment was indeed valuable, but he had already told his mother and father that he would be back in a moment. However, he did not know how long it had taken him to comprehend this. He thought that Guozhuang's mother must be worried again. Now that Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was exhausted, and the vital energy in her meridians was also exhausted. She could not use the flying technique or the imperial wind technique. She could barely use the ethereal steps. How could she return to the Guozhuang house quickly? However, this was also good. Zhang Xiaohua was always in the clouds before, and it was not convenient for her to show up in front of the people in the Guozhuang house. Now, after Zhang Xiaohua took out some silver to buy an inferior horse, she had a legitimate reason to return to the Guozhuang house. In the river of karma, what Zhang Xiaohua saw was very strange. It had exceeded Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation and knowledge. Even in the small water droplet Meng. Perhaps it was not the woman in Meng Chao's dream, but the moment she appeared, Zhang Xiaohua was confused. Even though her face was very similar, but she should be Meng Chao's mother, the woman Aya whom he had never met before. The road from Lu Town to the Guozhuang house, Zhang Xiaohua had felt that it was very long. It was long enough for her to walk for a lifetime. But now, before she could understand what she had comprehended and the little things about the Lady Aya, the familiar Guozhuang house was in front of her. At the entrance of the village, Zhang Byron was playing with Little Black and Little Yellow. These 2 little things might have known that Zhang Xiaohua was coming, and were unusually excited. Perhaps they had been instructed by Zhang Xiaohua to restrain themselves. Only when Zhang Xiaohua appeared at the side of the road, did they want to escape from Zhang Byron's hands and fly to Zhang Xiaohua's side. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua jumped in fright and hurriedly warned in his heart not to move. Sure enough, the 2 little things did not understand the word fly, but they knew not to move, so they obediently stayed by Zhang Byron's side. At this moment, Ji Xiaohua happened to come looking for Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua slowly walking by the side of the road, she was extremely happy. Reaching out, she hugged Zhang Byron and quickly ran in front of Zhang Xiaohua's horse. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's pale face, Xiaohua was stunned. Turning her head to look at the children at the entrance of the Guozhuang house, she whispered, "Young master, are you injured?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at the child who had the same name as her and smiled. "Didn't mother say it? Don't call me young master, you never change." Ji Xiaohua blushed and shook her head. "It's still easier to call me young master. I don't want to change. Is young master's injury serious?" "Where am I injured? I'm just unbearably tired." Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and jumped down from the inferior horse. Xiaohua hurriedly reached out a hand wanting to support him. "That's not necessary. Do I still need you to support me?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said casually, "Of course, in Songning Town this is how we take care of the young masters of large families." Xiaohua said in a deadpan manner. Forget it, forget it. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't out-talk Ji Xiaohua. Waving his hand, she said, my family isn't a large family, you don't need to. Thinking of this, she asked again, oh right, Ji Xiaohua, how many days have I left home? How many days? Xiaohua stared blankly and scratched her head saying, young master, what do you mean? Didn't you just leave this morning? This morning? Zhang Xiaohua also stared blankly. He originally thought that he had comprehended in Shizue Mountain for a few days, but he didn't realize it. Today's comprehension had already seen some torrent, so it should have taken 10 days or half a month. Who knew? It was only a moment. Yes, it was early in the morning. Young master came back and immediately left, saying that he had to deal with the others and would be back in a while. But it was almost dark and you didn't come back, so old madam was worried and kept looking up at the sky when she had nothing to do. Speaking of this, Xiaohua looked up and said enviously, but I didn't expect young master to come back on a horse. Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved and he said with a smile, Ji Xiaohua, I teach you this flying method, do you think your mother will be happy in the underworld? Xiaohua stared blankly, and her face immediately showed a pleasantly surprised expression. She carefully put Zhang Byron on the ground, turned over and kowtowed, crying, young master, no? Are you going to accept me as your disciple? Mother, she will definitely like it. Speaking of Xiaohua's mother, Zhang Xiaohua also sighed. In order to repay Zhang Xiaohua's kindness, she dragged her sick body and traveled thousands of miles to report. Even if she died in a foreign land, she didn't tell anyone about her selfishness. She only told Ji Xiaohua in private that if she couldn't return the favor, how could she cultivate in peace? Zhang Xiaohua stretched out his hand to help Ji Xiaohua up. Zhang Byron, who was beside him, opened his big black eyes. He thought that Ji Xiaohua was playing a trick, so he also wanted to kneel down. He muttered, Master, Master. However, Byron was still young and his hands and feet weren't nimble. He fell to the ground in an instant. Before he could call out Master, he started to cry. Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to reach out and carry Zhang Byron, coaxing, Byron, my good boy, don't cry. The other hand pulled Xiaohua, saying, get up, Ji Xiaohua. If I open a sect, you will be my disciple. If I don't open a sect, I can also teach you martial arts. Master, a master for a day is a father for life. Master, if you teach me martial arts, then I will be master. I won't call you young master anymore, I will call you master. Xiaohua said respectfully. Zhang Xiaohua held Zhang Byron in her arms. Looking at Ji Xiaohua's serious expression, she nodded slightly and said with a smile, since that's the case, I will recognize you as my disciple. Ji Xiaohua was overjoyed. She turned around and wanted to bow again. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were sharp and her hands were quick. She stopped her and said, don't kowtow, I know what you are thinking. Yes, master. Ji Xiaohua shouted happily. She turned around and led the inferior horse behind Zhang Xiaohua, saying with a smile, master's horse can be compared to Huan Huan. Huan Huan. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She smiled and said, your Huan Huan is very good. It's just that she hasn't come back with me now. She is a spiritual beast. How can this inferior horse compare to her? Spiritual beast? What is that? Xiaohua was stunned. You will know in the future. Zhang Xiaohua did not know how to explain. At this time, Zhang Byron had stopped crying. He called out for master and struggled to get off the ground. Little Black and Little Yellow were obediently perched on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulders. They were very obedient. Zhang Byron got off the ground and called out for master. He ran towards the Guozhuang house. Zhang Xiaohua watched with a smile and quickly followed behind. Xiaohua was leading the horse behind her. Before Zhang Xiaohua entered the village, a villager walked out. He was surprised to see Zhang Xiaohua and asked him about the past few years, but Zhang Xiaohua did not say much. He only said that he was poor outside and had no choice but to return to Guo village. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's horse, the villager understood and told Zhang Xiaohua about the Zhang family's courtyard being robbed by bandits. In the end, he did not forget to say, fortunately, your Zhang family is blessed with good fortune. When the bandits saw that you did not have any gold or silver, they let you go. No lives were lost, only a few houses were burned down. But the chief's family, the gold and silver were gone and a few lives were lost. Sai Argua village, how poor are we? How did we attract bandits? This clan leader, Tiskei, he is also unlucky. Tell me, where did he get all the money from? Isn't it all the hard work of our villagers? I still don't know. Seeing that this villager whose surname was not Gua, seemed to have endless bitterness, how could Zhang Xiaohua be willing to listen? She only said a few perfunctory words and then left for home. Thinking back when Zhang Xiaohua returned home and showed off her martial arts skills, it could be said that she returned home in glory. She was admired by many people and could be called a capable person of the Guozhuang house. Now that she was a little down and injured, it attracted the attention of many people. The villagers she met would say a few words of concern and secretly sigh at the changes in the world. Therefore, when Zhang Xiaohua reached the door and saw her mother coming out to welcome her, the sky was already dark. Chapter 1074. Zhang Kai and Guosufei as well as Zhang Xiaolong and his wife, came out of the door to welcome them. Earlier, Guosufei had heard from the neighbor's children that her youngest son, whom she had not seen for many years, had returned. Guosufei did not pay much attention to it because Zhang Xiaohua had returned home a long time ago. It was just that no one knew that he had come and gone. However, when she heard that Zhang Xiaohua's face was pale and that he seemed to be injured, Guosufei could not sit still. When she saw that Zhang Xiaohua was really sick, her heart ached. Although she saw Zhang Byron calling out "Master, Master" and running past her, she only patted his head. However, her eyes were fixed on Zhang Xiaohua's face, and her footsteps were somewhat hurried. Seeing that her mother was worried and her father was blaming her, Zhang Xiaohua stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, mother, greetings, father." She then winked and bowed to Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian. "Greetings, elder brother, elder sister-in-law." Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian were stunned for a moment, but they immediately understood. They were surprised and said, "Xiaohua, oh, why did you suddenly come back?" However, Guosufei did not care. She grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's hand and said anxiously, "My son, where are you injured?" "Didn't I say?" Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly said, "Mother, I'm fine. Really, I'm just tired. I ran around for a few days and wanted to come back quickly." "You?" Guosufei glared at him. She looked at the villagers next to her and could not bear to pinch her hand. She only said, "It's good that you're back. Mother would rather you come back a few days later than see you like this." Zhang Xiaohua's heart warmed. She nodded and said, "I've made mother worry. I'm really tired. I'll be fine tomorrow after resting for a night." "Well, since Xiaohua said so, it should be fine. Let's go home first. The child came back from afar, so it's better for her to rest." Zhang Kai continued. Then he turned to the villagers and said, "Everyone, when Xiaohua is well rested, I will bring her to visit all of you in a few days. Don't mention it, don't mention it. We're all from the same village. There's no need to be so polite." Everyone chuckled when they heard that. They waved their hands and busied themselves with their own matters. Only a few naughty children stared enviously at Little Black and Little Martin on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulders. They were obviously wondering why the puppy was so smart to be able to stand on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulders. They might even have to train their own dogs at night. When Zhang Xiaohua followed her mother and the others into the house, Mr. Lu, who had received the news, also rushed over. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to neglect and quickly went forward to greet him. Who knew that Mr. Lu did not dare to accept the greeting and also respectfully returned the greeting, making Zhang Xiaohua a little embarrassed. Lu Qian saw it from the side and pursed her lips into a smile. "Father knows that you can fly. You are an immortal, he doesn't dare." "Qianra," Mr. Lu chided. "Xiaohua is different from us now. You can't." Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly bowed again and said respectfully, "Although I have some remarkable powers, an elder is still an elder. Mr. Lu is my elder. I dare not neglect you." This time Mr. Lu could not move. He could only allow Zhang Xiaohua to bow. However, his eyes were filled with gratification. When Zhang Xiaohua stood still, Mr. Lu could move his hands and feet. He did not fuss about it anymore. He used his hand to stroke his beard and said, "When drinking water, one can think of the source. When one is rich, one does not go back to one's roots. This is a great virtue." Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and invited Mr. Lu to take a seat. When Mr. Lu sat down, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said to Zhang Kai and Guosufei, "Father, mother, don't worry. Second brother has already reached Pingyang City. I reckon he will be back in a few days' time." "Is that so?" Guosufei was surprised and asked in return. "Of course. The boy saw it with his own eyes. Don't worry. Zhang Xiaohua made a solemn vow and said, if second brother is busy and can't come back, let's go to Pingyang City to visit him. He is now the sect leader of a famous sect. He is very prestigious. Mr. Lu was surprised. Pingyang City was so far away. Zhang Xiaohua left early in the morning and came back at night. She did not fly, how else could she go? Lu Qian was smart. She brewed the yunwu tea that Zhang Xiaohua brought back with mountain spring water and served it. Before the teacup was placed on the table, a refreshing tea fragrance filled the entire central room. This tea fragrance was intoxicating. However, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but frown when she smelled it. The yunwu tea itself contained the energy of heaven and earth. The mountain spring water of the Zhang family was even more abundant. If they only drank the mountain spring water, it was already extremely fragrant. If they drank the yunwu tea, it would be hard not to attract attention. Looking at her mother, father and Mr. Lu enjoying the tea, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Father, our mountain spring water, has anyone been thinking about it? Yes. Why not? Zhang Kai drank the tea and put down the teacup. He smiled and said, after all, our crops are different from other families. Your mother and I, and Mr. Lu are getting younger and younger. Many people have come to ask about it. Cough cough. Because of this, I have even discussed with your brother. We still use the river water when we plant crops. We will only use the mountain spring water for our own consumption. No one has discovered anything. However, Mr. Lu shook his head. That might not be the case. When we were drinking tea, we were also seen by people a few times. They all wanted to ask where we bought the tea leaves from. We all said that it was sent by Xiaohu. This yunwu tea is even more fragrant. It is not something that ordinary people can drink. In the future, people might see through us. Isn't it just drinking tea? Is it that serious? Guisufei was a little doubtful. In-law, don't be careless. If the Zhang family did not show some signs in the past few years, how could we have provoked the mountain bandits a few days ago? Mr. Lu explained. After all, Mr. Lu had seen the Zhang family in the past few years with his own eyes. If they did not have some external wealth, they would not be so prosperous. How could they not attract the envy of others? Hearing Mr. Lu's words, Guisufei was a little sad. She said, if Mr. Lu says so, then my Zhang family is very rich? Haha, in-law, wealth has its own reasons. With wealth, there must be a way to guarantee wealth. Otherwise, you can only be like the clan leader of the Guozhuang house. Then he looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, isn't there still Xiaohua here? If it was not for her a few days ago, you all would have been in trouble. Of course, now that Xiaohua is back, how much wealth do you all want? Isn't it just a matter of words? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Mr. Lu's words are very reasonable. Then she told them what had happened in the past few days. When they heard that Zhang Xiaohua had killed many people in the past few days, everyone could not help but tremble in fear. Guisufei also frowned as if she wanted to blame him. Mr. Lu saw this and sighed in his heart. He even explained, in-law, don't blame Xiaohua for this matter. It is necessary to eradicate evil. If he shows mercy, he may be harmed instead. And, didn't you hear? These people's hands are all covered in blood. Xiaohua is also enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. What he did was very right. But, Guisufei's brows were still knitted. She said worriedly, but, Xiaohua has done so. He has killed many people himself. In the future, won't he go to hell? I'd rather go to hell myself than let my child go there. These words expressed the feelings of a loving mother. The hall was silent. Lu Qian looked at Byron, who was mumbling something in her arms. She also had the same thoughts. She only wanted to bear all the sins for Byron and let all the pain of Byron be on her. She could not bear to let him have the slightest bit of grievance. Mother, Zhang Xiaohua stood up and walked to his mother's side. He squatted down like a child in the past and smiled, Mother, don't worry. Your son is now an immortal. A place like hell will not take me in. Guisufei knew that he was comforting her. She smiled and rubbed her son's head. She said, Xiaohua, you are all grown up. Mother can't care so much. But, when you are outside, Mother is always worried, afraid of this, afraid of that. Even when you come back, Mother doesn't dare to ask you about Xiaohu personally. Boy is unfilial. I've made Mother worry. Zhang Xiaohua said guiltily. Xiaohua, don't worry. Although your mother misses you, she always praises you in front of me. She said that in the entire Guozhuang house, Only her 3 sons are capable and no one can compare to them. Zhang Kai comforted at the side. That is. Guo Sufei glared at Zhang Kai and said, "Look at Baldi Guo's family at the entrance of the village. One of his children works at the counter in Lu Town and only earns 1 cent of silver a month. Another child was found to be playing with fake wood ears and was locked in the prison in Pingyang City. Then look." Zhang Xiaohua was listening with a happy face. However, the more he listened, the stranger his expression became. In the end, he almost laughed bitterly. His mother had mentioned all the good-for-nothings in the Guozhuang house. How could he compare with them? Mr. Lu also laughed as he listened. Lu Qian also pursed her lips and laughed. Zhang Byron was tired of staying in his mother's arms. He walked in front of Zhang Xiaohua and opened his 2 small arms asking for a hug. However, he kept calling out, "Master, Master." Mr. Lu heard and asked curiously, "Xiaohua, what did Byron call you? It doesn't seem to be little uncle, right?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and told him about what happened at the entrance of the village. He said, "I thought that if I could teach Ji Xiaohua some martial arts I would be able to establish myself. It would be worthy of this fate. Xiaohua, this little brat. He doesn't want to be a good younger brother but insists on being a disciple." Guo Sufei said angrily, "This time he should call me Master's grandmother." Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely. He waved his hand and said, "Mother, please, this. Xiaohua, can I take on a surname in the future? I thought you were talking about me." Mr. Lu rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Then if Xiaohua establishes a sect, wouldn't Ji Xiaohua be the first disciple?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and nodded naturally. "Perhaps." Mr. Lu shook his head with a smile and said, No, Xiaohua, the first one to kowtow was Xiaohua, but the first one you helped up was not him. Then who else?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. However, she immediately thought of Zhang Byron, who raised his hand and said, "Mr. Lu, are you talking about Byron? But Byron is my nephew. If I have the ability I will definitely teach him. As for apprenticeship, there is no need." Mr. Lu shook his head. No, not only Zhang Xiaohua, even Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian, who had been silent all this time, were also puzzled. "Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip, thank you." To vote recommendation and monthly. Chapter 1075. Mr. Lu took a sip of tea and placed the teacup on the table. He stroked his beard and smiled. "Xiaohua, if you were to establish a sect, what would it be called?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I'm slow-witted. I casually mentioned the name Beidou School and used it in the pugilistic world. I don't have any other ideas for now." Yes, the Big Dipper stars in the middle of the night. Once the Big Dipper appears, it will reign supreme. Mr. Lu nodded when he heard this. He said a lot of unfathomable things like Chu Zhigao's mother on Dragon Mountain. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and didn't know how to interrupt. After Mr. Lu finished talking about the benefits of Beidou School, he asked Zhang Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, you think that Byron is your nephew and is related to you by blood. You have the obligation to teach him and pass on the teachings of Beidou School to him. But you have to know that Byron is only your nephew, not your son. He should belong to Xiaolong and Lu Qian, not you, Zhang Xiaohua, and not the Beidou School. Therefore, from this point of view, you did not teach the Big Dipper sect's orthodoxy to him properly. Moreover, this is also very unfair to Xiaohua. Maybe Ji Xiaohua doesn't care, maybe Byron doesn't care, maybe your disciples don't care when you're alive, but when you're gone, when your disciples are gone, what about their descendants? Will they not care about Byron? Also, what about after Byron? Will he take in disciples? What about his disciples? Will he also start another sect? Or in your Beidou School?" As Mr. Lu asked one question after another, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but scratch his head again and again. He had never thought so much, but Mr. Lu's words did sound reasonable. Moreover, since you want to start a sect, of course, rules are the most important. With rules, your sect can follow rules and operate normally. So, the first thing you have to do is not play favoritism and treat your blood relatives as your orthodoxy. You can't teach your martial arts to your nephew without the sect's name. Master. Zhang Byron, who was next to him, muttered, not knowing if he understood. But Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss for words. He thought of the strange situation when Zhang Byron was born. This little thing's future achievements would be incomparable to his. How could he be his master? No buts. Mr. Lu waved his hand and said, "Since you helped Byron up first, Then if you want to take in disciples, then Byron should be your first disciple, which is the first disciple of the sect and not Xiaohua. Xiaohua, do you think what I said is reasonable? Mr. Lu raised his head and said to Xiaohua. Mr. Lu's words are very reasonable. Master did help Byron up first. Byron is still young, but at that time he was still calling Master. Xiaohua said honestly, I don't dare to fight for the title of first disciple with little young Master. Lu Qian didn't know why her father said so much to Zhang Xiaohua, but she couldn't say anything. She could only whisper, Xiaohua, my father's words, if it's inconvenient, don't listen. Your sect is more important. Maybe you don't need to care. Everyone here is related to you, so they won't leak it. Zhang Xiaohua had already made up her mind. She laughed and said, Mr. Lu's words are very reasonable. Although Byron's apprenticeship was a little coincidental, just a little boy playing around, but what is fate? This is fate. If I were to set up a sect, this Beidou school's first disciple would undoubtedly be Byron. Since I can be Zhang Byron's uncle, why can't I be his master? Byron also giggled. He put his little hand on Zhang Xiaohua's face and scratched again and again. Well, after scratching for a while, he was tired and fell asleep in Zhang Xiaohua's arms. Lu Qian took over Zhang Byron. Zhang Xiaolong couldn't help but ask, I heard that all sects have a mountain gate. For example, the Misty School is in Pingyang City's Misty Peak. What about your Beidou school? Where is it? Don't tell me it's in the Guozhuang house. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Big brother, of course it won't be in the Guozhuang house. I already know it in my heart. Let's wait a little longer. After all, I'm still young and my cultivation hasn't reached the peak. I'm afraid I'll delay others. Then he looked at Xiaohua and said, Of course, even if I don't set up a sect, this martial art will still be taught to Ji Xiaohua. Why don't we set it up in Xitui Mountain? I heard that the mountain there is very high. It's easy to defend and hard to attack. Zhang Xiaohua sweated profusely. Big brother, Xitui Mountain's reputation is ruined. How would I dare to go there? I already know it in my heart. Let's wait a few years. If the opportunity doesn't appear, I'll find a better place. Oh right, big brother, let me ask you. In the west of Lu Town, about 100 miles away, is there a mountain range called the Mountain Range? 100 miles. Zhang Xiaolong shook his head. I haven't been that far. Mr. Lu said, that place seems to be called Yao Mountain. I went there when I was young. Why? Do you want to set up your sect there? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. No, I just feel that there's something strange there. Just now when I passed by there. Just now? Everyone was surprised. That's 100 miles, not 10 miles. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, I'm just guessing. I don't know the exact distance. Maybe 200 miles? Yes, the exact distance should be 120 miles. Mr. Lu smiled and nodded. Everyone felt dizzy again. After a long while, Guosufei probed, Xiaohua, your mother has something she doesn't understand. Mother, please speak. Zhang Xiaohua quickly said. Well, mother thinks, isn't your second brother the head of some Misty School? Why don't you join the Misty School? You two brothers can support each other if you're together. Isn't that better? Zhang Xiaohua understood her mother's meaning. She waved her hand and said, I naturally understand mother's words. If the Misty School needs anything or if second brother wants me to do something for the Misty School, of course I won't refuse. But second brother got the inheritance of the Misty School. Naturally he has to work for the Misty School. But I didn't get the inheritance of the Misty School. So, people who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Even if I can't start my own sect, I'm afraid I can't leave this legacy to the Misty School. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Mr. Lu clapped his hands and praised, these words are wonderful. Then he turned to Guosufei and said, In-law, congratulations on giving birth to 2 dragons and phoenixes. Xiaohua and Xiaohu should be outstanding. If they were both in the Misty School, one of them would have to settle down. Although it can't be said that a mountain can't accommodate 2 tigers, the principle is the same. I'm afraid that in the future the 2 brothers will have something to do with each other. Why don't we do as Xiaohua said, each of them can support each other in their future. It's the best of both worlds. Zhang Kai and Guosufei nodded as if they were enlightened. But when Zhang Xiaolong heard his father-in-law praise his 2 brothers, he felt proud but also a little sad. He faintly felt that he was much worse than his brothers. Lu Qian was extremely sensitive. She hugged Byron with one hand and secretly held her husband's hand with the other. Her eyes were full of tenderness. How sensitive were Zhang Xiaohua's senses now. She also felt that something was wrong. Looking at her brother and sister-in-law's love, she couldn't help but think of a dream. If husband and wife had such a mutual understanding, why would they care about helping each other in difficult times? Immediately Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Mr. Lu praising me and my second brother is really a little too much. Maybe it's really like what Mr. Lu said, us two brothers have some achievements. But these may not be the credit of the two of us. For example, my second brother has received the legacy of many seniors in the Misty School. Not to mention the distant ones, the closest ones are sect leader O Zhang Qingyue, Hero Wen, Heroine Shui and Hero Lu. Mr. Lu only sees my second brother's achievements. He may not know the contributions of these seniors in the Misty School. Mr. Lu clapped his hands and said, Xiaohua is right. This old man is wrong. Just say whatever you want. Mr. Lu, please listen. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, as for myself, I have received the legacy of a person called Venerable Fiery Dragon. He was a rogue cultivator and didn't belong to any sect. Even if he had a sect, it would have died out long ago. I just took advantage of it and took it as Venerable Fiery Dragon's contribution. Before Venerable Fiery Dragon, I don't know about it and I can't talk about it. Mr. Lu didn't know what Zhang Xiaohua was referring to, but he felt that what she said was very reasonable. He nodded slightly. So you can't just look at my second brother's and my brother's contributions. You can't look at the contributions of the people behind us. Zhang Xiaohua said and said to Zhang Xiaolong, as for big brother, me? When Zhang Xiaolong heard that it was him, he was stunned. He quickly let go of Lu Qian's hand and asked curiously. That's right, big brother. There's another type of people. They might not be able to succeed from birth, they might not be able to become famous, and they might remain unknown forever, but they exist for the sake of other people's existence. Without them, the people who rely on them will never be able to become famous and succeed. And as long as these people become famous, then those who are destined to be the helpers of others will also become famous. It's just that their names will always be associated with those famous people. Zhang Xiaohua finally smiled and said, Big brother, you are such a person. Your name will definitely become famous along with Byron. Your name will shake the world. Byron? Zhang Xiaolong was surprised and said, after talking for so long, I thought you were talking about you. When you become the head of Beidou School, when people hear that I am Zhang Xiaohua's brother, they will respect me to death. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, it's Zhang Byron Zhang Jian. In the future your name will shake the world because of him. Because you are Zhang Byron's father. Your existence is for the sake of Zhang Byron's rebirth. Maybe. I also exist because of Byron's existence. After listening to Zhang Xiaohua's words, Mr. Lu unconsciously let out a long sigh and said, Xiaohua, what you said is very right. This old man agrees. However, a person is a person after all. Everyone has their own reason for existence. If they live purely for others, it's too dry and boring. No matter if their existence is for themselves or for others, they have to be positive, courageous, and optimistic. Only then will there be true meaning in life. Chapter 1076. How could Zhang Xiaolong not know that his father-in-law was talking about him? He stood up and cupped his hands. Many thanks for father-in-law's guidance. This son-in-law understands. Mr. Lu nodded and said, since Qian'er chose you before, I also find you pleasing to the eye. I don't care if you've studied or if you're from a scholarly family. Now, although you're still a farmer and aren't necessarily wealthier than others, as long as you and Qian'er are happy, why would I care about you? You don't have to feel inferior. What's the point of being a farmer? Mr. Lu's words were very touching. However, when everyone heard not wealthier than others, their faces revealed a strange expression. This expression was so obvious that it could be seen on Ji Xiaohua's face. Mr. Lu couldn't help but feel strange. He said, could it be that I'm wrong? Zhang Xiaolong quickly smiled. Father-in-law is right. This son-in-law will be a farmer in the future. Zhang Xiaohua interrupted, Mr. Lu is right. It's just that this kid thinks big brother doesn't need to be a farmer in the future. Moreover, this Guzhuang house may not be able to stay for long. Mr. Lu was very surprised and said, why is that? Everyone was also curious about Zhang Xiaohua's last sentence. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and a huge chest appeared in the central room, right in front of everyone's eyes. This is... Mr. Lu was extremely shocked. I won't hide it from Mr. Lu. The bandits from Shichui Mountain came last time. It wasn't a groundless accusation. My Zhang family isn't as poor as a church mouse right now. We're not necessarily poorer than others. Then Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and the lid of the chest opened. Wow, Lu Qian and the others all cried out. Zhang Xiaolong was even more surprised. Xiaohua, this doesn't seem to be our family's chest. Mr. Lu looked at the chest full of jewels and was also dumbfounded. Although he was well-read, he also had talent but had no opportunities. How could he have seen so much wealth? After a long while he came back to his senses and sighed, after all, I'm just a mortal. Previously I thought I was noble and virtuous, but now I know that it's because I haven't seen enough money to attract me. Just this chest of gold, silver and jewelry is enough to tempt me. What about these? Zhang Xiaohua seemed like she would not stop until she said something shocking. With a wave of her hand, 3 similarly huge boxes were lined up in a row, all the way to the door. This. As Zhang Xiaohua opened the box, Mr. Lu's hands trembled. Mr. Lu, do you think my Zhang family is an ordinary village family? With all these, how can our Zhang family still stay in the Guozhuang house? My big brother, can he still be an honest farmer? After a long while Mr. Lu finally calmed down. He took a deep breath and drank another cup of tea. He shook his head and said, it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it's hard to go from extravagance to frugality. In-law, it's not that this old man wants to criticize you, but this old man really admires you. With such a large amount of wealth, you can still peacefully live the life of a farmer. Even if this old man doesn't know how to live the life of a farmer, I still don't know how to live the life of a farmer. Zhang Kai said with a simple and honest smile. Even if you don't know, with money there are many things you can do. The details of your life are already different from the villagers of the Guozhuang house. This Guozhuang house can't be lived in anymore. Xiaolong, have you always been dissatisfied with farming? Xiaolong nodded honestly, that's right. I feel that farming is no longer as urgent as it used to be. It doesn't matter whether I farm or not. Then he looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, even when the fields were burned a few times ago, I just casually threw out the jade pieces that Xiaohua gave me. I was too lazy to find a fire sickle. Seeing that Xiaolong was somewhat ashamed, Mr. Lu smiled and said, this is human nature. Before, farming was to make a living. If you don't farm, you can't do it. Working hard is also something you should do. Now that your family has a lot of money, who would farm for themselves? Farming is only for leisure activities. Xiaolong, you don't need to blame yourself. Zhang Xiaohua heard and said, actually, when I gave the money to my family I already thought of this. But seeing that I have so much wealth and father and brother still have to work hard in the fields, I can't bear it, so, Little Blossom, you're just being filial. You can't blame anyone for that. If you have money and still let father and brother work in the fields, then there is a problem. Mr. Lu smiled and said, but now, you are thinking about where to live and how to live. Zhang Xiao's eyes turned and smiled. Not just us, Mr. Lu, don't you want to go with us? Mr. Lu was stunned and immediately became overjoyed. If you are willing, why wouldn't I be happy? Father, look at what you are saying. If you follow us, we can't be happier. Lu Qian had already integrated into the Zhang family. Naturally, she knew that her parents-in-law were very kind and respected her father. Of course, she would hope that her father would go with the Zhang family. Zhang Kai understood at this time and said, in-law, whether we move or not, you have to be with us. These years we have tasted tea together. Feels good. If you are not here in the future, I will also feel lonely. Seeing that Guo Sufei also wanted to speak, Mr. Lu didn't argue. He nodded and said, in-law, even if you don't ask me to stay, I will still stay in your Zhang family. Where can I find such delicious tea in this world? Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei were also happy to hear this. Then they frowned and asked Zhang Xiaohua, Xiaohua, why are we talking about moving again? We have never thought of leaving the Guozhuang house. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Father, Mother, Mr. Lu said it well. Things have changed with the passage of time. Now second brother is the head of the Misty School. Although I haven't achieved it yet, from second brother's point of view, it is extremely inappropriate for you two to stay in the Guozhuang house. Previously, a thief from Shichui Mountain almost hurt you. If the enemies of the Misty School come to find you in the future, won't it be a headache for second brother? So troublesome. Guo Sufei rubbed her forehead with her fingers and said in distress, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have let you go out in the past. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. It seemed that mother was still proud of second brother for becoming the head of the Misty School. Zhang Kai disagreed. If they don't go out, they will still be fighting with the Guozhuang House's old Guozhuang House's land. Zhang Xiaolong also smiled and said, yes, we can't stay in the Guozhuang House, but we can go to Lu Town or Pingyang City. We can go to second brother's Misty School. It is also a good opportunity to practice martial arts. Big brother is right. Maybe second brother has the same idea. Let's wait for him to come back in 2 days. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, I don't know how Xiaohu is now. When will he come back? Guo Sufei muttered. Second brother is busy enjoying being the head of the gang. When he settles the matters of the Misty School, he will definitely come back. Zhang Xiaohua explained for Zhang Xiaohu. At the ethereal heights outside Pingyang City, Zhang Xiaohua imagined that Zhang Xiaohu would be enjoying being the head of the gang. However, he was now a busy mess. During the day, Zhang Xiaohua displayed her invincible prowess by transforming into Pan and killing the deputy chief of the Righteous Alliance's wealthy class and the 4 consecrators. The remaining members of the Righteous Alliance had lost their will to fight and had surrendered early on. They became the captives of the Misty School and quietly waited for the Misty School to deal with them. The young disciples of the Misty School were all at the ethereal heights dealing with the aftermath. The task of capturing the Righteous Alliance members naturally fell on the shoulders of the disciples of the fragrant cult led by Mingqing. After the captives' acupoints were sealed and sent to the dungeons and rooms of the ethereal heights to be guarded, Zhang Xiaohu and Mingqing had different opinions. Zhang Xiaohu thought that this was the territory of the Misty School and should be guarded by the disciples of the Misty School. However, Mingqing thought that it was his subordinates who captured the Righteous Alliance members. Naturally, his subordinates should be guarding them. Furthermore, his subordinates were also disciples of the Misty School. How could they not guard them? Zhang Xiaohu had no way to refute. He also didn't put on the airs of a leader and could only agree. Next was how to deal with the Righteous Alliance members. Zhang Xiaohu had seen the evil deeds of the Righteous Alliance members in the ethereal heights many years ago. Naturally, he wanted to cripple these disciples' martial arts once and for all. His reason was that the Righteous Alliance was about to launch a counterattack. If they were left alive, there would be people left to guard them. Even if they were rescued by the Righteous Alliance, they would still be strong opponents. However, Mingqing objected. He thought that after these Righteous Alliance members were captured, they would definitely become qualified disciples of the Misty School. Even if they couldn't, they should still be escorted back to the fragrant cult and become disciples of the fragrant cult. There was no reason to cripple their martial arts. The two of them couldn't agree. Furthermore, Jing Yishirtai had appointed Mingqing to be in charge of martial arts and killing. These captives should be managed by Mingqing. Zhang Xiaohu could only angrily stay in the meeting hall. He allowed Mingqing and Gao Kunheng to laugh as they went out to deal with the Righteous Alliance captives. I knew it. It's not easy to be the leader of the Misty School. Beside him, Chin Chin said softly, Senior, if you're not happy with it, let Martial Uncle Wen take over. What are you talking about? Chong Gu scolded from the side. Little Tiger is inexperienced. Mingqing and Gao Kunheng can only be Little Tiger's whetstone. In 1 year or 3 years, Little Tiger will definitely stand out and take control of the Misty School. Seeing Chong Gu so confident, Zhang Xiaohu shook his head slightly. Chong Gu, the Misty School is now the puppet of the fragrant cult. I'm the puppet of the puppets. Even if I want to fight with the fragrant cult, I don't have the capital. Capital? Chong Gu rolled his eyes and smiled. Martial Uncle Li, Martial Uncle Lu and Martial Uncle Wen aren't your capital? Ren Jingyi is a sly old fox. She definitely didn't expect you to have these trump cards, right? Moreover, didn't Martial Uncle who also bring some Misty School members outside? When they get the news and return to the Misty School, won't our power be even stronger? Won't you have more trump cards? But the problem is, how do Martial Uncle Li and the others compare to Martial Uncle Jingyi and the others? Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. You saw it today. We had the upper hand at first, but when the 5 from the Righteous Alliance appeared, we immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. If not for the help of the immortals, the outcome would have been completely different. Chapter 1077. Of course I know that. Chang'e blinked and smiled. But, don't you still have the most powerful trump card? Xiaohua. The corners of Zhang Xiaohu's mouth curled into a smile. Although he's powerful and given enough time he might be able to defeat Abbess Jingyi, but he's still young. He's only been practicing martial arts for 5 years. If we only rely on him I'm afraid it won't work. Xiaohu, did you really not realize? Chang'e couldn't help asking. Realize? Zhang Xiaohu looked up at the sky outside the meeting hall and said in a low voice, I'm just guessing. I don't dare to associate Xiaohua with that immortal. Chen also said in a low voice, yes, senior sister. Although that immortal can fly and so can Zhang Xiaohua, but the two of them don't look like each other and there's a huge difference in their height. I've heard of the art of disguise in the martial arts world, but I've never heard of it being able to change a person's height. But he's an immortal after all. Does he have any supernatural powers that we don't know about? Chang'e asked tentatively. If Xiaohua has such supernatural powers, there's no reason why Nun Jingyi can't. Zhang Xiaohu shook his head. I've never heard of Nun Jingyi being able to change her appearance. Senior brother, senior sister, don't make wild guesses. When you see Zhang Xiaohua, why don't you just ask her directly? Chen smiled. By the way, senior brother, I heard that your home is not far from Pingyang City? Is Zhang Xiaohua at home now? Let's go and see. With that her face was slightly flushed. How could Zhang Xiaohu not know Chen's thoughts? He smiled bitterly. I haven't been back for many years. I really want to see my father and mother, but look at the Misty School now. There are so many things waiting to be done. As the leader, how can I leave? Moreover, Grandmaster Li, Grandmaster Lu, Miss O, my master, and Uncle Shui are coming back. How can I leave? Speaking of this, he asked again, Chang'e, when will Master and the others arrive? Chang'e thought for a moment and said, soon, probably in 7 or 8 days. Chen, on the other hand, was dejected. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a burst of noise outside. An extremely pleasant voice shouted, Faction Leader Zhang, you must seek justice for the disciples of my Mingtue clan. Zhang Xiaohu frowned and looked up. He saw Auntie Qin charging in angrily, followed by Du Feng and Ding Chao. Behind her were Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng, whose expressions were strange. They exchanged glances as they walked in. Hall Master Qin, why are you so angry? Zhang Xiaohu looked at Aunt Qin sitting on the chair and asked curiously, Vice Gang Leader Ming and Vice Gang Leader Gao just went out. You can ask them. Hall Master Qin said bluntly. Zhang Xiaohu looked at the angry Aunt Qin and frowned slightly. He could only turn his head to look at Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng. Deputy Sect Masters, why are you doing this? Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng looked at each other and said in unison, since Hall Master Qin complained, it's better for her to say it. Instantly Zhang Xiaohu's face was as cold as frost. He said in a low voice, could it be that no one has told me what happened? Aunt Qin was a little regretful. Zhang Xiaohu was a disciple of the Misty School after all. She had made things difficult for him by throwing a tantrum. However, at this point she could only give Du Feng a look. Du Feng ignored her and stood up. He cupped his hands and said, reporting to Faction Leader Zhang, it's like this. Then Du Feng recounted everything that had happened in detail. It turned out that after capturing the disciples of the Righteous Alliance, some of the disciples of the Fragrance Cult had sealed their acupoints one by one and escorted them to dungeons or rooms. Most of the disciples of the Fragrance Cult had eaten their fill and rested. However, Misty Mountain Villa was the base of the Misty School. Although there were many disciples of the Fragrance Cult, they weren't familiar with Misty Mountain Villa. On the way to attack, they had only paid attention to their whereabouts and talked about the key points of the attack. As for where they could rest and where they couldn't, they didn't mention it clearly. After a life-and-death battle, the disciples of the Fragrance Cult had finally escaped and survived. Some of the disciples couldn't help but sigh. When they were eating and drinking, they drank a little too much. Wine is a matchmaker. Wine strengthens one's courage. These old sayings were true. When the disciples of the Fragrance Cult drank too much, it was inevitable that they would become restless. Therefore, these disciples couldn't help but be a little rude to the female disciples of the Misty School's Mingtue Hall. This was a small matter. When Aunt Qin heard the disciples' report, she could only suppress her anger in her heart. She only ordered her disciples to hide far away and rest early. However, when night fell, one of the fragrance cult disciples drank too much and couldn't find his way back. He wandered around and happened to meet a female disciple of the Mingtue Hall. The fragrance cult disciple had eaten a leopard's guts. In an instant he had evil thoughts and reached out to seal the female disciple's acupoints. The female disciple was caught off guard. Secondly, her martial arts weren't good enough to begin with. She was restrained in an instant and didn't even have the chance to scream. Fortunately, when the female disciple was turned into a little white sheep and was about to be ravaged, she bumped into a misty school disciple. That disciple immediately shouted and went forward to stop him. The fragrance cult disciple flew into a rage out of humiliation and wanted to kill the misty school disciple. However, when he severely injured the misty school disciple, the misty school disciples who heard the cries from afar had already arrived. The fragrance cult disciple wanted to resist stubbornly, but there were too many of them and he was about to be captured. However, at this moment not only did the misty school disciples hear the cries, the fragrance cult disciples also arrived. When they saw the situation, they didn't say anything and first rescued the fragrance cult disciple and even injured a few of the misty school disciples. When Aunt Chin heard this, she was naturally furious. She immediately went out to look for them. However, she couldn't find them. Coincidentally, she bumped into Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng and asked them for them. The two of them didn't know the reason, and when they asked someone else, they could only refuse. In a fit of anger, Aunt Chin dragged the two of them to the discussion hall. After hearing Du Feng's words, Zhang Xiaohu's eyes were spitting fire. He thought about what Chen Jian had done to him in the past. Wasn't he also plotting against Chang'e? The female disciples of Mingtue Hall were his senior and junior sisters. They were no different from Chang'e and Chen Chen. What was the difference between them being humiliated by the disciples of the fragrant cult and him being humiliated? It was no wonder that Aunt Chin was angry. Even Chang'e and Chen Chen, who were next to him, looked angry. Deputy faction leader Ming, is what Du Feng said true? Zhang Xiaohu asked coldly. Ming Qing was a little embarrassed, but he still nodded and said, yes, faction leader Zhang, it is true. Then where is that disciple? What's his name? Has he been captured? This. Reporting to faction leader Zhang, that disciple's name is Wang Dong. Because he is drunk, he has fallen asleep. I have already sent someone to watch over him. Bang. Zhang Xiaohu slapped the armrest of the chair and said angrily, Wang Dong committed such a crime and can still sleep peacefully. How can this be? Deputy faction leader Ming, why aren't you arresting him? Ming Qing frowned and said, faction leader Zhang, please calm down. Wang Dong did commit a crime, but he was drunk and did not commit any serious crimes. Moreover, Wang Dong is a meritorious person of the Misty School. He has just captured the disciples of the Righteous Alliance. If we punish him now, I'm afraid, won't it hurt the hearts of the disciples of the fragrant cult? Zhang Xiaohu heard and said coldly, then what does deputy faction leader Ming mean? Ming Qing thought for a moment and said, I've only just heard the whole story. This is just my first thought. If there's anything wrong, please advise me, sect leader Zhang. Tell me. Zhang Xiaohu was expressionless. Yes. Reporting to faction leader Zhang, I think Wang Dong has committed a crime. Although he was drunk, considering that he is a meritorious person of the Misty School, can we atone for his crime? Can we first give him a few dozen strokes to offset his punishment? Zhang Xiaohu bit his lip and did not express his opinion. He continued to ask, anything else? I think that although Wang Dong did not ruin the reputation of the female disciple, her reputation is still worrisome. In the future, the female disciple will not be able to meet anyone. Why don't we turn a bad thing into a good thing and persuade the female disciple to marry Wang Dong? What do you think, faction leader Zhang Xiaohu? Ming Qing's eyes flashed as he looked at Zhang Xiaohu. That's a one-sided idea. Zhang Xiaohu was so angry that he laughed and said, I'd like to ask deputy faction leader Ming what the first rule of the fragrant cult is. Those who betray their hearts will be killed. Ming Qing said without hesitation, however, this is not the fragrant cult. Moreover, Wang Dong did not betray the female disciple. Faction leader Zhang, don't be mistaken. Of course I'm not mistaken. However, the fourth rule of the Misty School also states that those who take liberties with female disciples will be killed. I wonder if deputy faction leader Ming knows? Zhang Xiaohu said coldly. Ming Qing rolled his eyes and said with a smile, I'm slow-witted. I just entered Ethereal Heights today. Is there such a rule? I really don't know. Then I'll tell you now. Do you know? Of course I know, Ming Qing said innocently. Ming Qing said innocently, but I only just found out. I reckon Wang Dong himself still doesn't know. Deputy Faction Leader Ming, do you mean that those who don't know can't be blamed? Zhang Xiaohu asked. That's not what I meant. Faction Leader Zhang, don't make wild guesses. I just think that although Wang Dong made a mistake, it didn't cause any consequences. Moreover, he really doesn't know this rule. Please think carefully. Don't disappoint our brothers and say that Faction Leader Zhang is using a chicken feather as a token of authority. You? Zhang Xiaohu was furious and stood up. Gao Kunheng saw this and immediately stood up. He cupped his hands and said, Faction Leader Zhang, please calm down. Please listen to my opinion. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohu took a deep breath and nodded. Go ahead. I think that we focused on attacking Ethereal Heights today and ignored the announcement of the faction's rules. This caused some of the new Misty School disciples to be at a loss and think that there are no rules to restrict them. I reckon Wang Dong is like that. Therefore we can't put all the blame on Wang Dong. As faction leaders, you, I and Deputy Faction Leader Ming also have some responsibility. Therefore I think that from now on, we should restore the Misty School's commandment hall and explain the faction's rules and commandments to the Misty School disciples, especially the new ones. As for the previous ones, I'm a little inclined to Deputy Faction Leader Ming's opinion. We haven't restored the faction's rules yet. Of course, we can't use the current faction's rules to restrict and punish the Misty School disciples who made mistakes in the past. Don't you think so? Faction Leader Zhang? Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to cast a recommendation vote or monthly vote. Chapter 1078. Zhang Xiaohu nodded slightly and turned to Ding Chao. Ding Chao, you're an old member of Ethereal Sect. I'm sure you're familiar with Ethereal Sect's rules. Now that there are many things waiting to be done, it's time for you to contribute to our sect. I hereby appoint you as the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. You will be in charge of all law enforcement matters in the Misty School. Ding Chao was overjoyed. He bowed and said, I will do my best to revitalize the Misty School. When Zhang Xiaohu heard that, he waved his hand and said, You are still young and do not have the experience of being a Hall Master. Therefore I will appoint you as the Vice Hall Master first. Pick out some of the outstanding martial arts from the Ethereal Sect disciples and those who are upright. When the time is right, I will naturally appoint you as the Hall Master. Ding Chao thanked him and said, My virtue is shallow. I am grateful to be valued by Grand Faction Leader Zhang. How could I dare to ask for more? Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng looked at each other and felt a little regretful. On the way to the Ethereal Mountain Villa, Zhang Xiaohu had already vaguely mentioned to them that he wanted to establish the various halls of the Ethereal Sect. This was an important moment for the Ethereal Sect to rearrange. Of course, the two of them had some plans in their hearts. Therefore, they had been shirking their responsibilities and wanted to wait until they had taken down the Ethereal Mountain Villa before discussing it. Who knew that such a thing would happen? Now that Zhang Xiaohu had appointed Ding Chao as the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, it was a matter of course. Zhang Xiaohu glanced at the two of them and turned to Du Feng and said, Junior Du, when we were at Shixing Peak, you always worked hard without complaint. You did your best to deal with the various halls of the Misty School and earned a lot of benefits for the Misty School. Now that the Misty School is being rebuilt, the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall is suitable for Junior Du. Would Junior Du be willing to share my burden? Without waiting for Du Feng to speak, Gao Kunheng hurriedly said, Grand Faction Leader Zhang, you can't. The corner of Zhang Xiaohu's eyes twitched. He smiled and said, Deputy Gang Leader Feng, why not? Gao Kunheng thought for a moment and glanced at Ming Qing. He cupped his hands and said, Sect Leader, the revival of our Misty School is all thanks to the disciples of Wuming Hall of Incense Cult. If Sect Leader Zhang only rewards the disciples of Misty School, it will inevitably cause dissatisfaction among the people. They will say that Sect Leader Zhang favors one over the other. I'm afraid it will be detrimental to the development of Misty School in the future. Anything else? Zhang Xiaohu asked calmly. Gao Kunheng shook his head. Yes, Deputy Gang Leader Ming and Deputy Gang Leader Feng. Today's conflict between the disciples of the two sects shows that the sect's rules and communication are lacking. I appointed Ding Chao to establish new rules, and appointed Du Feng to establish effective communication between the disciples of the two sections. This will reduce friction and eliminate prejudice. Don't you think it's very appropriate? Without waiting for the two to speak, Zhang Xiaohu continued. Moreover, Du Feng and Ding Chao are the ethereal twins of Misty School. If I only appointed Ding Chao and not Du Feng, wouldn't the disciples of Misty School say that I'm unfair? Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng's noses were almost crooked from anger. Zhang Xiaohu repeatedly said that he was afraid that the disciples of Misty School would say that he was unfair. But Zhang Xiaohu did not mention a single word about the unfair that the two had just mentioned. Moreover, the Divine Mechanics Hall has the function of gathering information and transmitting information. If I don't establish the Divine Mechanics Hall in time, how will my Misty School establish contact with the other Misty School disciples? How will they return to Ethereal Mountain Villa? If I don't establish the Divine Mechanics Hall in time, how will I gather information about the alliance of righteous sects and guard against their invasion? But my Wuming Hall disciples also have outstanding people who can take up the position of Deputy Hall Master of the Divine Mechanics Hall. Ming Qing could not help but argue. Yes, of course there are elites in Wuming Hall, but didn't Deputy Gang Leader Ming just say that? The disciples of Wuming Hall have just entered Misty School and are not familiar with the Misty School. If I rashly promote these disciples who are not familiar with the Misty School to the upper echelons of the Misty School, not only will it be irresponsible to my Misty School, but it will also be irresponsible to those elite disciples. Ming Qing was at a loss for words. Alright, this matter is settled. If Wuming Hall, oh no, Misty School's new disciples are extremely outstanding, you can recommend them at any time. Of course, I will make an exception for them. Thank you, Gang Leader Zhang. Du Feng was also happy. He bowed and said, I will definitely work hard for Misty School until my death. Misty School's twin beauties. Each of you has your own achievements. This is all due to your own efforts. You don't have to thank me. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand. Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng's expressions were uncertain, but they endured it. After all, the two halls only had deputy hall masters. The hall masters had not been decided yet, so it was hard to say who would be in charge. Alright. Now that all the miscellaneous matters have been dealt with, let's talk about Wang Dong. Wang Dong. Ming Qing was stunned and almost blurted out. He thought that what Zhang Xiaohu said just now was to let Wang Dong go, but who knew? The matter was not over yet. What else do you have to say about Wang Dong? I will listen to gang leader's teachings. Ming Qing said coldly. Deputy Hall Master Ming said it well. If I punish Wang Dong, I will hurt the hearts of the Wuming Hall disciples. But have you thought about it? If I don't punish Wang Dong, how can I face the Misty School disciples? Won't I hurt the hearts of the Misty School disciples even more? Do you think I can still sit in the position of Misty Sect's sect master? Zhang Xiaohu's words were heavier and louder than the previous. By the time he was done, apart from Gao Kunheng and Ming Qing, all the other ethereal sect disciples were so excited that they almost clapped and cheered. Ming Qing glanced at Zhang Xiaohu and then at Gao Kunheng. He clenched his teeth and shook his head. Wang Dong was a Wuming Hall disciple previously. Our leader gave him to me. I don't dare to let others judge him. Zhang Xiaohu laughed. Is Wang Dong a Wuming Hall disciple or a Misty School disciple now? Of course he is a Misty School disciple. Ming Qing hesitated but still nodded. I am the Misty School's gang leader. Do I have the authority to punish Wang Dong, a Misty School disciple? Zhang Xiaohu asked immediately. Of course you can. But Ming Qing wanted to continue but was interrupted by Zhang Xiaohu. There are no buts. Even if Wang Dong was wronged, I can still punish him. Ming Qing's eyes narrowed. He thought for a while and said coldly, of course gang leader Zhang can punish him, but if gang leader Zhang doesn't punish him properly, I have the authority to stop the law enforcement hall. Let's see who dares to be arrogant in front of me. Zhang Xiaohu frowned as well. After deciphering Ming Qing's meaning, he retorted, Vice Sect Master Ming, are you implying that if the disciples of the Hall of Justice execute my orders, You're going to bring out your status as ethereal sex vice sect master to stop them? I'm only saying, if the punishment is unfair. Ming Qing didn't back down. Deputy Gang Leader Ming is the Misty School's deputy gang leader. Of course you can bully others and make the law enforcement hall not dare to do anything. But what if I do it myself? Zhang Xiaohu's eyes narrowed as well. He stared at Ming Qing. Ming Qing was secretly happy. He glanced at Gao Kunheng and said with a smile, since gang leader Zhang said that I'm bullying others by stopping the law enforcement hall, the law enforcement hall won't dare to overstep their boundaries. If gang leader Zhang does it yourself, that's even more bullying. Of course I won't dare to overstep my boundaries. But, does gang leader Zhang really want to do it himself? Gao Kunheng said worriedly, Wang Dong is a disciple of the Wuming Hall and his martial arts are very good. If gang leader Zhang brings people there, it's inevitable that the original Wuming Hall will have a common enemy. It's not good for the harmony between the two factions. But, if gang leader Zhang goes there alone, if Wang Dong is driven to desperation and hurts gang leader Zhang, we will be letting down Sir Leader Zhang's trust. Zhang Xiaohu looked up and laughed. A real man has things to do and things not to do. Since I'm the Misty School's deputy gang leader, there are some things that I have to do. If I can't even get revenge for the humiliation of Mingtue Hall's junior sister and have to give her away, I might as well die in front of the Misty School's disciples and give them a proper image. And isn't this what some people want? As soon as he said this, everyone in the hall was shocked. Chang'e and Qin Chen's faces were full of panic. But this was the meeting hall. There was no place for them to speak. They could only watch anxiously, their hearts aching silently. Aunt Qin, Du Feng and Ding Chao were all shocked. They immediately wanted to say, Deputy Gang Leader, please reconsider. But just as they reached their mouths, they swallowed their words. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohu's aura was at its peak. Their words would be a blow to the Misty School's aura. Good Ming Qing was very agreeable when he heard this. Even Gao Kunheng, who was beside him, smiled. Ming Qing clapped his hands and said, I didn't expect Deputy Gang Leader Zhang to be such a hot-blooded man. I really admire you. If Deputy Gang Leader Zhang makes a move, I definitely won't dare to stop you. Moreover, I'll definitely restrain the disciples of Wuming Hall to protect Deputy Gang Leader Zhang's dignity. It's just that. Wang Dong is drunk. If we let Deputy Gang Leader Zhang go now, first, we won't be able to show Deputy Gang Leader Zhang's bravery. Second, we won't be able to give Wang Dong a fair chance. This is quite difficult. Even now, Gao Kunheng didn't forget to add insult to injury. No matter. Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand. 7 days later I'll personally punish Wang Dong. 7 days. Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng were stunned. Then they nodded. We'll follow Deputy Gang Leader's orders. I'm sure Wang Dong will have sobered up in 7 days. Ignoring their sarcasm, Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand and said, You can leave first. I still have things to discuss with the 2 newly appointed Deputy Hall Masters. Yes. Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng were very pleased with themselves. They bowed and were about to leave when Zhang Xiaohu said, Oh, also, I'll be in seclusion to cultivate in these 7 days. I'll need the 2 deputy gang leaders to take care of the matters in the gang. Don't let this hard-won victory go down the drain. Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng didn't understand what Zhang Xiaohu meant, but they still nodded. Chapter 1079. After Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng had walked far away, the anxious Chang'e and Qin Chen were at a loss for words. Their brows were furrowed and their eyes were filled with worry. Madame Qin looked at Zhang Xiaohu for a while and sighed. Master Zhang, actually, it doesn't have to be like this. Why do you have to sacrifice your life? Madame Qin's attitude towards Zhang Xiaohu was obvious. If it weren't for Chang'e, she wouldn't have cared about Zhang Xiaohu at all. As for Zhang Xiaohu becoming the master of Misty School, she felt even more uncomfortable. Madame Qin knew that she could at most be a deputy master of Misty School, but Li Jian and the others' martial arts had been destroyed. When Wen Hai and the others' martial arts had also been destroyed, she was still the deputy master of Misty School. When Misty School was re-established, he was still the master of Mingtue Hall and didn't advance any further. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaohu was just a villager. He was only accepted as a disciple by Wen Hai and became the chief disciple of Misty School by chance. Now he could become her master. She couldn't help but feel uncomfortable with such a change in status. Therefore, from Shirxing Peak to Misty Heights, Madame Qin and Zhang Xiaohu spoke no more than 10 sentences. She also intended to tell Zhang Xiaohu about today's matter and see how Zhang Xiaohu would deal with it. Madame Qin expected that Zhang Xiaohu would either settle things peacefully and have a good discussion with Ming Qing so that Ming Qing would compromise, or he would use Nun Jingyi to pressure Ming Qing with his status as the master of Misty School and force Ming Qing to compromise. But no matter what, even if the final outcome was not as severe as Gao Kunheng's, Wang Dong would definitely not be severely punished. The only one who was hurt was the female disciple from Mingtue Hall, as well as a few innocent Misty School disciples who were hurt. This was because in Aunt Qin's heart the Misty School's disciples were the weaker party. While the Fragrance Cult's disciples were the strongest, Zhang Xiaohu had to rely on the Fragrance Cult's disciples to maintain his position as the leader of the Misty School, and abandon the Misty School's disciples. Wasn't this Nun Jingyi's wishful thinking? However, the current situation was definitely out of Aunt Qin's expectations. Even Du Feng and Ding Chao had a whole new level of respect for Zhang Xiaohu. The two of them knew that if they were the ones handling it, it would definitely not be like this. Therefore, Aunt Qin was completely convinced when she addressed him as Leader Zhang. She even changed the way she addressed him to you. Zhang Xiaohu looked at Aunt Qin, then at Du Feng and Ding Chao. He waved his hand and laughed heartily. I am indebted to my fellow junior brothers and martial uncles for thinking so highly of me and making me the chief disciple of the Misty School. How could I not work hard for the Misty School? Actually, in my heart, being the chief disciple of the Misty School is more important than being the leader of the Misty School that Nun Jingyi of the Incense Cult gave me. There is a saying in my hometown, if an official doesn't make decisions for the people, it's better to go home and sell sweet potatoes. It's perfectly said. If I can't be the chief disciple and make decisions for the Misty School's disciples, how could I still have the face to sit on the chair of the Misty School's gang leader? Aunt Qin, Du Feng and Ding Chao's faces turned cold. They all stood up and bowed. Leader Zhang is righteous and righteous. We understand. In the future we will follow Leader Zhang's lead and revitalize the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohu nodded. He stood up and also saluted. Revitalizing the Misty School is not a matter of time. In the future I will need everyone's cooperation. Only then will we be able to restore the glory of our Misty School as a great immortal sect. Then he said, I will be leaving Misty Mountain Villa in a while. If anything happens in the sect, I will need the three of you to take care of it. Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng, of course, they will also take care of the sect's affairs. However, there are many things in our Misty School that we have to take care of ourselves. However, I estimate that after what happened just now, there won't be any changes in the next 7 days. As for the Alliance of Righteous Tao, they won't have much of a reaction in the short term either. Leader Zhang, this is... Aunt Qin tried to probe. Nothing else. Zhang Xiaohu didn't want to say more. If they ask, just say that I went into seclusion. Yes. Aunt Qin said respectfully. Then Aunt Qin, Du Feng and Ding Chao all turned around and left the meeting hall. After everyone left, Changgu said faintly, Xiaohu, even if we can't sit on the position of the Misty School's leader, we can just not sit on it. Why should we put our lives on the line? Although your martial arts improve by leaps and bounds compared to the disciples of Wuming Hall, there is still a big gap. At this time next year I won't dissuade you, but now, why do you have to do this? Qin Qin didn't speak, but her big eyes showed her mood. She looked at Zhang Xiaohu without blinking, with both longing and love. Sai Changgu, I know what you mean. However, do you think that if tonight's matter wasn't like this, what better way do I have? Suppress Ming Qing and capture Wang Dong? Or did he forcefully suppress Auntie Qin and make this matter disappear? Changgu shook her head slightly. Both were impossible. Maybe let Du Feng and Ding Chao do it for you? Qin Qin bit her lips and said hesitantly, Pa, forget it. Let's not talk about it. Since things have come to this and I have made a decision, let's leave it to fate. Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand and said with a smile, Now, the two of you, are you willing to go back to the Guozhuang house with me? Although Zhang Xiaohu's voice was very light, in the ears of Changgu and Qin Qin, it was like thunder in the clear sky. Changgu and Qin Qin immediately blushed. Qin Qin was even more surprised. She peeped at Changgu and murmured, It's right for senior brother to go back with senior sister Changgu. Why should I go? Changgu was first embarrassed and then she realized. The red tide on her face disappeared and she even turned pale. She had always wanted to hear Zhang Xiaohu say this. Even when she asked Zhang Xiaohu tentatively just now, Zhang Xiaohu said that he was busy with the gang and it was inappropriate for him to go back now. But in a moment, Zhang Xiaohu changed his mind and said that he would take them back to the Guozhuang house. Well, it was them, not only her but also Changgu. What did it mean? Changgu clenched her fists, bit her lips and said with a sad smile, "Of course, as long as Mr. Zhang wants, I will never refuse." Senior sister? Qin Qin heard the farewell in Chang Ji's words and was stunned. She looked up and saw Chang Ji's sad eyes. Her heart tightened. Changgu glanced at Zhang Xiaohu and then at Qin Qin. She reached out and held Qin Qin's little hand. She pursed her lips and said, "Little Qin Qin, now, you have grown up. I know your feelings for Xiaohu, but who is willing to share their lover with others? Although you grew up with me, but I also feel a little uncomfortable." Then she looked at Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Xiaohu has me in his heart and seems to have feelings for you. To be honest, I didn't want to agree so easily. It's just that, since my dear Zhang is willing to sacrifice his life for the sake of the ethereal sect, how can I reject this little thought of his?" Senior sister. Qin Chen's face was hot, but she was stunned when she heard the last part. "Let's go, Qin Chen. It's the same as when Mr. Zhang and I went to the Guozhuang house. Maybe we won't have a good ending, but we can see Mr. Zhang's parents. Don't blame us for knowing Mr. Zhang." Qin Chen finally understood. It turned out that this trip to the Guozhuang house was a farewell. Her heart ached and tears almost fell from her eyes. She murmured, "Is there no other way?" "No." Zhang Xiaohu forced a smile and said, "In 7 days Grandmaster Li and the others will be back. Master will also be there. How can there not be a good way? We're just going back to the Guozhuang house. I haven't been back for several years and I always see my mother in my dreams. I'm anxious to go back and see her." Changgu knew that this matter could not be settled peacefully, so she comforted Qin Qin. "If Mr. Zhang says it's okay, then it's okay. If little Qin Qin doesn't want to go to the Guozhuang house, Mr. Zhang and I won't force you." "Senior sister," Qin Qin said strangely, When did I say that I won't go with senior brother?" As she spoke, her face turned red again. At night, 3 black shadows used lightness skill to jump out of the Misty Mountain Villa. Because it was the first day of taking over the Misty Mountain Villa, the disciples of the Misty School did not set up a very strict defense, so no one knew. 2 days later, in the Guozhuang house, Zhang Xiaohua was playing with Zhang Byron at the entrance of the village. Beside them were Ji Xiaohua, Xiaohei and Xiaohuang. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and looked in the direction of Lu Town. She smiled and said, "They came so fast. I thought it would take at least half a month." Then she said to Ji Xiaohua, "Apprentice, go with you? Forget it. Tell my mother to quickly prepare pancakes and shrimp rolls." Ji Xiaohua was stunned, but she did not dare to ask more. She just nodded and said, "Yes, master." Then she turned around and entered the village. Seeing Ji Xiaohua go back obediently, Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, It feels good to be a master." "Master, master, master," Zhang Byron next to her heard and also raised his head and shouted. "Yes, yes, yes," Zhang Xiaohua responded several times and said angrily, "You call me every day. How can I not answer? I am the first disciple of Beidou school." "Xiaohua. Xiaohua." A series of voices came from the entrance of the village. "What's the matter, mother?" "Mother." Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and answered with a smile. "Do you want to eat pancakes and shrimp rolls or?" Guo Fei said with uncertainty. "Ahem, mother. When did you know that I like to eat pancakes and shrimp rolls?" Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose and said, "That is second brother's strong suit." "Your second brother is back?" Guo Fei confirmed her guess and said with surprise, "Where is he?" "Then he will probably be back around noon." Noon?" Guo Fei looked at the sky and could not believe it. "Apprentice, quickly go to the river and catch some shrimp. When your martial uncle comes back, have a drink with him. Oh right, catch 2 loaches too. Your martial uncle also brought 2 mistresses. Loaches are very good at nourishing yin and strengthening yang energy." "Yes, master." Ji Xiaohua answered honestly and walked towards the river at the entrance of the village in a serious manner. "What? There are 2 more girls. Guosufei could not hold back and did not care about what Zhang Xiaohua said. She muttered and quickly turned around. Please vote, please vote. Chapter 1080. Seeing the outline of the Guozhuang house in the distance, Zhang Xiaohu's eyes were a little hot. When he left the Guozhuang house several years ago, he was full of regret. He hated that he couldn't protect his younger brother and let his parents worry about him. At that time, he just wanted to get the news of his younger brother as soon as possible and didn't think too much. However, in the blink of an eye, several years had passed. There was news of his younger brother and he was probably at home now. As for himself, although he had a certain position, but this position was mostly a puppet. Moreover, he returned home at such a helpless time. Mr. Zhang? Is that the Guozhuang house in front? Since leaving the ethereal heights, Chang'e no longer called Zhang Xiaohu Jr. brother. She didn't even call him Xiaohu. She only called him Mr. Zhang. How could Zhang Xiaohu not know the determination behind Chang'e's name? He felt sweet and painful in his heart. Well, yes, that's the Guozhuang house, the place where I was born and raised. Zhang Xiaohu murmured. It looks very ordinary, senior brother. Qin was embarrassed to call him Mr. Zhang, so she had to call him senior brother. However, Chang'e also knew her thoughts. It was no different from Chang'e's own decision. The mountain is famous not because of its height but because of its immortal. The water is famous not because of its depth but because of its dragon. Chang'e said with a smile, this Guozhuang house will be famous in the world in the future. Zhang Xiaohu looked at the two women with a smile and said, if so, you will also be regarded as immortals. Chang'e's face was a little pale but she also smiled. Only Qin was puzzled. She looked up at the Guozhuang house in the distance. Zhang Xiaohu thought he would bring a surprise to his family in the Guozhuang house. However, before he went down the official road, he saw his father, mother, elder brother and sister-in-law, and his mysterious younger brother holding a child he had never seen before. They came out of the village entrance of the Guozhuang house. Zhang Xiaohu was shocked and looked back at Chang'e and Qin. They got off their horses and ran to the front of the crowd with their lightness skills. Looking at his mother who was dressed up and his father who was dressed in new clothes, Zhang Xiaohu blurted out, Mother, which family are you going to have a wedding banquet? Zhang Xiaohu laughed first. He stepped forward, hugged Zhang Xiaohu and said, You are really back. Mother mentioned it just now, I thought it was a joke. Zhang Xiaohu also hugged his elder brother who was thinner and weaker than him. He was more surprised than the reunion. He asked curiously, You are here to pick up us? Yes, Zhang Xiaolong let go of Zhang Xiaohu and pulled his new clothes. He said, I heard that you brought two sisters-in-law back. Your sister-in-law insisted that I wear new clothes. She said it was the first time they came here. Ahem, Lu Qian next to him coughed twice. Zhang Xiaolong quickly stopped talking. Mother, father, I am back. Zhang Xiaohu looked at Guosufei and Zhang Kai and said. His eyes were hot and he quickly bowed to them to hide the tears in his eyes. Son, Guosufei had already received the news that Zhang Xiaohu was coming back. She thought she was prepared and would not cry. However, when she saw her son who she had not seen for years and thought had died, she still could not control herself. She held Zhang Xiaohu's hand and burst into tears. Son's mother, Zhang Kai next to them carried Guosufei on his shoulder and pointed his chin at the two women behind Zhang Xiaohu who were blushing. Guosufei suddenly understood and quickly wiped the tears in her eyes and face with her sleeves. She put on a smile and said, Xiaohu, these two. Before Zhang Xiaohu introduced them, Chang'e came forward and bowed to them. She said, Mother. Ah? Zhang Xiaohu stared in shock. He knew that Chang'e had already made up her mind, but he still felt a bit of a fluke in his heart. He wanted to use the next few days to console her, but now that she was calling her mother, how could Chang'e possibly have a way out? He was deeply moved. Hearing Chang'e call her mother, Qin blushed and said in a voice as low as an ant's, Mother. Guosufei was stunned at first and then she was overjoyed. She looked at the two women's abdomens. Mother. Zhang Xiaohu was very perceptive. He called out, You are. In fact, not only Guosufei but also Lu Qian had the same idea. In the countryside, the most important thing was the etiquette. If there were no etiquette, how could she directly call her mother? Chang'e and Qin were people in Jianghu, so they probably did not know these things. Seeing Guosufei like this, They were quite panicked and afraid that they would forget some etiquette. They looked at their sweetheart and secretly asked for help. What could Zhang Xiaohu say? However, Zhang Xiaohua next to him snickered and said, "Mother, the disciples of the Misty School have been in ethereal heights since childhood and don't know the rules of our countryside. If you propose marriage, I'm afraid you have to ask Aunt Qin, the master of Mingtue Hall in ethereal heights." Then he said to the two women, "If you want to call her mother, I'm afraid you have to wait until we get married. Do you want to call her mother now? Isn't it too early?" Chang'e and Qinchin blushed even more. Chang'e looked at them and went forward to salute Zhang Kai, saying, "Father." Qinchen's face was so red that it was about to drip water, but she still called him. Zhang Kai was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He raised his hands and said, "Get up, get up." Then he took something out of his sleeve. However, after a long time he took nothing out. He didn't expect that the two daughters-in-law called him at the first meeting. How could they prepare a gift? Zhang Xiaohua was still the quick-witted one. She stretched out her hand and stuffed the copy of like water into her father's hands. She smiled and said, "Father, this is our Zhang family's betrothal gift. You can't be stingy." Zhang Kai took the secret manual that Zhang Xiaohua handed over and hesitated. He thought to himself, "I already told you not to be stingy. Why are you still giving me that lousy book? Don't you have a lot of gold, silver and jewels? Can't you take out a box?" But his hand had already reached there, so he had to give it to them and said embarrassedly, "You too." Well, at this moment, everyone realized that the two women hadn't introduced their names. Even Zhang Xiaohua only said that there were two female disciples and didn't mention their names. Zhang Xiaohua immediately said with a smile, "Father, the one in front of you is beautiful but virtuous. She looks serious. She is my eldest sister-in-law, Chang'e. The one behind her is very pretty and shy. She is my youngest sister-in-law, Qinchin." Hearing this, the two women were even more shy. "Well, Chang'e, Qinchin, it's your first time to visit our Zhang family. This is a small gift. Take it first." As he said, Zhang Kai put water like flowing water in front of Chang'e. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua say that it was a betrothal gift, Chang'e was even more embarrassed to take it. She turned around and looked at Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and nodded slightly. Chang'e reached out to take it, but she immediately handed it to Qinchin. Qinchin took it. Seeing the three words on the cover, she knew it was a secret book of martial arts. She casually turned to the first page and was about to put it away, but when she saw the last few words she couldn't help exclaiming. Of course, it was impolite to open a gift from an elder in front of others. But after all, Qinchin was inexperienced and others didn't care about it. But her exclamation attracted everyone's attention. Chang'e frowned slightly and was about to scold her when Qinchin stepped forward and whispered something in her ear. Hearing this, Chang'e's face changed greatly. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua with gratitude in her eyes, and then bowed to Zhang Kai and said, "Father, such a gift is really too precious. Chang'e is really grateful." But after saying this, she seemed to think of something and her eyes became a little sad again. At this time, not only Guo Sufei felt a little strange but also Lu Qian was puzzled. It seemed that they were going to say goodbye to each other. It had to be said that a woman's sixth sense was very sensitive. Even Zhang Xiaohua, who was a cultivator of immortality, couldn't reach it. When Zhang Xiaohua was complacent, Zhang Kai waved his hand in astonishment and said, "No, Chang'e, it's too simple. It's too simple." Well, how could Zhang Kai know the meaning of like water for Chang'e and Qinchin? Well, mother, father, hurry up and take the two sisters-in-law back to the house. Didn't you see that the villagers of Guozhuang house are coming out? Lu Qian said while thinking. Of course, the Zhang family came out in full force, which had already attracted the attention of others. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu come back in a neat suit with two valiant beauties, most of the people in Guozhuang house came out to watch the fun. "Go back to the house, let's talk about it in the house." Although Guo Sufei said so, she didn't move. She was eager to stay at the entrance of the village for a while. In the past few years she was frightened and the villagers often gossiped about her. Now her two sons came back and her second son brought two daughters-in-law. How could she not be proud? Of course she wanted to make the villagers envy her. How could Zhang Kai not know Guo Sufei's mood? Since he married into the Guozhuang house, it seemed that this was the only time he was most proud. He raised his little tail for a long time before he smiled and said, "Mother, let's go." Let the three children pay their respects to their mother first. It's better to welcome them. From Pingyang City to here. It's tiring. Of course, looking at the tired faces of Zhang Xiaohu and the other two, Guo Sufei immediately felt sorry for them. She took the three of them and walked into the Guozhuang house. Along the way, the Guozhuang house was lively. The people around all looked at Zhang Xiaohu with admiration, and the two young ladies greeted Zhang Xiaohu politely. Presumably, after today, more young men would come back to Lu Town or Pingyang City to make a fortune. When Zhang Xiaohu saw that the Zhang family's courtyard was completely different, his heart was filled with emotions. He had been busy outside, but he had never brought any benefits to the family. The changes in the family must be the work of his father, elder brother, or younger brother. However, when he thought about the future, Zhang Xiaohu felt sad again. Once he entered the courtyard of the Zhang family, Zhang Xiaohu smelled the familiar fragrance and couldn't help but feel hungry. He forced a smile and said, "Mother, I haven't eaten your pancakes and river prawns for a long time. Why did you suddenly make this today? Elder brother and Xiaohua don't seem to eat much." Your younger brother said that you were coming back today, so I hurriedly made this. Luckily, I didn't delay things. Quickly wash your hands and go to the back to make a grave for your grandmother. You can eat it when you come back. Xiaohua. He's so capable? Zhang Xiaohu was surprised. He turned around and looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was walking at the back and was still chatting with the villagers. Zhang Xiaohua sensed something and looked up at Zhang Xiaohu. She blinked at him and gave him 2 thumbs up, facing each other as if she was kowtowing. "I'm going to faint." Zhang Xiaohu almost fell down. Chapter 1081. Guo Sufei and Zhang Kai took Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e and Qin Qin to the back of the house to pay their respects to their grandmother. Lu Qian took Zhang Xiaolong and Ji Xiaohua to prepare food. Zhang Xiaohua didn't help. She held Zhang Byron in her arms and taught them how to walk. In the past few days, the two little things had gradually understood Zhang Xiaohua's meaning. They stayed on the ground or on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. They only flew in the air when there was no one around. Everything was ready. Guo Sufei and Lu Qian had been busy the entire morning, so they only needed to place the items on the table. Now that they had some free time, Lu Qian pulled Zhang Xiaohua to the side and whispered to him about her discovery. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head like a rattle drum and only said that she didn't believe it. Moreover, he also mentioned Zhang Xiaohu's current position as the sect master of the Misty Sect. He was one of the few people in Jianghu. Although he was only a puppet, he still had the sect master of the incense cult behind him. What kind of trouble could make Chang'e act like that? Lu Qian believed in her own judgment and said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiaohu himself." Obviously, Chang'e called his mother and father unexpectedly. "Is that so?" Zhang Xiaohua still didn't believe it. "Sai, why don't you ask mother if she feels the same way as me? If she does, you have to ask her again. You and little Tiger are the only ones in our family who roam the pugilistic world. We can't help you." "Well, I know, sister-in-law." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. While they were talking, Zhang Xiaohu returned with Guo Sufei and others. Mr. Lu also rushed over. Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e and Qin Qin also came forward to greet him. "Xiaohua, come out quickly and go to the mountain to get some spring water." Lu Qian shouted outside. "Yes," Xiaohua answered and was about to go out. "Xiaohua, didn't he call you?" Zhang Xiaohu was stunned and looked at Zhang Xiaohua in surprise. Hey. Zhang Xiaohua was very happy. She called out, "Disciple, come over and greet your 3 martial uncles." It was not until now that Zhang Xiaohua figured out that the term master's wife was not suitable for Chang'e and Qin Qin. It was really a mistake to address them as master's wife at the entrance of the village. "Disciple?" Seeing Zhang Xiaohua so complacent, Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e and Qin Qin were very surprised. They were even more surprised than when they heard Lu Qian ask Xiaohua to go out instead of Zhang Xiaohua. "Greetings, martial uncles." Xiaohua Ji bowed politely. "Oh, I remember." Zhang Xiaohu slapped his forehead and said, "You are Ji Xiaohua. Xiaohua told me before." Martial uncle has a good memory. "My name is Xiaohua Ji and I am now master's disciple." Xiaohua Ji nodded. "Well, there's no need for a greeting gift. Xiaohua, our Beidou school doesn't lack these things. Go get the water." Zhang Xiaohua boldly instructed Ji Xiaohua. Compared to Zhang Xiaohu, the leader of the Misty School, instructing the Misty School's disciples, it looked more proper. After Ji Xiaohua left, Qin Chen said anxiously. Zhang Xiaohua, you're really going to establish a faction? I haven't established a faction yet. I just accepted a disciple. Zhang Xiaohuaji said proudly. What's so great about having a disciple? Qin Chen pouted and looked at Zhang Xiaohuji. Senior has thousands of disciples. Second sister-in-law, I have to correct you. First, I have a direct disciple. Does second brother have one? Second, I don't just have one disciple, I have two. Qin Chen was embarrassed by Zhang Xiaohuaji calling her second sister-in-law, but she was still curious. Besides Ji Xiaohua, who else is there? Also this. Zhang Xiaohuaji raised Zhang Byron and said, this is the first disciple of our Beidou school. Byron. Changgu and Qin Chen already knew Byron's name, and they couldn't help but laugh. They all thought that Zhang Xiaohuaji was joking. Zhang Xiaohuaji knew that they didn't believe it, so she raised Zhang Byron and said, Byron, you see, your two new aunts don't believe it. Zhang Byron immediately raised his hands and said, Master, which made everyone laugh. During the meal, Changgu and Qin Chen showed the pride of children in Jianghu. They frequently raised their glasses to Zhang Kai and Mr. Lu, which was completely different from Lu Qian's quiet behavior. However, the two people's toasts showed the good manners of the Misty School. They were generous and courteous, which not only made Zhang Kai and Guisu Fei feel gratified, but also made Mr. Lu look at them in a new light. Although Zhang Xiaohuji was a good drinker, he didn't eat with his family for many years, so he was a little worried. Unexpectedly, he was a little drunk. When he spoke, it seemed that he was going to tell his family about the things after his death, which made Zhang Xiaohuaji frown. Zhang Xiaohuaji had to call her mother out and asked her in a low voice. Sure enough, Guisu Feiji had the same feeling as Lu Qian. No matter how generous the children in Jianghu were, they couldn't call their parents casually without a baby or betrothal gift. Well, Zhang Xiaohuaji nodded secretly and comforted her mother. When they returned to the table, the cups and plates were in a mess. After Zhang Xiaolong, Lu Qian and Ji Xiaohuaji cleaned up the central room and made the yungwu tea, the room became quiet. Zhang Xiaohu and the other two first praised the fragrance of the tea. After a few mouthfuls of the tea, the ethereal qi of heaven and earth washed the meridians of the three people. The drunkenness was gone and Zhang Xiaohuji's eyes showed emptiness. Thinking of his gaffe just now, he was quite regretful, so he just lowered his head and didn't say anything. Changga and Qin Chen also did the same. Seeing that their sweetheart didn't speak, they also lowered their heads and drank the tea, becoming silent gourds. Zhang Xiaohuaji glanced at Zhang Xiaolong, who coughed and said, Xiaohu, you came back just in time. A few days ago Xiaohua came back and told us something. She wants to ask your opinion. What's the matter? Zhang Xiaohuji raised his head and asked. It's like this. Our Zhang family can't live in the Guozhuang house anymore. I heard from Xiaohua that your Misty School has a Huanxi villa, which is very good. My parents also agree. We are just waiting for you to come back. You see, Zhang Xiaohuji was stunned and panicked. He hurriedly said, Why? Isn't it good to live in the Guozhuang house? Why do you suddenly want to move to the Huanxi villa? It's like this. Zhang Xiaolongji told him about the bandits in Shitui Mountain, and then said with lingering fear, if Xiaohua hadn't come back that day, our family would have been burned to ashes. Even if you become a gang leader, you can't see us. Zhang Xiaohuji and others were shocked and turned to look at Zhang Xiaohuaji. Well, elder brother is right. If I didn't come back, I'm afraid you can't see your family now. Zhang Xiaohuaji nodded and said, moreover, you are now the big gang leader of the Misty School. Your details will definitely be found out by the Righteous Alliance and other sections. Although the Jianghu morals don't allow them to do anything to your family, they can't rule out some sneaky actions. Therefore, I think it's no longer appropriate for my parents to live in the Guozhuang house. It's better to move to the Huanxi villa. We'll talk about this later. Since you're back now, I think it's better to solve it as soon as possible in case something happens. But Zhang Xiaohuji was very embarrassed and said, now there are many disciples of the aroma cult in the ethereal heights, and they don't listen to my orders. The Huanxi villa is the property of Miss O. I'm afraid I can't make the decision. Zhang Xiaohuaji frowned and said, second brother, do you mean, you don't want us to go to Pingyang City? We can go to Pingyang City, but we don't have to go to the Huanxi villa. Zhang Xiaohuji said with a little guilty conscience. Second brother, are you hiding something from us? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly asked. Oh, it's nothing. Zhang Xiaohu shook his head in denial. Seeing her lover embarrassed, Chang'e changed the topic and asked, by the way, those bandits in Shizue Mountain were killed by Xiaohua, right? What about Shizue Mountain? Why don't we send a team of disciples to wipe out all the bandits in Shizue Mountain when we get back? I don't need it. All the bandits in West Shui Mountain were killed by Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaolong laughed. All. Qin covered her mouth. Yes, those bandits of West Jade Mountain are subordinates of the Azure Flame Order. And the Azure Flame Order is a secret organization of the Righteous Tao Alliance. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hide anything. She told him everything that happened afterward and said, so, I killed Ban Fugue and the 4 consecrators that day. Ah? The 3 of them were even more surprised, as if they had seen a ghost. That immortal was really you? Of course. Zhang Xiaohua said proudly, do you think that someone would help for no reason? But Qin still didn't believe it and said, that immortal's face is much more handsome than yours and he is also much shorter. Although he was in the air but he could be seen clearly. Ah, disciple, I'll let you see how powerful your master is. Zhang Xiaohua's words were directed at Ji Xiaohua. Ji Xiaohua stood up from his chair and formed a hand seal. In just a moment, a handsome pan appeared in front of everyone. This. Not only was Ji Xiaohua dumbfounded but everyone in the central room was stunned. Only Zhang Byron still called, Master, Master. Immediately, Chang'e and Qin faces lit up with joy. Yes, almost ecstasy. They both stepped forward and said, Xiaohua, can you become your second brother? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. Why become my second brother? Could it be that you want to hold 2 weddings at the same time? Bah. Chang'e spat. Even if your second brother and I agree, can Ye Qinyu and Meng agree? Second brother, Zhang Xiaohua shouted and looked at Zhang Xiaohu. She said, how can we talk about it now? Ye Qinyu? Meng? Who is it? Guisufei was stunned and quickly looked at Zhang Kai with a smile on her face. Zhang Xiaohua was furious. He walked in front of Zhang Xiaohu and reached out his hand to grab Zhang Xiaohu. Then the 2 of them quickly changed positions. Immediately, 2 Zhang Xiaohu who looked exactly the same appeared in front of everyone. Ah? Everyone was shocked again. They were even more shocked than when they saw Panan just now. Which one of us is Zhang Xiaohu? One of the Zhang Xiaohu asked. Chang'e laughed. Do you still need to ask? It's definitely not you. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1082. Don't we look the same? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. No, it's exactly the same. Lu Qian smiled and said, but the clothes on Xiaohu must have been made by Sister Chang'e herself. How could she not recognize it? Zhang Xiaohua patted her head. Yes, she had changed her appearance but her clothes hadn't. No matter how she disguised herself, she was still Zhang Xiaohua. After changing back to her original appearance, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, yes, my 2 sisters-in-law, you should be careful. When I find suitable clothes, you won't be able to tell me apart. Xiaohua, although you have changed your appearance, your senior brother is still your senior brother. You don't have the tacit understanding between close people. How can you fool us? Qin blurted out. Yes, close people. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said. This made both Chang'e and Qin blush. But if it's someone else, they won't be able to tell. Mr. Lu next to them was stunned. He stroked his beard and said, if Xiaohua and Xiaohu's clothes weren't different, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to recognize them. That's good. Qin smiled and clapped her hands. Seeing that they didn't understand, Qin told them what had happened in the Misty School. Finally she said, senior brother probably has a plan in his heart, so he came back to see his parents and Sister Chang'e and I. In the end she stole a glance at Zhang Xiaohu and said in a low voice, although I didn't ask for your opinion, if I can't avenge senior brother, I will also go with senior brother. Zhang Xiaohua was moved and nodded. She said, second sister-in-law, you also have the same idea? At this point Chang'e didn't hide it anymore and said with a smile, we'll support you on the road to the netherworld. You won't be lonely. Zhang Xiaohu had already understood what they meant, but he still felt a little jealous and said, I'm really incompetent. I've made you worry. Zhang Xiaolong clapped. Good. People often say, husband and wife are birds in the same forest, but when disaster comes they fly separately. But Xiaohu and his two younger siblings are different. Although they are not husband and wife, they are more like husband and wife. Such love is stronger than gold. It is really admirable. The words not husband and wife, but better than husband and wife, suddenly made the atmosphere in the central room more ambiguous. Lu Qian glared at him, looked at Chang'e and Qin, who were a little embarrassed, and said, now with our all-powerful brother, everything can be solved. It seems that Xiaohua's martial arts are very high. Let him turn into a little tiger like just now and slap that damn dog until he's looking for his teeth on the ground. Won't that be enough? Chang'e and Qin also smiled sweetly and said to Zhang Xiaohua, then, thank you. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said with a smile, we're all family. Second sister-in-law, why are you being so polite? Swish, Chang'e and Qin's faces became hot again. So, I want to do it myself. If it doesn't work, it won't be too late for you to do it. Zhang Xiaohu hesitated and said, as the gang leader of the Misty School, I can't rely on you to solve everything. Zhang Xiaohua stared at Zhang Xiaohu and said word by word, second brother, remember, if you can solve it, I'll definitely let you solve it. If you can't solve it, I'll help you solve it. You only need to be the gang leader of the Misty School, do what you like and carry forward the legacy of Master O. Zhang Xiaohua's somewhat unreasonable words made Zhang Xiaohu a little embarrassed, but Mr. Lu clapped his hands and said, Xiaohua's words are quite reasonable. Xiaohu, haven't you heard? A real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall, and a man who is too rigid is easy to break. If you always want to do things beyond your ability, I'm afraid it won't be good. That's right, Xiaohua isn't an outsider. It's better for him to help you than for Nun Jingyi to use you. Chang'e said on the side. Zhang Xiaohu smiled. I just want to solve the problem with my own strength. I didn't say that I wouldn't let Xiaohua help, right? Look at you, why? Why are you all speaking for Xiaohua? Is it because he's the founder of Beidou School? Go, Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and said, let's not talk about it first. Second brother, when do you plan to go back? Tomorrow or 2 days later. The appointment with Ming Qing is 7 days. Zhang Xiaohu's matter was settled and there was no more sorrow in his tone. That bastard Ming Qing, when I broke into Lingxiang Peak, he used some kind of trap to deceive me. Gao Kunheng also set his sights on the position of the gang leader of the Misty School. Big brother, you don't have to worry about them. I'll find a way to solve them for you. Don't take too many risks. Zhang Xiaohu said hurriedly, Nun Jingyi of Chuanxiang cult is not to be trifled with. It won't be too late to turn against her when my Misty School has a foundation. According to what you said, Grandmaster Li and the others will be back soon. Ethereal Heights is so small and can't be compared to Shixing Peak. I'm afraid that our little secret won't last long. It's better to think of a way early. But, is there a foolproof plan? Zhang Xiaohu was at his wit's end. Don't worry, I have a good plan. Zhang Xiaohua smiled mysteriously. However, I have a gift for second brother, Zhang Xiaohua said and said to Chang'e and Qin, you two sisters-in-law rest in big brother's yard today. Let me borrow second brother for tonight. Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Xiaohu thought of the way his mother looked at Chang'e's abdomen and felt a little embarrassed. He hurriedly stopped Zhang Xiaohua from talking nonsense. At this time it was just afternoon, far from night, but Chang'e and Qin had rushed over overnight and were already tired. In addition, a big weight on their hearts had been lifted, so they could not help but yawn. Seeing this, Lu Qian winked at Guosufei and led the two of them back to the small courtyard. Zhang Kai and Mr. Lu were still chatting in the central room. Zhang Xiaohua took Zhang Xiaohu to the small house and then said to Zhang Xiaolong, who followed them, I have something to do with second brother and can't be disturbed. Big brother, stay outside this house and guard with Ji Xiaohua. Don't let anyone in. Zhang Xiaolong was stunned, then nodded and stood outside the house with Ji Xiaohua. In the small house, Zhang Xiaohua said to Zhang Xiaohu, second brother, how is your practice of ethereal divine skill and plain mental cultivation method? It's very good. Didn't I tell you before? Zhang Xiaohu faintly sensed Zhang Xiaohua's intention and said excitedly, Xiaohua, do you want to? Yes, I wanted to give you the pills when we were at the incense religion, but I was afraid that Abbess Jingyi would find out and harm you. Now that you're in charge of a place and have become the leader of the Misty School, your martial arts, you must be good. Otherwise no one will listen to you. Zhang Xiaohu nodded with deep feelings. Sit cross-legged like before. Zhang Xiaohua had given Zhang Xiaohu the meridian soothing pill before, so she was familiar with the process. Zhang Xiaohu sat cross-legged in accordance with her words, his palms facing the sky, and began to operate the ethereal divine skill. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu was ready, Zhang Xiaohua reached out and took out the jade bottle containing the qi-generating pills. Just as she was about to pour the qi-generating pills out, she changed her mind and put the bottle away. She took out a meridian soothing pill and said with a smile, "Second brother hasn't taken a meridian soothing pill yet, right? Meridian soothing pill? No, didn't you say that taking it again would have no effect?" Zhang Xiaohu honestly replied. "In any case, there's no harm. You guys try taking another one." As she spoke, she put a meridian soothing pill into Zhang Xiaohu's mouth. Zhang Xiaohu felt the meridian soothing pill melt in his mouth, transforming into pure internal energy that entered his meridians. He immediately held his breath and concentrated his mind, operating the ethereal divine skill. He refined the internal energy thread by thread, and it slowly flowed into the yin and yang qi in his lower dantian. After 36 circulations were completed, not even 10% of the meridian soothing pill's medicinal power had been refined. Following that, the Suhuan mental cultivation method naturally operated. While continuing to refine the remaining medicinal power, his meridians also produced internal energy at the same time. When the Suhuan mental cultivation method finished 36 circulations, the medicinal power of the meridian soothing pill still hadn't been completely refined. Some of it gradually settled down along with his meridians, but there were still many that slowly wanted to dissipate. "Second brother, pay attention. I'll help you." When Zhang Xiaohu heard Zhang Xiaohua's voice, he secretly knew that things weren't good. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaohua sent a wisp of Jin Qi into his meridians. In his meridians, Zhang Xiaohu's internal energy was like a runaway wild horse, quickly running along his meridians over and over again, one circulatory cycle after another. Zhang Xiaohu's face was a little green. If he hadn't experienced it before, wouldn't he have jumped up already? He didn't know how much time had passed, and he didn't know how many circulations the ethereal divine skill and Suhuan mental cultivation method alternated. Most of the medicinal power of the meridian soothing pill had been refined, turning into pure internal energy that was injected into the black and white qi. Only a small part of it became a thin layer that surrounded the qi. "Second brother, try it. How is your skill?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled. "Okay." Zhang Xiaohu didn't stand on ceremony. He urged the black and white qi to circulate his internal energy. After a little testing, his eyebrows raised in joy. "Not bad, it seems to be 4 times stronger than before my dantian was broken. Moreover, the circulation of my internal energy is very smooth. It's not as obscure as before, and there's no feeling of powerlessness." "Breaking and then building, it's true." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. "Congratulations, second brother. After a great disaster, there's good fortune after good fortune. Presumably, with this kind of cultivation, if you just cultivate, I'm afraid you'll have to wait a few more years." "Ai, that's right." Zhang Xiaohu sighed. "Also, second brother is now cultivating hard and soft cultivation methods, so the effect is doubled. Now there's still a small part of the medicinal power that hasn't been refined, but you can get better results than before. If the medicinal power of this meridian soothing pill is refined by you, won't your skill be equivalent to 2 meridian soothing pills? And you'll have about 20 years of skill." "That much?" Zhang Xiaohu was dumbfounded. "Who knows, second brother, I'm just guessing." Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and took out a jade bottle from her chest. "However, what I know is that just now was only a small plate of pickled vegetables. This is the pancake rolled river prawns." "What is this?" Zhang Xiaohu was already used to seeing strange things and said very normally. "Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please bookmark, please tip. If you like this work, you can come to Chidian.com to vote recommendation or monthly." Chapter 1083. This is called the Qi-generating pill. I heard from Elder Zhang of Rejuvenation Valley that taking this pill can increase one's cultivation by 30 years. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. 30 years. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned. "This meridian nourishing pill of yours can increase one's cultivation by several years. It's already extremely frightening." This qi-generating pill can actually increase one's cultivation by 30 years. Isn't this a joke? Zhang Xiaohua spread her hands and said, I also heard rumors. I don't really know, so I can't answer you. Is this a joke or not? However, I obtained this pill from a secret place. It should be extremely precious. I'm 80% sure that this pill is indeed like what Elder Zhang said. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Xiaohu and asked, Then are you going to take it or not? Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and asked, There's no danger to my life. What matter isn't dangerous. It's just a matter of how dangerous it is. The greater the risk, the more abundant the harvest. And okay. Zhang Xiaohu immediately clenched his teeth and said, I'll listen to you. Soon after, he said with a bit of a guilty conscience, I think you won't let Chang'e and Qin down. Hey, Zhang Xiaohua spat and said, I don't have any junior sisters. What's there to be afraid of? Immediately she said with a smile, Don't worry. Father and mother have just met 2 sisters-in-law. How could I let them down? Zhang Xiaohu looked at the already dark sky outside and nodded. After Zhang Xiaohu sat down like before, Zhang Xiaohua took out the qi-generating pill. This was a scarlet thumb-sized pill. It had one thing in common with the pills refined by Zhang Xiaohua, and that was that it didn't have any special medicinal fragrance. Looking at the appearance of the pill, Zhang Xiaohua nodded her head inwardly. That pill should be real. Furthermore, the refining method was much better than hers. When the qi-generating pill entered his mouth, it also transformed into a delicate fragrance that flowed into his abdomen. In a split second, a medicinal strength that was several times stronger than the meridian's nourishing pill rushed into his meridians. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. She didn't wait for Zhang Xiaohu to urge, and she immediately mobilized the Su Huan mantra's internal force from Zhang Xiaohu's black and white qi mass. She used the Su Huan mantra to help Zhang Xiaohu temper the medicinal strength that rushed into his meridians. The medicinal efficacy of the qi-generating pill was extremely abundant, and the refined internal force was also boundless. Zhang Xiaohua urged the Su Huan heart technique in the ethereal divine art to circulate for an unknown number of cycles. Even Zhang Xiaohu's meridians were somewhat torn. She hadn't even refined 30% of the pill. Suddenly, a wave of exhaustion rushed into her mind. Zhang Xiaohua complained in her heart and anxiously said, Second brother, I want to sleep. You sit there and don't move. Just like before, alternate the Su Huan heart technique in the ethereal divine art. Before her voice fell, Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes. In the sky, starlight suddenly appeared, wrapping Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu brothers together. After listening to Zhang Xiaohua's words before she went to sleep, Zhang Xiaohu practically wanted to jump up. Making others like this, and actually tilting her head to sleep. Truly irresponsible. However, at this moment the medicinal efficacy of the qi-generating pill was gradually being refined. Wave after wave of impact impacted Zhang Xiaohu's meridians. How could Zhang Xiaohu still be concerned about fixing Zhang Xiaohua? Fortunately, he already had this kind of experience before. Zhang Xiaohu immediately calmed his heart and discarded all distracting thoughts. He concentrated on operating the Su Huan heart technique in the ethereal divine art, wholeheartedly refining the medicinal efficacy in his meridians. And when he really began to refine the medicinal efficacy of the qi-generating pill, he knew that it was not easy. It was far from being as easy as watching Zhang Xiaohua use her qi to refine. As a result, Zhang Xiaohu was like a person carrying 1,000 jin of burden on his shoulders, walking on a steep cliff. The slightest bit of carelessness would cause his body to be smashed to pieces. Zhang Xiaohu also did not have the time to be grateful to his own blood-related younger brother. He only wholeheartedly walked every step of the way. Zhang Xiaohu could also be considered as a genius figure. His kind of single-minded mentality was exactly what he needed at this time. Although the medicinal efficacy was unceasingly impacting his meridians like a tide, he did not pay attention to it in the slightest. Bit by bit he pushed his heart technique to refine the medicinal efficacy, transforming it into his own pure internal energy. Although the efficiency of this kind of painstaking effort was very low, the effect was very good. It was much more suitable than Zhang Xiaohua's rapid refining. Of course, this also had a drawback. The medicinal efficacy of the qi-generating pill was wreaking havoc in his meridians and was simply uncontrollable. Although Zhang Xiaohu's meridians had previously been solidified by starlight and were much tougher and wider than ordinary people, they still could not withstand the impact of such a huge amount of medicinal efficacy. In just a moment his meridians were torn apart. A severe pain was transmitted to Zhang Xiaohu's mind. Zhang Xiaohu was only slightly distracted when he felt that there were signs of qi deviation. Thus he steeled his heart and ignored it, only concentrating on refining his internal energy. And at this moment, a cool flow suddenly appeared in Zhang Xiaohu's meridians. Like a sweet rain, the torn meridians were quickly repaired. Zhang Xiaohu did not know that this was the starlight that had been drawn in when Zhang Xiaohua was unconscious. But since he no longer had any worries, how could he still care about investigating the source of the cool flow? He immediately urged his heart technique to refine the medicinal efficacy. Thus, for the entire night, Zhang Xiaohu alternated between the primal expanse heart technique and the ethereal divine art, passing by little. And the medicinal efficacy that he had painstakingly refined was also converted into pure internal energy that was stored in the black and white qi mass. The night in the Guozhuang house was unusually quiet. In the darkness there were always a few oil lamps that were still lit. Perhaps they were coaxing their children or preparing for tomorrow's work. Or perhaps they were stimulated by Zhang Xiaohu's return and were preparing to stay up all night to plan for their future. Just when everything was asleep and the sky and earth were dark, far to the west of Lu Town, the Yao Mountain that Zhang Xiaohua had seen before, suddenly emitted a gorgeous brilliance in the sky under the dark clouds. The brilliance was multicolored and scattered in all directions in the air. It did not have a fixed shape and looked extremely beautiful. The originally blurry silhouette of the Yao Mountain appeared majestic under the multicolored brilliance. And at the side of a mountain spring some distance away from the Yao Mountain, in an area that looked like a forest, a person walked out very abruptly, attracted by the abnormality of the Yao Mountain. Then the person turned around and disappeared into the forest as if he had just appeared. Then more than 10 people walked out of the area, looking at the brilliance in the distance with surprise on their faces. After a long while, when the brilliance gradually faded, one of them turned around and ordered, "You quickly go and prepare. When the sun rises we will set off straight to between the clouds and the water and report the abnormality of the Yao Mountain to Bai Zhangmen. If this old man is not surprised, this should be the immortal's mansion that Bai Zhangmen is looking for." "Yes, I understand. I will go and prepare now. And release the few carrier pigeons that we brought. This is unusual and seems to be far from Bai Zhangmen's expectations. With such a huge commotion I am afraid that the whole Jianghu will know about it. Although we between the clouds and the water have the advantage and set up an ambush in advance. But, if we get it in advance I am afraid it will be difficult." After a while the brilliance disappeared and the whole world fell into darkness again. The dozen people between the clouds and the water also retreated and soon disappeared. Perhaps the villagers of the Guozhuang house and the people of Shilu town did not know about the brilliance of the Yao Mountain, but how could the people of the Jianghu not know? At the same time that the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water discovered the abnormality, Pingyang City, Yu City, and other places that were slightly closer to Yao Mountain could also vaguely see the abnormality. Although they could not pinpoint the exact location, they all urgently reported the situation to the sect leaders of the various sects. In the Guozhuang house, which was very close to the Yao Mountain, Zhang Xiaohua was still in deep sleep. She only woke up when the sky was bright. When she opened her eyes and saw Zhang Xiaohu sitting peacefully beside her, looking calm and composed, she finally relaxed and channeled her essential qi into his body. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that Zhang Xiaohu's meridians were twice as wide as yesterday, she could not help but be stunned. Then she used her essential qi to mobilize the inner energy in Zhang Xiaohu's dantian and was about to help him refine the medicinal power when she heard Zhang Xiaohu say, "Xiaohua, you don't have to help me refine it. Gather the remaining medicinal power in my dantian and let me slowly refine it myself in the future." But Zhang Xiaohua was troubled. "You have only refined less than a minute of the medicinal power last night. As for the remaining medicinal power, how long do you want to refine it? If I help you it will probably be done in the time it takes to have a meal. Although it will be faster if you help me, you are the one who refined it after all. Compared to me refining it myself, there is still a big difference in terms of usage. You can't help me forever, right? As for the remaining, it is better for me to refine it myself." And Zhang Xiaohua muttered to herself for a moment and nodded. What second brother said is extremely reasonable. Then I won't help you refine it. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua gathered all of the medicinal power of the qi-generating pill in Zhang Xiaohu's body around the black and white qi ball, mixing it with the previous medicinal power of the meridian-nourishing pill. Only then did she draw out the essential qi. Second brother, how do you feel? Zhang Xiaohua asked with a smile. Hey, too wonderful for words. Zhang Xiaohu opened his eyes and said, just now I roughly checked. Last night I was busy all night. The amount of inner energy that increased in my meridians is about 30% of the meridian-nourishing pill that you helped me refine last night. If it is as you said that meridian-nourishing pill has 10 years of power, then this 30% should be about 3 years. Since it is 10% of the qi-generating pill, in other words, if I completely refine it, I should be able to increase my power by 30 years. Last night's hard work, in addition to your help, should have increased my internal energy by about 13 years. It really is a divine pill. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and shook her head. Second brother, your calculation should be for the average person. You mustn't forget that you are currently cultivating the yin and yang mental cultivation techniques. The increase in inner energy from each mental cultivation technique will lead to the increase in inner energy from the other mental cultivation technique. You took the meridian-nourishing pill yesterday. Although there is still 10% of the medicinal power that hasn't been refined, it should still be 17 or 18 years of inner energy. And that 10% of the qi-generating pill should also be 6 years of inner energy. Therefore, second brother should now have about 25 years of inner energy cultivation. If you completely refine the medicinal power of the qi-generating pill, hey, I'm afraid that you will have about 80 years of inner energy cultivation. Ah, that much? Zhang Xiaohu himself was dumbstruck. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian.com to vote recommendation and monthly. Chapter 1084. Zhang Xiaohu was shocked. Life was short. If one could have 80 years of cultivation, then, even if one started to practice at the age of 5 or 6, he would have to practice until he was 86 years old. Who could do that? But he had just taken 2 elixirs, and the good thing that he had never dreamed of was about to happen to him. Second brother. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu was almost drooling, Zhang Xiaohua quickly woke him up. She took out the blade-breaking force from her arms and handed it to him. She said, no matter how profound your martial cultivation is, you are as powerless as a child in front of the immortal way. This mental cultivation method of internal strength is a treasure book for martial cultivation. Take a look at it. When you have enough power, you can practice it. Is there such a good thing? Zhang Xiaohu grabbed it and said with a smile, isn't it the same as what you gave Chang'e yesterday? Well, one is for men to practice and the other is for women to practice. It's also a congratulatory gift from me. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Then what about you? Zhang Xiaohu was a little hesitant. Aren't you going to set up a sect? Don't you need this? I have made a copy. Second brother, you can take it without worry. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had a backup plan, Zhang Xiaohu didn't refuse. He put the blade-breaking force into his arms, looked at the sky and said with a smile, let's go. Mother must have gotten up. Yes, of course. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Even Chang'e and Qinshan have gotten up. So early? Zhang Xiaohu was a little surprised. You even know about this? Zhang Xiaohua looked pensive. Come on. Zhang Xiaohu jumped up from the Kong. What are you thinking? What are you thinking? Along the way we went from the fragrance school to the misty school together. Even if we were together, how could we not know when she got up? After thinking for a while, he smiled and said, don't tell me you didn't stay with the dream when you went out with her? The corners of Zhang Xiaohua's mouth curled up into a smile, causing Zhang Xiaohu to be taken aback. He squinted his eyes and asked curiously, could it be, huh? Zhang Xiaohua dashed out of the house and said, I won't tell you. Zhang Xiaohu immediately used ethereal steps to chase after him. In the small courtyard, Guo Sufei was preparing breakfast, and Chang'e and Qinshan were clumsily helping her. Zhang Xiaolong and Ji Xiaohua were also sleepy, but they forced themselves to stand at the door of the hut. Seeing them come out, Zhang Xiaolong became energetic and shouted, how's it going? Zhang Xiaohua stood upright in the courtyard and said with a smile, the founder of Beidou School helped. How can it not be done? Chang'e and Qinshan were also overjoyed when they saw this. They wanted to go over and ask but felt embarrassed. Guosufei smiled and said, "Go ahead. Cooking is not for people like you. I can do it alone." Then she raised her head and said, "Xiaohua, come and help me." Okay, two voices sounded at the same time. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Ji Xiaohua and touched her nose, saying, "Disciple, go and help. Later I'll give you an elixir so that you can catch up with your uncle." "Yes, master." Ji Xiaohua obediently walked in front of Guosufei and helped her with her work. Chang'e and Qinchen covered their mouths and ran to Zhang Xiaohu with laughter. Chang'e even hit Zhang Xiaohu with her palm. How could Zhang Xiaohu be afraid of her? He raised his left palm and hit it. With a light sound, the two separated at once. Chang'e's face was full of joy, but she was not surprised. Qinchen couldn't help asking, "Sister, senior brother, ask him," Chang'e said with a smile. Qinchen was a little shy and gently stamped her feet. But seeing Qinchen's shyness, Zhang Xiaohu said, "It's nothing. He's just as good as your senior sister." "Ah, really?" Qinchen was surprised. She knew that Chang'e was the top disciple of Mingcue Hall. After she got the meridian moistening elixir, her internal energy was almost as good as Aunt Qin's. Zhang Xiaohu had only practiced for a short time. Yesterday his internal energy was not as good as hers. Only one night he had surpassed her. However, thinking that she had taken the meridian moistening elixir and her internal energy had improved by leaps and bounds, she was not too surprised. She just looked at Zhang Xiaohua and whispered, "Thank you, Xiaohua." Well, this was the first time that Qinchen called Zhang Xiaohua Xiaohua instead of Zhang Xiaohua since she met her. "Don't be so polite, second sister-in-law. We're family. Why do you have to be so polite?" As soon as Zhang Xiaohua said that, Qinchen felt ashamed. Zhang Xiaohu curled his lips and said, "You're so naughty." While they were talking, Xiaohei and Xiaohuang flew out of the hut and landed on Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. Qinchen's eyes lit up. She pointed at Xiaohei and said, "This is the little black dog that used to close its eyes, right?" Xiaohei seemed to understand. It raised its little head and looked at Qinchen disdainfully. "Well, that's it. It has grown up now." "Tut tut, it has grown so big in just a few months," Chang'e also said. Lu Qian also came to the yard and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, I'm afraid that you haven't seen a puppy before. If it was an ordinary puppy it would be 3 times as big as Xiaohei after several months. But Xiaohei doesn't grow. It's really strange." "Sister-in-law, don't you see that Xiaohei can fly? Of course it's different from ordinary puppies." Qin and Chang'e got familiar with each other after a night together. "Sister-in-law, where's Byron?" Zhang Xiaohua asked. "He hasn't woken up yet. Why do you miss your eldest apprentice?" Lu Qian smiled and went to Guosufei to help her. "It's okay." Zhang Xiaohua patted Xiaohei's head. The two little things reluctantly flew over the walls of the 2 yards and went to take care of Zhang Byron. After breakfast, Guosufei and Lu Qian took Chang'e and Qinchen to look around the Guozhuang house. It was not only to let them familiarize themselves with the place where Zhang Xiaohu grew up as a child, but also to show off in the village. Zhang Kai, Mr. Lu and others set up tables and chairs in the yard and asked Xiaohuaji to make tea. They discussed the matter of moving. Previously, Zhang Xiaohu felt that his return to Ethereal Villa this time boded ill rather than well and did not want to let his family go, but now he had Zhang Xiaohua's support. Well, even if he did not have Zhang Xiaohua's support, he might not be no match for Wang Dong after a few more days of cultivation, so he agreed to this matter. After all, Zhang Xiaohua was right. If there were really enemies of Misty School coming to Guozhuang House, if Zhang Xiaohua was not there, would it not be very bad? However, Zhang Xiaohu still had some misgivings. "Dad, Xiaohua's suggestion is very good, but it's still a little inappropriate." Zhang Xiaohua frowned. "What else is inappropriate?" "It's like this." Zhang Xiaohu explained the relationship between Ethereal Villa and Huanqi Villa and smiled bitterly. "Although I'm now the leader of Misty School, but in fact I can't control Huanqi Villa. That's Misso's villa." "Well, I understand." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "In fact, to put it bluntly, Huanqi Villa should belong to Chang'e and Qinchen in the future, but Misso hasn't let go yet. Aha, I guess this is also the reason why Nanjingyi chose her first." Zhang Xiaohu nodded slightly and said, "And at this time the Misty School is under the control of the former disciples of the Fragrance Cult. I can't completely control it yet. The specific situation can only be known when Grandmaster Li and Master return to Ethereal Villa." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands and said, "Well, second brother, I have a plan." Needless to say, didn't I say that the disciples of the fragrance cult are all disciples of fragrance cult? Just leave it to me. In order to deal with them, I have to go to Ethereal Villa. Since I'm going to Ethereal Villa, then father and mother must go with me, otherwise I won't be at ease. Although Zhang Xiaohu didn't know how Zhang Xiaohua would deal with these disciples, he thought for a moment and said, "That's good. Let father and mother live in Huanxi Villa temporarily. I think Miso will give us space." Later, Zhang Xiaohu said to Zhang Kai, "Father, you and eldest brother can take your time to pack. I have an appointment with the disciple of the fragrance cult. Moreover, I've been out for a long time. I'm afraid that others will find out, so I have to rush back to Pingyang City tomorrow." "Well, you go. Don't worry about the family. Xiaohua is at home. Nothing can be difficult for her." Zhang Xiaohua also said, "Second brother, you go first tomorrow. I'll stay at home and pack with eldest brother. When the time comes, I'll naturally go back. Don't worry, it's just a meal. It won't delay your business." Happy times were always short-lived. Zhang Xiaohu felt that he hadn't stayed in the Guozhuang house for long, and now he had to leave. Of course, his mood when he left was different from when he came. There was no sadness. Moreover, in 10 days his family would also arrive at Pingyang City. At that time the family would be able to reunite again. This time it could only be said to be a temporary farewell. Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e and Qinchin said goodbye to everyone, mounted their horses and hurriedly left. Seeing her son leave again, Guosufei didn't feel as sentimental as before, but her heart was still worried. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu's figure was not there, she deliberately turned back and asked, "Xiaohua, are you sure about your second brother's matter?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Mother, don't worry. If it weren't for the fact that I have to help eldest brother dig out those boxes, I would have followed him to Pingyang City now." "Well, okay, as long as you know what to do." Guosufei was relieved. In the next few days the Zhang family was busy. Although Guosufei and Zhang Kai had agreed to stay in Pingyang City temporarily, they were still reluctant to leave the house that they had lived in for decades. Looking at this, touching that, they wanted to take everything with them. They even wanted to take the entire small courtyard with them. Mr. Lu was still open-minded. He had only moved to the Guozhuang house for a few years. Now that he had to move again, he only needed to take some books and didn't need to bring anything else. Of course, there were still 2 things in the Guozhuang house that couldn't be taken away. One was the tomb of Zhang Xiaohua's grandmother and Ji Xiaohua's mother. The other was the mountain spring that was rich in the primordial energy of heaven and earth. Thinking that he might not be able to drink such good spring water in the future, Mr. Lu almost wanted to stay. However, Zhang Xiaohua understood that the primordial energy in the mountain spring would be discovered by the people of the Way of Immortality sooner or later. This was also a disaster for the Zhang family. They had to use the opportunity of moving to get rid of this disaster. Anyway, he had primordial stones. How could the spring water soaked in primordial stones be inferior to this mountain spring water? Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote monthly and recommend at Chidian.com. Chapter 1085. The night was still dark. On the official road leading to Pingyang City, there was a rush of horse hooves. 3 horses were carrying Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e and Qinchin back to Ethereal Heights. "Husband Zhang, now I understand that you don't have any profound martial arts skills. As long as you have this younger brother, there's nothing you can't go to in this big world. I'm afraid that it'll be easy for you to secure the position of the leader of Misty School." Chang'e had seen Zhang Xiaohua's unimaginable means and he couldn't help but be convinced. He told Zhang Xiaohu about it. Ever since this kid started cultivating the immortal Tao, he's become more and more unfathomable to me. Back then, he was just a little brat who peed on me." Zhang Xiaohu sighed. Qinchin laughed out loud. "That's right. The first time I saw Xiaohua was at the martial arts exhibition. He was so old and still had the nerve to compete with the disciples of Kitty Hawk Hall. Moreover, he was so clumsy that people didn't think highly of him. But in just a few years he actually achieved so much. I'm afraid that Leader O back then may not be his opponent." Chang'e nodded and said, "It's normal that Xiaohu doesn't know. I've seen Leader O's skills. To be honest, as you said, Leader O is much worse than him." According to what you said, Xiaohua is the most suitable leader of Misty School? Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. Damn, how is that possible? Xiaohua wants to start his own sect. How can he take our Misty School seriously? Chang'e curled her lips. At this moment, a gorgeous seven-colored light lit up behind them, making the sky behind them extremely beautiful. What's that? The three of them discovered it at the same time. They unconsciously stopped their horses and turned to look. But this time the flowing brilliance only existed for a very short time. When Zhang Xiaohu saw its position, it disappeared. This. Chang'e and Qin were stunned and turned to look at Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu also shook his head. Don't look at me like that. I don't know either. But judging from the direction, it seems to be Yaoshan. Could it be that there's some kind of treasure in Yaoshan? At this point the three of them looked excited and said in unison, the Immortal Tao. Of course it could only be the Immortal Tao. Only an Immortal Tao treasure could emit such a dazzling brilliance. Hurry up and return to the Misty School. Martial Ancestor Li and the others will be back soon. Let's finish dealing with the matters of the Misty Mountain Villa and quickly send disciples to Yaoshan to take a look. That's right. In Jianghu, among the 5 immortal inheritances, only our Misty School is the closest to Yaoshan. This kind of opportunity is hard to come by in 10,000 years. If we can get something good from it, it will be easy for us to leave the incense cult and revive the glory of the Misty School. Okay, let's go. We'll rush through the night. Not to mention Zhang Xiaohu rushing back to Pingyang City in the distant south. In the magnificent hall between the clouds and the water, everyone was silent. Li Su and Li Li of the Huiming Hall were also silently standing at the head of the crowd. They lowered their heads and counted the ants in the hall. In front of Li Su, Bai Yanqiu was sitting high above. At this time Bai Yanqiu's chest was heaving up and down. He was breathing heavily, biting his lips, and his eyes were shrinking. His face was unusually red. Obviously, he was angry. As expected, Bai Yanqiu slammed his hand on the chair and stood up. He shouted, Li Su, tell us that so-called immortal, where did he come from? Li Su raised his head. His face was full of bitterness and hatred. He said helplessly, Sect Master, I have already said it 14 times. That immortal. He was holding an immortal sword and broke the protective array between the clouds and the water with a wave of his hand. Then he waved his sleeves and the fog on the island disappeared. This was seen by all the disciples on the island. You? Bai Yanqiu almost cursed. He pointed and said, Li Su? With which eye did you see the immortal break the array with an immortal sword? How did he do it? Why don't you tell me the details? Bai Zhangmen, aren't you making things difficult for me? I'm just a martial artist. Although my internal strength is excellent, but, not to mention Bai Zhangmen who are immortals, I'm not even a match for Liang Zongxiu or Peng Yeu. But when he said this, he immediately felt that it was inappropriate. Indeed, Bai Yanqiu's face changed again. He almost frowned and shouted, Li, tell us what happened to Peng Yeu. Why did he let Ren Xiaoyao and Zixia go? And what about him? Where did Peng Yeu go? If he was alive, no one could find him. If he was dead, no corpse could be found. What happened between the clouds and the water? Alas, how could Bai Yanqiu not be angry? At the fragrance cult, she wanted to take back the Shindao sect's secret book, Blade Breaking Force, but failed. She was teased by Zhang Xiaohua for a while. Her own immortal cultivation was not enough in front of Jingyi Nun, Elder Chongqing, and Garuda. If she wanted to bully someone, she could only bully the poor leader of the Shindao sect. In the end, at the Fragrance Cult Martial Arts Conference, she only got the title of champion of the sword competition, which seemed to be very glorious. She also got a fake immortal magic weapon. This immortal magic weapon might be very important to other sects, but to Between the Clouds and the Water, it was simply rubbish. The Shindao sect had passed down countless immortal magic weapons. Any one of them might not be worse than the fake Purple Phoenix hairpin. Therefore, Bai Yanqiu gave the fake Purple Phoenix hairpin to Liang Zongxiu without hesitation. Between the Clouds and the Water's plan to show off at the martial arts conference and attract the attention of the whole Jianghu to attract other sects to join them was also ruined by the fragrance cult and Zhang Xiaohua. Just as Bai Yanqiu left Dianqi Lake and returned to Between the Clouds and the Water with a gloomy heart, she received a message from a disciple Between the Clouds and the Water. She knew that Between the Clouds and the Water had been visited by immortals. She could not help but be shocked. Others did not know, but she knew very well that there was something under the ground between the clouds and the water. For between the clouds and the water it was very important. It was something that could kill. Sure enough, when she rushed back to between the clouds and the water with all her might, the stone in her heart finally fell to the ground and shattered. The jade materials that she had painstakingly collected for practicing martial arts were taken away. The Haotian mirror, the most precious immortal treasure of between the clouds and the water, was also gone. The dozens of elixir furnaces that were regarded as the most precious immortal treasure by the ancestors of the Shindao sect, but whose uses were unknown, were also gone. Most importantly, the mist pearl, which was the foundation of the protective formation between the clouds and the water, was also taken away. The thief had really left the building empty. Bai Yanqiu wanted to cry, but he could not. But what made Bai Yanqiu very happy was that the jade slips of the Shindao sect's immortal cultivation methods had not been taken away. Otherwise, Bai Yanqiu would have wanted to commit suicide. However, what puzzled Bai Yanqiu was that in the inheritance of the godly saber sect, there were many top-grade cultivation techniques, but the immortal did not take a fancy to them. He only took the inconspicuous wood escape, and right beside the wood escape, the jade slip recorded the 5 elements escape technique. In Bai Yanqiu's eyes, it was of a much higher level than the wood escape. Although he did not understand, Bai Yanqiu still secretly felt lucky. The escape method of wood was of little value, so it was not a big deal to take it. While what Bai Yanqiu did not understand the most was Ping Yeyu. This guy was a disciple of the way of the immortals that had been trained by between the clouds and the water since he was a child. Like Liang Zhongshu, he was one of the few emissaries between the clouds and the water. How could he have disobeyed his orders and let Ren Xiaoyao and Zixiao of the incense cult go? This was not the strangest thing. The strangest thing was that Peng Yeyu had let Zixiao go, but he had used some unknown method to let Ren Xiaoyao go. Moreover, after he had left between the clouds and the water, he had immediately disappeared without a trace. Even his horse could not be found. The disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water had been searching for dozens of days, but there was no clue at all. Alas, strange things happen every year, but there are especially many this year. Bai Yanqiu sighed inwardly. If Peng Yeyu had not let Ren Xiaoyao go, how could Between the Clouds and the Water have suffered at the hands of the incense cult? Perhaps the blade-breaking technique is between the clouds and the water? But if Peng Yeyu had not let Zixiao go, how could he have known that Zixiao was the saintess of the Tenryu sect if he had not seen Zixiao? If Jingyi Shitai had not seen Zixiao that day and pushed the responsibility to Between the Clouds and the Water, how would the Tenryu sect deal with me between the clouds and the water? Peng Yeyu had done a good thing. Thinking of the Tenryu sect, Bai Yanqiu was suddenly shocked and almost stood up from his seat. Peng Yeyu, could it be that he is a member of the Tenryu sect? He saw Zixiao and knew that she was the saintess of the Tenryu sect, so he let her go without permission? But that doesn't make sense. Peng Yeyu had seen Zixiao when she had just left Dianqi Lake. Why did he not recognize her until Between the Clouds and the Water and let her go? Moreover, according to Ren Xiaoyao's words, Peng Yeyu seemed to be interested in Zixiao. The more Bai Yanqiu thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was reasonable. However, the more he guessed, the more he couldn't find any evidence or reasonable explanation. He couldn't help but ask again, Li Su, tell me more about what happened that day. Details, you must tell me all the details. How did you meet Peng Yeyu that night? With a bitter face, Li Su looked at the people around him. He had no choice but to tell them what happened that night for the 15th time. Sect leader Liang Zhongshu, who had been listening for a long time, finally couldn't hold it in any longer. He stepped forward and bowed. Sect leader, your disciple has heard everything that Hall Master Li has said. There are no flaws in it. Disciple's suspicions are based on what the immortal said. It seems that he is trying to take back something that belongs to him. Bai Yanqiu was furious. How can I not know how to trace it back? But, when did I offend anyone from the immortal sect? How can I trace it back? And the things that our sect lost are all the inheritance of the Shindao sect. What does it have to do with other people? Maybe it's a senior from the Shindao sect. No, several elders of our sect are meditating in the mountains and have never left. According to them, the Shindao sect only has a few inheritances. There are no other branches at all. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. Chapter 1086. Bai Yanqiu thought about it for a long time, but he still could not figure out what kind of entanglement he had with this immortal who could use a flying sword. Among the artifacts he had lost, which one could possibly have belonged to this immortal? This question had been bothering him for a few days. In the end, Bai Yanqiu waved his hand helplessly and said, Li, send some people to pay more attention to the Tenryu sect. See if there is any news about Ping Yeu. Li Su was stunned. Tenryu sect? But then he came to his senses and nodded. I understand. I will go now. But, what about immortals? Immortals? Bai Yanqiu smiled bitterly. Unless we invite the elders of the mountain, even if you and I find immortals, what can they do? I understand. Li Su nodded, knowing that he had finally escaped the fate of repeating the details of the incident. He was so happy that he was about to walk out. Wait. Bai Yanqiu suddenly said, Li, oh no. Li Su secretly complained, do I want more details? Fortunately, he heard Bai Yanqiu say, the martial arts assembly of the incense sect has ended. Between the clouds and the water has also become famous in the Jianghu. It is time to start developing our forces. Reporting to the sect leader. No, I have been making arrangements in the Jianghu for many years under the sect leader's command. Now we just need to slowly gather them. Yes, this is all thanks to you. I remember it clearly. Bai Yanqiu smiled. What I want to ask is, how is the matter in the north? Is there any news about the Immortals Mansion that Ancestral Master Huan mentioned? Reporting to the sect leader, a disciple just sent a message. We have searched the entire mountain range but did not find any clues. Could it be that, what the Ancestral Master said was wrong? Bai Yanqiu pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. Maybe, what the Ancestral Master said was something that happened many years ago. The sea has changed into mulberry fields so much so that we don't know what it is anymore. But then he shook his head. What is an immortal mansion? Even the Ancestral Master himself couldn't easily discover it. He only saw it from some old books. If the Ancestral Master didn't rely on the mysterious books to deduce the approximate location, how could we, the disciples, know? After thinking for a while, he stood up and said, how about this? Li, our plan between the clouds and the water to set up Jianghu will continue to be carried out. Those plans won't be very effective in the short term. However, we can't ignore the divine mansion that the patriarch mentioned. If we can take the divine mansion between the clouds and the water for ourselves, the cult of incense and the Tenryu sect will have to submit to us. Make the necessary arrangements. I'll bring my sect's elites to Mount Yao and see for myself what's going on. Yes, I will arrange it now. Li Su agreed and was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something. He turned around and said, oh yes, Sect Master, Mount Yao is very close to Pingyang City. It's where the Misty School is located. Misty School has also reappeared in Jianghu. Sect Master, is it appropriate to go to Mount Yao? Bai Yanqiu laughed. Misty School has borrowed the power of the cult of incense and is fighting with the alliance of the righteous sects. Misty School is also a branch of the cult of incense. I've suffered in the cult of incense, so I'm going to Pingyang City to watch the show. I want to see the cult of incense and the alliance of the righteous sects fight to the death. Not to mention between the clouds and the water, Bai Yanqiu was preparing to go to Mount Yao to find the divine mansion. Inside the ethereal villa, on a clear morning, Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng slowly walked over from a distance outside an exquisite small courtyard. Gao Kunheng said in a low voice, Senior Brother Ming, have you instructed Wang Dong? Can you? Ming Qing looked at Gao Kunheng and shook his head slightly. Junior Brother Ming, I know what you're thinking. But now is not the best time. Let's attack Zhang Xiaohu's arrogance. In the future we still need to rely on him to suppress the Misty School disciples. If anything happens to him, I'm afraid we won't be able to answer to the sect master. Senior Brother Ming, of course I know what you mean. But do you think Zhang Xiaohu is someone who will admit defeat? How can he listen to your instructions? Not listen to me? Ming Qing sneered and looked at the attic in the courtyard. He said sternly, I control the disciples of Wuming Hall. I can chop Zhang Xiaohu into minced meat with just one command. He dares to not listen to me? I must teach him a lesson. He must know that he can only be the sect master of the Misty sect if he listens to me obediently. Otherwise, even though he has the approval of the sect master, he can only make it difficult for him to move forward. Then he looked at Gao Kunheng from the corner of his eyes. Maybe his life will be in danger. Gao Kunheng smiled and said, of course I have to listen to Senior Brother Ming's instructions. Also, I will follow Senior Brother Ming's lead in all matters of the Misty School. As long as Junior Brother Ming knows. Ming Qing walked away, leaving Gao Kunheng behind with his head lowered. No one could see the expression in his eyes. Before the two of them could get close, Du Feng and Ding Chao stopped them. They cupped their hands and said, greetings to the two deputy sect masters. Yes, we are here to invite Sect Master Zhang. Deputy sect masters, please make way. Du Feng and Ding Chao looked at each other and smiled. Sect Master Zhang has orders. He is in seclusion. Without his orders, no one is allowed to come near. Ming Qing was unhappy, not even me. This. Ding Chao smiled and said, Sect Master Zhang said that no one is allowed to come near. Ming Qing was about to fly into a rage when Gao Kunheng held him back and asked curiously, could it be that Sect Master Zhang has been in seclusion in the courtyard for the past 7 days? Yes, Deputy Sect Master Ming knows. That is exactly the case. Humph, not to mention 7 days, even if it was 17 or 70 days, it might not be what? Might not be Wang Dong's match. Two voices sounded at the same time. When everyone looked up, they saw Aunt Qing from Mingtui Hall rushing over with Chang'e and Chen Chen. In the small courtyard, Zhang Xiaohu also walked out energetically. I dare not. Ming Qing immediately changed his attitude and said, martial arts is all about gradual progress. A day's work is a day's work. However, Sect Master Zhang has excellent talent. If he can cultivate in seclusion for 70 days, he might be able to surpass me. I'll take Deputy Sect Master Ming's auspicious words. If one day my martial arts surpass Deputy Sect Master Ming's, I would like to seek your guidance. I dare not. Aunt Qing ignored Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng. She stepped forward and saluted Zhang Xiaohu. Has Sect Master Zhang finished his seclusion? Yes, thank you for your concern, Hall Master Qin. I have just finished my seclusion. Then, today is the 7-day period between Sect Master Zhang and Wang Dong. I wonder, how will Sect Master Zhang act? According to Deputy Sect Master Ming and Deputy Sect Master Gao, how should I act? I can't say. Please make your own decision, Sect Master Zhang. Gao Kunheng immediately declined. How about this? The original disciples of the incense cult are all gathered in the pharmacy. I will go to the pharmacy and capture Wang Dong and the people who hurt the disciples of the Misty School. What do you think? Ming Qing clapped his hands and said, Sect Master Zhang's words are very good. I also think it is appropriate. Gao Kunheng shook his head and said, Sect Master Zhang's move is wise, but how can Wang Dong compare with Sect Master Zhang's noble body? Sect Master Zhang can act without any scruples, but Wang Dong doesn't dare. If he injures Sect Master Zhang, how will he report this to the cult leader? What will we do then? Zhang Xiaohu frowned and said, according to Deputy Sect Master Ming, what should we do? Gao Kunheng took out a piece of paper and said with a smile, when I came here from the pharmacy, I met Wang Dong. He asked me to bring this to Sect Master Zhang. What is this? Zhang Xiaohu opened it in confusion. 4 large words were written on it, Life and Death Declaration. This. When Zhang Xiaohu finished reading the contents, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. This was the Life and Death Declaration. It stated that while Zhang Xiaohu was capturing Wang Dong, the two of them could fight to the death. If there were any casualties, they would not be held responsible. Humph. Zhang Xiaohu snorted coldly. Deputy Sect Master Ming, you've prepared it very carefully. This was written by Wang Dong. I dare not do so. Good, get the brush and ink. Zhang Xiaohu ordered. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohu signed the Life and Death Declaration and said with a smile, Deputy Sect Master Ming, do you want to follow me? Ming Qing shook his head. No, Sect Master Zhang is going to capture him personally. I dare not steal Sect Master Zhang's prestige. I'll wait in the square. You go too. Zhang Xiaohu said to the others, after I capture Wang Dong, I'll bring him to the square in front of the meeting hall. Yes. Everyone accepted the order and went to the square. Only Chang'e and Chen Chen looked back as they walked, very concerned. After everyone left, Zhang Xiaohu looked at the sky and stood up. It was the Misty School's ethereal steps. At this time when Zhang Xiaohu used it, it was much better than 10 days ago. At this time, the disciples of the Misty School also knew about the battle today. They were all proud of Zhang Xiaohu for stepping forward bravely. Therefore today they gathered in twos and threes at the square in front of the meeting hall, wanting to see the final result. The disciples of the original incense order were the same. Except for a few disciples who disliked the Misty School, the rest of the disciples also gathered in the square. On the way up, Zhang Xiaohu greeted countless disciples on the way to the pharmacy hall. It was obvious that there were many more disciples greeting Zhang Xiaohu today than before. Zhang Xiaohu was not in a hurry. He entered the pharmacy hall at an even slower pace, looking around vigilantly. When there was no one around, he called out a few times in a low voice. When he reached the guest room that he and Zhang Xiaohua had stayed in, a voice came from the stone beside him. "Second brother, go into the guest room first." Zhang Xiaohu responded and entered the guest room. In just a moment, another Zhang Xiaohu came out from inside. He looked around and floated up. It was the ethereal steps, and he rushed straight to a corner of the pharmacy hall. After crossing several courtyards, in a small courtyard of the pharmacy hall, Wang Dong was holding a long sword and sitting on a stool in the courtyard with a calm expression. "Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please bookmark, please tip, thank you." Chapter 1087. When Wang Dong saw Zhang Xiaohu come in, he was slightly surprised. In his impression, Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts were low, and he was only a direct disciple of the Misty School under his master's shadow. However, the way Zhang Xiaohu floated in just now was clearly the advanced lightness skill of the Misty School. Could it be, this Zhang Xiaohu is hiding something? Wang Dong thought. He immediately stood up and cupped his hands. "Sect leader Zhang, I wouldn't dare." Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand and sneered, I don't deserve to be your sect leader. If you still see me as your sect leader, why would I personally come to arrest you?" Wang Dong slightly gripped his sword and bit his lip. He suppressed the anger in his heart and continued, "Although sect leader Zhang doesn't recognize me, I am still a disciple of the Misty School. That's for sure." Zhang Xiaohu laughed. "I'm curious. If you knew you were a disciple of the Misty School, why did you break the sect's rules? Even if you broke the rules, why didn't you receive punishment? Now that things have come to this, you want to say some soft words?" Wang Dong felt wronged and said, "I drank too much that day and made a big mistake. After I sobered up, I wanted to go to the assembly hall to receive punishment, but the situation was already out of my control. The disciples of the Misty School and the disciples of the Fragrant School fought each other and many were injured. I have the heart but not the strength." How could Zhang Xiaohu be moved by his soft words? He stretched out his index finger, shook it slightly and said, "If you know your mistake now, then surrender and let me take you to the square. Even if you are cut into pieces by the law enforcement hall in the end, you can still have a good reputation for atonement." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu was unmoved, Wang Dong waved his sword and said, "I already know the rules of the Misty School. It's just death. Since that's the case, why don't I fight? Maybe there's some hope?" Zhang Xiaohu laughed loudly. "You've finally revealed your tale. You brat, you've been talking for so long. Are you trying to get me to show mercy?" "Show mercy?" Wang Dong also sneered. "Gang leader Zhang, don't forget that you and I have signed a life and death agreement. Even if I kill you, neither the Fragrance Cult nor the Misty School will be able to punish me, and my previous crimes will be written off." Zhang Xiaohu was obviously stunned and then his face turned cold. "I understand. Since that's the case, what else is there to say? Are the people behind you the ones who hurt the Misty School students that night?" Wang Dong was stunned for a moment before he nodded slightly. "That's right." Then he said loudly, "Senior brothers, you'd better come out. Gang leader Zhang already knows that you're inside." While they were talking, a few valiant disciples of Wuming Hall jumped out and stood in a row on Wang Dong's left and right. "Do you want to come together? Or do you want to come one by one?" Zhang Xiaohu looked at them and said coldly. The others didn't know why Wang Dong suddenly gave in. When they heard Zhang Xiaohu's provocation, they couldn't help but laugh. One of them said, "Let our gang leader Zhang know that I'm not talented, and I'm the weakest among my senior brothers. But I don't want to bully you with numbers." Fortunately, this guy still called Zhang Xiaohu gang leader Zhang, and didn't directly say that Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts were weak. Instead, he said that he didn't want to bully you with numbers. "Well, very good." Zhang Xiaohu nodded. I'm here to capture Wang Dong. You guys only acted rashly because of the friendship between senior and junior brothers. Just go to the law enforcement hall to receive your punishment. Heh. The disciple wanted to mock him, but Zhang Xiaohu flew up and punched Wang Dong. He shouted, Wang Dong, I'm coming to get you. Wang Dong had been on guard since a long time ago. When he saw Zhang Xiaohu's punch coming at him, he saw that there was no order to it and that there were countless openings all over his body. He could not help but smile. Sect Master Zhang, then. I'll have to offend you. You've already signed the life and death contract. How can you offend me? Zhang Xiaohu sneered. Shua. Wang Dong waved his long sword and cut Zhang Xiaohu's wrist where the tendon was. Then he moved his left foot slightly forward, ready to wait for Zhang Xiaohu to change his move. Wang Dong responded immediately. However, when the tip of his sword was about to pierce Zhang Xiaohu's wrist, Zhang Xiaohu's fist didn't change. Wang Dong was slightly stunned. He took the opportunity to turn this feint into a real move. Since he had already signed the life and death contract, it wasn't a big deal to cut off the tendon. Unexpectedly, just as the tip of Wang Dong's sword was about to pierce Zhang Xiaohu's wrist, two fingers suddenly appeared at the tip of the sword. It was Zhang Xiaohu's clenched fist. He stretched out his hand and the two fingers clamped down on the tip of Wang Dong's sword. Humph! Wang Dong snorted and twisted his wrist, trying to break Zhang Xiaohu's fingers. However, no matter how hard he tried, the long sword didn't budge at all. Wang Dong was shocked. Just as he was about to pull out his sword again, Zhang Xiaohu pulled him back. Wang Dong's body was pulled by Zhang Xiaohu and he staggered. Before Wang Dong could consider whether he should abandon his sword, Zhang Xiaohu's other fist was already close to him. This fist came quickly and was different from the previous one. Wang Dong had just seen it when the fist was already at his dantian. Shit! Wang Dong was shocked. He swung his left hand downward, wanting to cut Zhang Xiaohu's arm. Zhang Xiaohu didn't care at all. His fist didn't change and hit Wang Dong's dantian before his left hand could cut his arm. Without any sound, Zhang Xiaohu's fist smashed into Wang Dong's dantian. A wisp of true energy entered Wang Dong's dantian along with his fist. Wang Dong didn't seem to be struck by lightning. He swayed and his face instantly turned pale. His left hand slashed at Zhang Xiaohu's arm and drooped down powerlessly. Then with a pew sound, Wang Dong spat out a mouthful of blood. This fist had already damaged his internal organs. Looking at Zhang Xiaohu, he clenched his fist and his fingers that were holding the long sword. Without waiting for the long sword to fall to the ground, he grabbed the back of Wang Dong's neck and lifted Wang Dong, who was about to collapse to the ground. He turned his head to look at the other disciples who had yet to recover from their shock and sneered, I'm going to the plaza now. You all follow closely behind and admit your mistakes. My Misty School has a lot of things to do now, so I won't mistreat you. If not, hee. Before he finished speaking, his figure floated away and headed straight for the wall. The few disciples were shocked. They knew very well how good Wang Dong's martial arts were. He was definitely better than them, but in the blink of an eye he was defeated by Zhang Xiaohu in one move. Looking at the position of his fist, Wang Dong's martial arts must have been crippled. Was this still the same sect leader Zhang Xiaohu who had weak martial arts? Quick, let's go. A quick-witted disciple came back to his senses and exclaimed, Sect leader Zhang crippled Wang Dong's martial arts to make an example out of him. He wants us to follow him to the plaza and admit our mistakes to give us a way out. This is clearly a clear indication of rewards and punishments. If we don't seize this opportunity, our lives will be in danger. As he spoke, he immediately used his qinggong and leaped up. When he looked at Zhang Xiaohu again, his figure had already disappeared into the guest room. The other disciples also came to their senses and immediately chased after that disciple. After a while, they saw Zhang Xiaohu's figure appear in front of the guest room again. The speed of his qinggong had decreased a lot. It was obvious that he was waiting for them. Everyone was afraid and did not dare to approach. They only followed from a distance and ran to the plaza. At this time, in the plaza in front of the meeting hall of the Ethereal Heights, many disciples had gathered. These disciples were clearly divided into two groups. Aunt Qin, Du Feng and Ding Chao looked slightly anxious and looked in the direction of the pharmacy from time to time. Changgu and Qinchin looked relaxed. They lowered their heads and whispered as if they had a plan in mind. Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng stood on the other side. Seeing the different expressions of Aunt Qin and the others in Changgu, they were also surprised. However, when they thought of their own arrangements, they also felt a lot more relaxed. At this time, from outside the archway of the ethereal heights, a disciple ran quickly to the plaza. He looked around and hesitated for a moment. He came to Aunt Qin and whispered a few words. When Aunt Qin heard this, she was pleasantly surprised but then became a little gloomy. She nodded and pointed to Ming Qing. The disciple came to Ming Qing and reported. When Wenhai and the others came back together with Li Jian and the others, Ming Qing listened to the report of the Misty School disciple and nodded slightly. He said, "Let Hall Master Qin arrange this matter." After that, he looked at Aunt Qin, who had already said something to Du Feng and Ding Chao and ignored them. How could he care about a group of loyal Misty School disciples who had lost their martial arts? Yes. The disciple nodded and returned to Aunt Qin's side. Has it been reported to Deputy Gang Leader? Yes, Deputy Gang Leader Ming asks Hall Master Qin to make the decision. The disciple said respectfully. Zai Gang Leader Zhang. Things bode ill for him. Aunt Qin was a little emotional. She looked at the people in the plaza and said to Ding Chao, Deputy Gang Leader Ding, Gang Leader Zhang's situation is critical. I'm afraid that there will be some internal strife. I'll stay here to guard against Ming Qing and the others. Welcome Elder Li and Wenhai on behalf of the Misty School disciples. Yes, I'll go now. Ding Chao nodded and hurriedly left with the disciple with a few others. Outside the Misty Mountain Villa, under the quaint archway, Li Jian, Lu Qingyang, Wenhai, Xueqing, Lu Yueming and the others were standing steadily. However, the turbulent emotions in their hearts couldn't be explained with words. Li Jian's eyes were a little moist. He sighed and said, I didn't think that I would be able to return to the Misty Mountain Villa one day. This was the common thought of everyone. They were all sighing. Why hasn't Zhang Xiaohu come out to welcome us? Lu Qingyang sighed and shouted. Old 5. Li Jian scolded. Little who is now the gang leader of Misty School. You can't shout like this. Then he looked at Wenhai and said gently, Ahai, we are all thanks to you. Martial Uncle Li. Wenhai quickly bowed. This disciple doesn't dare. This is all thanks to Martial Uncle. Chapter 1088. Haha, my blessing. Li Jian raised his head and looked at the thousands of Misty School disciples behind him who had already recovered their martial arts. Like Li Jian, they were very excited and said with a smile, if it weren't for you, even if we came back, we would still be trash. We would have no reason to be Jingyi's hostage to contain the Misty School. But now, we need to conserve our energy and carefully cherish our feathers. When we have the opportunity, we will amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Xueqing said cleverly. Lu Qingyang laughed. Little girl, you really know how to talk. You know what I'm thinking. At this moment, Ding Chao and the others quickly walked out of Misty Mountain Villa and ran towards Li Jian. Zhang Xiaohu. Li Jian was stunned. Could it be that after becoming the grand faction leader he's putting on airs? Lu Qingyang said angrily. Martial Uncle Lu. The honest stone ox said, Little Tiger is not that kind of person. I'm afraid it's to cover us. Li Jian said with a smile, that's why we have to be so low-key. With that, Li Jian led the crowd forward. Greetings, Martial Ancestor Li. When Ding Chao arrived in front of them, he immediately saluted. The disciples behind him also saluted. Ding Chao didn't have time to salute the others. He led everyone into the Ethereal Mountain Villa and told Li Jian and the others about what happened in the Ethereal Mountain Villa. Li Jian and the others were dissatisfied with Ding Chao's lack of etiquette, but when they heard Ding Chao's explanation, they immediately understood. Lu Qingyang shouted, Disciple of Fragrance Cult. How can he be so arrogant? Little Tiger. No, our grand faction leader Zhang. Just let the law enforcement hall disciples go. Why did he take the risk? His martial arts. Old 5. Li Jian's face was gloomy. When he heard Ding Chao's report, he had already seen the whole story and saw Zhang Xiaohu's difficulties and humiliation. He said, You are not the grand faction leader, so you don't know the hardships. Oh right, when you enter Misty Mountain Villa, when grand faction leader Zhang doesn't allow you to show your martial arts, you must never show your martial arts. Otherwise, grand faction leader Zhang's plan. What's the big deal? Even his life may not be spared. Lu Qingyang muttered in a low voice. The stone ox was also rubbing his fists. But when he heard Li Jian's order, he hurriedly said, "But, we can't possibly see Grand Faction Leader Zhang and lose our lives. Alas, now that things have come to this, it's already too late. If only we had come a day earlier," when Wen Hai, who was next to him, regretted. "Martial uncle, it's all my fault. I thought that going back to the ethereal villa with you would make you happy, so let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go in and take a look." With a wave of his hand, Li Jian raised his head and entered the ethereal heights. In front of the meeting hall, the disciples of the Misty School were still looking in the direction of the medicine hall, anxiously waiting for the results. When Li Jian and the others first entered, they didn't attract anyone's attention. However, when they saw Aunt Qin and the others going over to greet them, the disciples of the Misty School finally noticed the commotion at the entrance of the villa. Wow! All the disciples turned around and looked at the elder of the older generation of the Misty sect. No one knew what they were feeling right now. That's right. Ever since the Misty School was destroyed several years ago, they hadn't seen Li Jian and the others. Who are these people? They were their idols since they were young. They were the targets that they had been determined to follow since they were young. Moreover, many of the disciples behind Li Jian were also their teachers. When they saw these people, the disciples felt a sense of dependence, a sense of intimacy, and a sense of belonging from the bottom of their hearts. It was just as Zhang Xiaohu said. Only with these people in the Misty School could the Misty School become a Misty School. Only then could they find the Misty School of the past. Aunt Qin walked in front of Li Jian and bowed. In the square, the disciples of the Misty School also bowed together and said, "Greetings, Elder." Their voices were unusually crisp, unusually unified, and unusually excited. His voice reverberated throughout the entire ethereal sect's square, almost dispersing the clouds in the sky. On the other side of the square, the disciples of the fragrance cult stood quietly. Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng's faces were gloomy. Perhaps they were shocked by the scene, or perhaps they didn't expect Li Jian and the others to have such high prestige. However, they still stood there motionless. "Everyone rise." Li Jian calmly waved his hand and slowly walked to the side of the square. Wherever he walked, the disciples of the Misty School immediately opened up a wide space for him to walk to the front of the crowd. Before he could steady himself, several figures appeared in the direction of the medicine hall. When they got closer, the disciples could clearly see that the person in front was their big gang leader, Zhang Xiaohu. Unknowingly, the disciples of the Misty School who had just calmed down were stirred up again. The whole square was suddenly filled with thunderous cheers. The crowd was in high spirits. Big gang leader Zhang. Big gang leader Zhang. It was unknown which female disciple of the Mingtue Hall started to cheer. In just a moment, the entire square was filled with the crisp shouts of the female disciples of the Mingtue Hall. The male disciples of the Misty School were not to be outdone. Similarly, it was unknown who started it. "Mighty! Mighty!" That low, mighty voice represented the deep and suppressed emotions of the male disciples. It resounded through the square and matched with the crisp voices of the female disciples. Then the voices of the male and female became even more harmonious. "Big gang leader Zhang. Mighty! Big gang leader Zhang. Mighty!" One voice after another, high and low, thick and thin, it was a combination of cheerful laughter and a feeling of prosperity. In contrast to the smiles on the faces of Li Jian, Lu Qingyang and the others, Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng's faces were as gloomy as dark clouds. On the other side of the square, the disciples of the fragrance cult all had awkward expressions. Their morale was at a freezing point. Zhang Xiaohu had long heard the voices of the disciples calling out to Grandmaster Li. He was delighted. When he heard the cheers of the disciples now, he felt warm in his heart as if he had eaten an immortal fruit. He felt that his many days of forbearance and the sacrifice that he had long wanted to make had finally gained the understanding and recognition of the disciples. Zhang Xiaohu was carrying Wang Dong, who seemed to have had his acupoint sealed. Behind him were several disciples who were cowering with their heads lowered. They arrived at the square. He put Wang Dong down. Wang Dong stood there in a daze with his eyes slightly closed. Zhang Xiaohu cupped his fists at Li Jian, Wen Hai and the others. He gestured with both hands to make the disciples stop shouting. He said in a clear voice, "Disciples, I believe that all of you know about what happened at Ethereal Peak 7 days ago. First of all, as the big gang leader of the Misty School, I did not set up the law enforcement hall in time. I did not announce the rules of the Misty School to all the disciples of the Misty School. This is my fault. I apologize to all the disciples. With that he bowed deeply. Without waiting for the disciples to speak, Zhang Xiaohu raised his voice again. In order to make up for my mistake, I have decided to personally capture the disciple who violated the rules, Wang Dong. I will punish him and make him face the music. Good, the disciples of the Misty School cheered. Zhang Xiaohu looked around the square and saw Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng. He patted Wang Dong's shoulder. Wang Dong opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Xiaohu in a daze. Wang Dong, do you know your mistake? I know my mistake. Do you know what you did wrong? I know. I shouldn't have acted rashly after drinking. I used my identity as an outer sect disciple of the incense cult, to flirt with a female disciple of the Mingtue Hall. According to the rules of the Misty School, those who flirt with a male disciple of the Mingtue Hall will be killed. Not only did you flirt with a female disciple of the Mingtue Hall, you also caused a fight between the disciples of the two sections. Your crime is unforgivable. Yes, my crime is unforgivable. Please punish me, Big Gang Leader. Big Gang Leader Zhang. Ming Qing saw that something was amiss. He stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong with Wang Dong? He seems to be delirious." Ah, delirious? Zhang Xiaohu laughed. He already signed the life and death contract. Why do you care if he's delirious? But then he had a thought. He asked again, "Wang Dong, let me ask you. Why did you think of signing the life and death contract?" Reporting to Big Gang Leader Zhang, the matter of the life and death contract wasn't my idea. It was Deputy Gang Leader Gao who taught me. He told me to take Big Gang Leader Zhang's life in the fight, but I didn't dare. I secretly asked Deputy Gang Leader Ming. Deputy Gang Leader Ming didn't want me to be ruthless. He only told me to injure Big Gang Leader Zhang. It would be best if I could take an arm or, without waiting for Wang Dong to continue, Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng's expressions changed. They leaped forward and shouted, "Wang Dong, are you crazy?" Ha! Zhang Xiaohu laughed loudly. He reached out his hand and grabbed Wang Dong's neck. He said, "Wang Dong, you have violated the rules of our Misty School. I will personally cast a spell to make you the first person to die for the law after the re-establishment of our Misty School. You will be able to leave your name in the history of our Misty School." With that said, he exerted force in his hand. With a crack, Wang Dong's neck was snapped by Zhang Xiaohu. A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of Wang Dong's mouth as his body slumped to the ground. According to Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng's thoughts, it was impossible for Wang Dong to be captured by Zhang Xiaohu. Their preparations were all about how to deal a blow to Zhang Xiaohu and how to lower Zhang Xiaohu's prestige in the Misty School. However, Wang Dong's capture made them flustered. Their first reaction was to rescue Wang Dong. If Wang Dong was executed, the situation between them and Zhang Xiaohu would be reversed. They would be the ones to suffer the blow. But when they heard Wang Dong confess all the secrets they had told him on the spot, they were already shocked. How could they still have the heart to rescue him? Now that they saw Zhang Xiaohu reach out and crush Wang Dong to death like he was killing a chicken, they immediately felt relieved. They said in unison, "Grand Gang Leader Zhang. Wang Dong, he's spouting nonsense. Don't believe him." Ha! Zhang Xiaohu laughed loudly. "You all said that he was delirious. How can I believe that?" Then he raised his head and shouted, "Deputy Hall Master Ding." Ding Chao responded and came over. He bowed and said, "Grand Gang Leader Zhang, what are your orders?" Zhang Xiaohu turned to look at the ashen-faced disciples behind him and said, "These disciples were involved in a private fight and even injured a disciple of our sect. Deal with them according to the sect rules." Then he berated, "Why aren't you all going to the law enforcement hall to receive your punishment? Do you want me to do it personally?" Transcending Mortality, the Cultivation Saga. Chapter 1089. The disciples seemed to be shocked by the hustle and bustle in the square, or perhaps they were intimidated by Zhang Xiaohu's martial arts and might, but they didn't resist. They looked at the puzzled faces of Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng, then lowered their heads and followed Ding Chao out of the square. After they left, Zhang Xiaohu glanced at Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng. He smiled and said, "Deputy faction leaders, I've already dealt with Wang Dong's violation of the faction's rules. Do you have anything to add? We wouldn't dare. Faction leader Zhang handles matters fairly and magnanimously. We have no objections. Ming Qing looked at Gao Kunheng, clearly unhappy. He cupped his hands and said, "Good. Since that's the case, I'm going to welcome our faction's elders. Deputy faction leaders. Do you want to come with me?" Gao Kunheng glanced sideways at Li Jian and the others. He smiled and said, "These were the original elders of the Misty School. Now that the Misty School has been rebuilt, they are no longer elders. Faction leader Zhang is on good terms with them. Naturally, you have to go. We don't need to." After he finished speaking, he cupped his hands at Zhang Xiaohu and left. Ming Qing also smiled and cupped his hands in farewell. After the two deputy faction leaders left, the incense cult disciples in the square also slowly dispersed. Only the Misty School disciples clustered around Zhang Xiaohu, Li Jian and the others. Zhang Xiaohu looked at Li Jian and quickly stepped forward. He bowed and saluted. "Greetings, martial ancestor Li. Kid, you're pretty good, aren't you? I didn't realize that your martial arts were so high. How did you do it just now? You actually let that kid speak the truth?" Lu Qingyang said first. Li Jian glared at him and returned the salute. "Greetings, faction leader Zhang." Lu Qingyang could only bow to Li Jian. The disciples behind him, including Wen Wenhai, Xueqing and Lu Yueming, all bowed to Li Jian with a respectful look on their faces. Zhang Xiaohu's face was filled with shock, and he hurriedly returned the greeting again. He held Li Jian's arm and said, "Grandmaster Li, don't do this. You're killing me." Li Jian said sternly, "You can't. You are now the leader of our Misty School. Even if we become the elders of the Misty School in the future or some hall master, it will still be the same." Zhang Xiaohu knew that Li Jian had heard Gao Kunheng's words. He bitterly smiled and said, "My Misty School is still weak right now. Let's talk about it later." Afterwards, he raised his hand and said, "Would Master Ancestor Li please step forward? Let's go to the assembly hall to speak." "Please, after you, faction leader Zhang." Li Jian didn't want to go first. The two of them exchanged pleasantries for a while, then entered the meeting hall hand in hand. "Is there a need to go through so much trouble?" Lu Qingyang muttered in a low voice as he walked behind. When Wenhai, Xueqing and Lu Yueming also slowly entered the assembly hall with some qualified disciples. Du Feng and the others ordered the disciples to arrange the food and lodging for the returning disciples. These were the loyal disciples of the Misty School, so they couldn't be neglected. In the distant pharmacy hall, Zhang Xiaohu, who was wearing the same clothes as Zhang Xiaohu, was sitting cross-legged in the guest room. She could clearly see the situation in the square. She couldn't help but gasp in amazement at the way her second brother handled things. This faction leader was really forced. If it was her, wouldn't she have already killed Ming Qing and Gao Kunheng? But in this way, those disciples of the Misty School who weren't loyal to the fragrant cult would be in trouble. She couldn't just kill them all. Looking at Li Jian and the others' respect for Zhang Xiaohu and their recognition of Zhang Xiaohu's identity as the faction leader, Zhang Xiaohua felt that her hard work on Shixing Peak was worth it. When everyone entered the assembly hall, Zhang Xiaohua stood up, clapped her hands and said with a smile, "Second brother's matter is done. I still have to move. I don't know if Miss O will give second brother face. With so many people moving to Huanxi Villa, it will cost a lot of copper coins every month." However, when Zhang Xiaohua left the guest room and was about to turn invisible and fly away, her eyes fell on the mountain road that led to the Misty Peak's forbidden area from the pharmacy hall. At that time, He Tianshu had repeatedly warned her not to go there. If she fell into the white fog, she would be doomed eternally. That was then and this is now. Maybe it's time to go and have a look. Zhang Xiaohua looked up at the sky and said to herself, "It's still early. I'll go to the Misty School's forbidden area and then go back to the Guozhuang house for dinner. Wouldn't that be perfect?" Thinking of this, she saw that some disciples had returned to the pharmacy hall. Zhang Xiaohua made an incantation and went directly outside the forbidden area. The white fog in the forbidden area was still there, and it even expanded a lot. Zhang Xiaohua understood that this was the reason why the qi of heaven and earth gradually began to recover. Approaching the forbidden area that had been regarded as poisonous by the Misty School, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't nervous at all. She just released her divine sense and looked carefully. The forbidden area that was visible to the naked eye was white fog. But in her divine sense, There was a passage with some chaotic fluctuations of the chi of heaven and earth. However, this passage was a little winding like a small maze. In this passage there were a lot of bones, which must have been left by the disciples who had mistakenly entered the forbidden area. This is a little strange. Looking at the passage in her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a little surprised. From her divine sense, this passage only had chaotic fluctuations of the chi of heaven and earth. Other than the fact that it was a little complicated to walk through, there was nothing strange about it. If ordinary disciples mistakenly entered, they would probably be attacked by the forbidden area. But what about people from the path of immortality? Wouldn't they be able to enter directly with their divine sense? Previously, when the Misty School was destroyed, Nun Jingyi and Master Chongqing had also been here. They also had divine sense. Could it be that they had already entered? If that was the case, then Nun Jingyi had a reason to restore the Misty School. After all, she had also been to the forbidden area of the Misty School and taken everything inside. Thinking that Nun Jingyi might have already been here, Zhang Xiaohua's courage was greatly boosted. She slowly walked to the side of the white fog of the forbidden area and stepped into it. As soon as she stepped in, the scene in front of her immediately shook violently. It felt like the world was turning upside down, causing Zhang Xiaohua to almost feel dizzy. When she blinked slightly, the scene in front of her changed again. It was a world of ice and snow. Illusion. Zhang Xiaohua immediately determined that it was an illusion and released his divine sense without hesitation. However, the moment her divine sense left her body, a fluctuation of the chi of heaven and earth came from all directions of the forbidden area. Like a moth to a flame, it rushed towards Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. In an instant, an unparalleled pain traveled along her divine sense to Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and immediately withdrew her divine sense, wanting to avoid the fluctuation. However, the fluctuation followed her divine sense to attack her Naiwen Palace. Oh no, this forbidden area. Why is it similar to the attack of the black fog? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Thinking of her previous experience, she immediately used spirit guidance and activated the essence of herbalism in her Naiwen Palace. She saw that the two dragon and tiger talismans were shining with a golden light. They danced like dragons and tigers, and a similar fluctuation was immediately generated, meeting the fluctuation of the forbidden area's attack. The two types of energy waves collided. There was no sound, no movement. The energy waves from the seals were suddenly annihilated and disappeared without a trace. The dragon and tiger talisman outside the Dan heart also stopped dancing and slowly rotated along with the layer of golden innate divine seals. Haha. Although Zhang Xiaohua suffered a setback, she wasn't angry. Instead, she laughed and said, "I guessed wrong. This forbidden area is an illusion array. For disciples without divine sense, what they see is a strange place. Once they fall into it, they won't be able to get out. For those who practice the way of immortality, this forbidden area is powerful because it attacks the divine sense, forcing the person who enters to withdraw their divine sense. For those who practice the way of immortality without divine sense, how different are they from those who practice the way of martial arts? Nun Jingyi and Elder Chongqing might have been repelled by this restriction. As for what's inside, I guess Nun Jingyi and Elder don't know." Smiling, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and followed the passage in her divine sense, slowly walking inside. This restriction was rather peculiar. After the attacks were ineffective, it did not continue attacking. Although the passageway was full of twists and turns, there was a certain pattern to it. Zhang Xiaohua did not take long to reach the end of the passageway. What greeted him was a pure white jade door. Perhaps this is where the Misty School's immortal Dao legacy is. What a pity. Who knows how many years it's been since someone came here. Zhang Xiaohua thought and used her divine sense to observe the white jade door for a long time. After confirming that there was nothing strange, she stretched out her hand and pushed the door open. The jade door looked heavy, but with a push, the door opened easily. When Zhang Xiaohua saw everything inside, she couldn't help but frown again. The jade door was very precious. However, behind the door was not the hall that Zhang Xiaohua had expected. Instead, it was a spacious cave. Why? This immortal Dao's abode is in the mountains? That mysterious place of fragrance cult is in the mountains. Shindao sect. Oh, between the clouds and the water is also underground, and this Misty School looks like it's also an ethereal peak. Don't tell me The immortal Tao that Wan Wuxing mentioned is also in Yaoshan? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself and stepped into the mountain path. The mountain path of Misty School was different from that of Fragrance Cult. It was abnormally spacious, and the bright luminous pearl beside the mountain path illuminated the entire path. Moreover, the mountain path seemed to have been empty for many years, for there wasn't any dust. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and felt that there were restrictions all around the mountain path, bouncing her divine sense back. As she went deeper, her divine sense was gradually suppressed. The mountain path led downwards. After walking for the time it took to smoke a cigarette, it turned a corner and a white jade platform appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua. After climbing up the steps, a huge square appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the square, which was comparable to the Huayu Palace of Fragrance Cult. Her mouth was agape and she almost couldn't close it. She had thought that Misty School was a run-down place, and that this mountain path would at most be like the immortal fiery dragon's abode in Serpent Mountain, a cave of ethereal peak. But she didn't expect that, before she even stepped into the room, she would be shocked by the extravagance of the jade stone square. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua only had one thought: rich and imposing. Yes, and also, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1090. The Immortal Tao Inheritance is really different from the Wild Fox Zen. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the entire square and sighed. Venerable Fiery Dragon is considered an expert of his generation, but, compared to the Misty School, he is really poor. At that moment, Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to take everything in the Misty School for herself. This Tao inheritance. Isn't it much more orthodox than Venerable Fiery Dragons? However, Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and chased away this greedy thought. The Misty School had a close relationship with her and was also her second brother's sect. This Tao inheritance would definitely be her second brother's inheritance in the future. She had no reason to snatch it away. No matter how important Tao inheritance was, it couldn't be compared to kinship. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and saw a few steps similar to the one she had taken to ascend the square. She guessed that these were the other forbidden areas of the Misty School. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense could only reach 10 feet. Looking at the quiet square and the huge mountain rock above the square, as well as the luminous pearl embedded in the rock, Zhang Xiaohua smiled. She then used her flying skill and was about to fly towards the end of the square when she realized that flying skills were also restricted in the square. Helpless, Zhang Xiaohua could only use her ethereal steps and her qing gong to fly towards the end of the square. At the end of the square was a majestic palace, similar to the Huayu Palace. Walking to the front of the palace, there was a huge plaque above the palace door. On it were 3 simple ancient words: Misty Palace. The Misty in these 3 big characters was different from the Misty on the decorated archway outside the Misty Villa. It was more lively and less weathered. It gave people a feeling of being high and mighty. As Zhang Xiaohua had a deep impression of the mystique on the archway, when she saw the mystique on the Misty Palace, she couldn't help but stop and savor it carefully. After a short while, Zhang Xiaohua sighed and thought to herself, different cultivations, different states of mind, different experiences, this word is also different. But, no matter what, this word is still mystique and the meaning it conveys is the same. Instantly Zhang Xiaohua understood. No matter if it was the Misty School, the Incense Cult or the Shindao sect, they were all celestial sects. Even Venerable Fiery Dragon's orthodoxy was a small branch of the celestial Tao. Perhaps their paths were different but their goals were the same. Then, what is the goal that all the sects are pursuing? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't understand. She had always been immersed in comprehending the Heavenly Tao and cultivating the Carefree Heart Sutra. She felt that the Heavenly Tao was the goal that she wanted to pursue. But now that she thought of others, she couldn't help but feel lost. Forget it, who would know about such things in the current state of the Celestial Tao? If I had a master or something I could still ask. But now, I'll just walk my own path. Zhang Xiaohua raised her head again and looked at the 3 words, Misty Palace. Raising her head, she walked past the plaque and stepped into the palace. The Misty Palace was very grand, and the decorations inside were even better than the Huayu Palace. But at this moment the palace was quiet and desolate. Looking around the entire palace, there was nothing special. Zhang Xiaohua came to the front of the screen at the top of the palace. Behind the screen there were two corridors, one on the left and one on the right, leading to two places. Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a while and chose the corridor on the left. At the end there was another stone wall with a stone door. Using her divine sense, she didn't find any restrictions on the stone door. Zhang Xiaohua pushed the door open and entered. Behind the door was another mountain path which also led downwards. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. She had been walking down the mountain path for a long time. If she went further down, where would it lead to? Sure enough, after she walked down the mountain path for a long time, she saw a huge space. But this space looked very rough and even simple. It was completely different from the Misty Palace. On the stone wall of this space, there were about a dozen caves of different sizes, all of which were covered by stone doors. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something. Smiling, she pushed open a stone door. The stone door opened and what came into view was an earth fire, a futon and a shelf with jade bottles. This was the Misty School's alchemy room. Ah, I knew it. The Misty School also needs alchemy. This place is deep underground and there are caves in the stone wall. What is it if not an alchemy room? Zhang Xiaohua was very proud. She walked in and took the jade bottle on the shelf. As expected, it was empty. Then she walked to the earth fire and used her divine sense to scan it. She waved her hand and a light yellow flame appeared. Zhang Xiaohua injected a few more spells into the flame and the flame gradually turned blue and then green. Ha, Zhang Xiaohua laughed. That's good. With this earth fire, the promise to second brother is settled. But I don't know. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xiaohua closed his eyes for a moment, as though he was pondering something. Following that, the fingers on his left hand moved and he injected a few unfamiliar seals into it. The earth fire, which had already turned blue, rose up high with a ting sound. However, it gradually dimmed. But just as it dimmed, the flames within it gradually turned white. As the color of the flames changed, the temperature around the earth fire began to drop. Furthermore, on the stone platform beside the earth fire, white snowflakes gradually formed. Wow, this is amazing. This ice fire is really powerful. Since it's fire, it can even freeze the surroundings. If I didn't get the spells of this ice fire from Abbess Jinggang's jade slip, I would never believe it. Zhang Xiaohua smacked her lips and waved her hand. The flame on the earth fire slowly turned green, and the surrounding temperature slowly rose. The white ice flowers turned into water droplets and condensed on the stone platform. After a while, the water droplets disappeared and turned into gas that disappeared in the air. Immortal Tao, oh immortal Tao, it's so mysterious. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. I didn't expect that refining the meridian soothing pill requires yang fire, and refining the soul intimidating pill requires ice fire. I wonder if there's yin fire? Then, what kind of elixir is it refining? With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and took out an 8 trigrams purple gold cauldron from her belt. She wanted to place it above the earth fire. However, the moment the cauldron appeared, before Zhang Xiaohua could release her hand, the cauldron in midair trembled slightly and emitted a faint buzzing sound. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. When she looked carefully, she realized that the cauldron she took out was the cauldron she had obtained from the Fragrance Cult's mountain peak. It was not the cauldron that had been merged between the clouds and the water underground. Could it be that the Misty School has a similar cauldron? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the similar scene between the clouds and the water and was pleasantly surprised. After that, Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate. She walked out of the cave with the huge 8 trigrams purple gold cauldron in her hand. As soon as she walked out of the cave, the 8 trigrams purple gold cauldron felt like it was flying out of her hand. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were about to turn into crescents as she followed her intuition and walked inside. Zhang Xiaohua pushed the door open and entered the third elixir room from the back. It was a similar elixir room as the previous one. However, there was no shelf in the place where there should be a shelf. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and felt a little strange. She used her divine sense to scan the room, but she still did not find it. Did I enter the wrong place? Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. However, the cauldron in her hand trembled even more violently. Zhang Xiaohua could feel the excitement of the cauldron. Could it be here? Zhang Xiaohua followed the direction of the 8 trigrams purple gold cauldron and came to the front of the stone wall where the shelf should be. She reached out and touched the stone wall. The stone wall did not seem to exist. Zhang Xiaohua's hand sank into it. Haha, it's actually here. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and stretched her head out. Sure enough, behind the stone wall where her divine sense and the naked eye could not detect anything strange, there was another flight of stairs leading downwards. He walked all the way down. Sure enough, after walking for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, what appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua was an empty space about 10 feet wide. On that empty space, there were 6 cauldrons that looked like the 8 trigrams purple gold cauldron in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. The shape of these 6 cauldrons was very strange. They were not the kind of circle between the clouds and the water. Instead, they were shaped like spoons. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to approach, the 8 trigrams purple gold cauldron in his hand flew out with a whooshed sound. The 6 cauldrons on the empty space vibrated at the same time and flew into the air. The 7 cauldrons gathered together and spun rapidly. Just like what happened between the clouds and the water, the 7 cauldrons collided and merged into one. 7 8 trigrams purple gold cauldrons merged to form a new 8 trigrams purple gold cauldron. 49 8 trigrams purple gold cauldrons merged to form 7 8 trigrams purple gold cauldrons. What is the use of these 7 new 8 trigrams purple gold cauldrons? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the 8 trigrams purple gold cauldrons floating quietly in the air and could not help but feel a little puzzled. Looking at the positions where the 6 8 trigrams purple gold cauldrons were placed, Zhang Xiaohua's heart stirred. She waved her hand and the 6 8 trigrams purple gold cauldrons flew out from her belt and landed in the same 6 positions. Buzz 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 buzz. The 6 8 trigrams purple gold cauldrons vibrated at the same time in response to the cauldron in the air. As the cauldron in the air vibrated, it established an inexplicable connection with the other 6 cauldrons. This connection kept twisting among the 7 cauldrons. With the twisting of the connection, the cauldron in the air gradually descended and slowly landed at the spot where the 6 cauldrons formed the handle of the ladle. Bang! The cauldron landed and the 7 cauldrons immediately stopped vibrating. The space was silent. However, without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to make a move, the 7 cauldrons flew into the air at the same time with a whoosh sound. They maintained the same shape and vibrated at the same time again. In her divine sense, each of the 7 cauldrons separated a stream of heaven and earth yuan qi and gathered in the air. Like a mountain spring, it gushed upwards and through the stone wall and the layer of soil above. It went straight into the air. Not long after, the heaven and earth yuan qi gradually dissipated. A stream of 7-colored light fell from above and divided into 7 streams according to the color. It went straight into the 7 cauldrons. Bang! The 7 cauldrons fell to the ground at the same time and there was no more movement. Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to cast a recommendation vote or a monthly vote. Chapter 1091. Seeing the 7 alchemy furnaces fall to the ground, Zhang Xiaohua did not go up. She only waited not far away, quietly waiting for the magic to happen. However, the magic seemed to have ended. Zhang Xiaohua waited for half a cup of tea's time, but the 7 alchemy furnaces did not move at all. There was only a vague connection between the 7 alchemy furnaces. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and the nearest alchemy furnace flew into her belt. There was no change in the other 6 furnaces. Is the show over? Zhang Xiaohua smiled. She took out the alchemy furnace again and immersed her divine sense in it. She found that there was no change from before. There must be a change. It's just that I can't find it. Zhang Xiaohua thought. She kept the 7 alchemy furnaces into her belt. Looking at the empty ground, she walked up the stairs and returned to the alchemy room. After crossing the stone wall, Zhang Xiaohua still did not give up. She used her divine sense to check carefully. There was no fluctuation of primordial qi on the stone wall. She could see with her naked eyes that it was also a stone wall. It was exactly the same as the surrounding stone walls. When I saw the money bag at the ferry, I also encountered such a magical illusion array. However, that illusion array had a trace of primordial qi. But this illusion array in front of me has no trace of primordial qi. I don't know what method is used. Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. If not for the previous alchemy furnace, I wouldn't have been able to find this place. Then Zhang Xiaohua looked through all the alchemy rooms. Except for this alchemy room, which was a little strange, the other alchemy rooms were ordinary. In all the alchemy rooms the jade bottles were empty. There was not a single elixir. It's strange again. Zhang Xiaohua, who was used to picking up leftovers, muttered in her heart. Why is there not even a jade slip? Coming out of the alchemy room, Zhang Xiaohua followed the mountain path to the back of the ethereal palace. Opposite her was the corridor that led to the right. The end of the corridor was a little different from the end behind her. Facing her was a stone door carved out of white jade. Although it was the same stone door as the entrance of the ethereal palace, Zhang Xiaohua felt a sense of familiarity at first glance. Could it be? Thinking up to this point, Zhang Xiaohua could not wait any longer. He pushed open the jade door. Sure enough, there was a not very big hall behind the jade door. There were countless luminous pearls on the walls, illuminating the entire hall. In this hall, other than the white jade carved stone table and stone chairs, there were some dispensable curtains. Zhang Xiaohua. All the furnishings in this hall were, and some dispensable able curtains. Of all the furnishings in this hall, that was familiar. Yes, it was the hall carved out of white jade that Zhang Xiaohua saw on Lingering Fragrance Peak. It was also the white jade hall where Zhang Xiaohua met Wan Wuxin. Could it be? This hall is also carved out of white jade? Having confirmed this guess in her heart, Zhang Xiaohua naturally looked at the wall of the hall. On that wall there were indeed 3 portraits. The portraits were of Yu Mingxin, Wan Wuxin and Yang Haoya. The difference was that Yang Haoya's portrait was placed at the top. Similarly, beside the 3rd portrait of Wan Wuxin, there was a blank space. Presumably, there used to be a portrait of the founder of the devil cult, Di Shirtian. This Di Shirtian is really powerful. He went to Lingering Fragrance Peak, Sumeru World and even the forbidden area of Spreading Fragrance Cult. But why did Di Shirtian take away his own portrait? Could there be something strange about it? As Zhang Xiaohua thought, she looked around the entire hall to see if there was anything she could take away. What is this? When Zhang Xiaohua saw a pillar in the jade hall, she unconsciously stopped. Because she had already observed 2 halls that were exactly the same as this jade hall, she knew the furnishings inside like the back of her hand. Therefore she saw that on the originally smooth jade stone pillar, there was an extra palm-sized recessed area. Her heart was flabbergasted. Carefully walking to the front of the jade stone pillar, Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at the recessed area. This was a recessed area with distinct layers of protrusions at the edges of the recessed area. On the flat surface of the recessed area, there was also a slight pattern that was depressed. Seeing that there was no fluctuation of vitality and nothing unusual, Zhang Xiaohua stretched out her hand and used her fingers to slowly touch the pattern in the recessed area. The feeling from her fingertips clearly told Zhang Xiaohua that this pattern was very familiar. Where have I seen this pattern before? Zhang Xiaohua used her finger to aimlessly circle the recessed area as she carefully recalled. Zhang Xiaohua had been to the other 2 jade rooms before. After carefully recalling, those 2 jade rooms definitely did not have such a recessed area, let alone similar patterns. Could it be the rough tablet at the bottom of Lingering Fragrance Peak? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. That rough tablet was the only thing that Zhang Xiaohua had set her mind on, but she had no chance to keep it. That's not it either. Zhang Xiaohua carefully thought again and eliminated the possibility of it being the rough tablet. Is it this one? When Zhang Xiaohua's gaze fell on the recessed area, she immediately thought of the pile of things she found in the floating mound peak, Heaven and Earth Hall and Treasure Pavilion. Wasn't the token that she found in the Heaven Pavilion a square shape? As she thought about it, Zhang Xiaohua took out the square-shaped token from her money pouch. When she held the token in her hand, the raised pattern on the token told Zhang Xiaohua that her luck had once again exploded. Sure enough, this token fit perfectly into the recessed area of the jade pillar. Moreover, the moment the token was placed on the jade pillar, the entire pillar began to shine. The pattern on the token floated up from the token and gradually rotated. As it rotated, the pattern grew larger and larger. In the end, the pattern left the token and completely wrapped around the jade pillar. It was like a dragon coiling around the pillar and dancing up and down. In just a moment, the pattern that had transformed into a dragon had completely wrapped around the entire transparent pillar. Suddenly, it lit up again so bright that Zhang Xiaohua naturally closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the pillar in front of him had already disappeared. In the place where the pillar used to be, there was a large hole, and in the hole there were stairs that led down. Sigh, I have to go down again. Zhang Xiaohua sighed, but her heart was blooming with joy. Needless to say, there must be something good in this hole. After going down the stairs, she was faced with an identical jade pillar. The token was also embedded on the pillar. Zhang Xiaohua looked back at the extremely high stairs and raised her hand to take down the token. Sure enough, the stairs behind her gradually became transparent and then slowly disappeared, leaving only a jade pillar standing there. Going around the pillar, Zhang Xiaohua saw a small door in front of her. After passing through the small door, there was a rather large space. In the middle of the space, there was an extremely delicate palace standing there. Yes, there was a delicate feeling to it. This palace was much smaller than the ethereal palace. But whether it was the roof or the walls, they were all carved with patterns. The patterns were exquisite and smooth, giving people a pleasing feeling. Even on the door of the palace, there was a small plaque with the same handwriting as the words on the ethereal palace, Heritage Pavilion. Haha. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. After searching for so long, wasn't it just these things? Zhang Xiaohua stepped in without hesitation. Just as her foot stepped into the palace door of the Heritage Pavilion, a layer of faint purple light flashed and blocked her front. Like a flash of lightning, a light flashed and attacked Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He hadn't encountered any formidable restrictions along the way, but he hadn't expected it to appear here. Before Zhang Xiaohua could even think about it, the light had already struck him. At this moment, a profound fluctuation suddenly appeared from the four-cornered command token in Zhang Xiaohua's hand, and it moved forward to meet the light. As soon as the light touched the fluctuation, it immediately vanished. The light purple brilliance flickered a few times before vanishing without a trace. Sweat. Zhang Xiaohua wiped the sweat on her forehead and gripped the four-sided token even tighter. The Heritage Pavilion was a 3-story building. The first floor was very spacious, with only a portrait of Yang Haoya hanging on the wall. In front of it was a table with some sacrificial items. Below the table were some praying mats. Presumably, these were used by the Misty School's disciples when worshipping Yang Haoya. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the table and bowed. She whispered, "Senior Yang, Immortal Path's disciple Zhang Xiaohua greets you. Disciple took the Carefree Heart Sutra from your Misty School and stepped onto the path of immortality. Disciple has an inseparable attachment to the Misty School. Disciple doesn't know if the Carefree Heart Sutra is an original cultivation technique from your Misty School. If it is, Disciple will find an opportunity to return the Carefree Heart Sutra to your Misty School. If it isn't, then Disciple owes Misty School a favor. In the future, Beta School and Misty School will support each other and advance and retreat together. Of course, my second brother is the current sect leader of your Misty School. Even if the Carefree Heart Sutra belongs to your Misty School, I can't fight with my second brother for the position of sect leader. Please understand, Senior Yang. Senior Yang's legacy in the Misty School could be said to be a disaster. Now that it has just recovered, I hope that Senior Yang's spirit in heaven will bless the Misty School and my second brother, Zhang Xiaohu." After he finished speaking, he bowed 3 more times before getting up and turning to look at the stairs leading to the second floor. This was the Misty School's legacy pavilion, so it must contain the legacy cultivation techniques and secret manuals of the Misty School. Since Zhang Xiaohua had already decided to leave these cultivation techniques to Zhang Xiaohu, he gave up on the idea of going up to take a look. However, when he retracted his gaze from the stairs and was about to leave, he suddenly had a thought. I'm being too pedantic. That white fog in the Misty School's forbidden area prevents even Abbess Jing-yi and the elders from entering. I only relied on the innate divine restriction in my Naiwan Palace to escape the divine sense attack. Second brother is just an ordinary martial arts expert. If I let him in, who knows how long it'll take for him to enter. I can't bring him in every time, can I? If I can't find a way to enter and exit the forbidden area, not only will second brother not be able to obtain the legacy, but the Misty School will also continue to decline. With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua turned around and went up to the second floor of the legacy pavilion. Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a bookmark and a tip. Chapter 1092. Upon reaching the second level of the Hall of Inheritance, Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. His mouth was agape and his saliva was almost dripping onto the floor. He had thought that the Misty School's inheritance would attract people, but he had never thought that it would be this attractive. The entire second level of the Hall of Inheritance was filled with rows of shelves. The shelves were made of an unknown material and looked similar to ordinary wooden shelves. Even the stripes on the shelves were similar. When he touched them, he could feel that they were cold and tight. On the shelves, there were jade scrolls of different colors and shapes arranged neatly. What moved Zhang Xiaohua the most was that the shelves on the second level were divided into different sections. On each section of the shelves there were faint red words. They were respectively Cultivation Method, Pill Refining, Array. And in the last section, there were actually words, Magical Equipment. And on the shelves, there were different types of magical equipment. However, these Dharma artifacts all had powerful restrictions on them. When Zhang Xiaohua first saw Venerable Fiery Dragon's orthodoxy, he already felt that it was inconceivable. It was like a pie falling from the sky. But when compared to the jade scrolls in front of him, that pie was too small. The difference between the clouds and the mud can't be mentioned in the same breath. This was Zhang Xiaohua's only thought. Sigh, I'm rich. Zhang Xiaohua muttered in his heart and complained weakly, second brother, why did you have to be the sect leader of the Misty School? There are so many good things, but as your biological brother, I can only look at them and can't take them away. Sigh, since I can't take them away, why did I come up? Zhang Xiaohua was secretly regretting. He then forced himself to look away from these tempting magical equipment, and in a flash he came to the array section. It was as if the magical equipment had a weakness that he was afraid of. What Zhang Xiaohua did not expect was that in the innermost section of the magical equipment section, there was an even smaller shelf. This shelf was placed with the most powerful restrictions, and on the shelf, there were faint red words. Those words were magical equipment. Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the array formation area. There were several shelves in this area, and there were many jade slips on the shelves. However, unlike magic tools, these jade slips did not have restrictions placed on them. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and muttered, second brother, I'm doing this for your own good. I'm only looking at these formations because I want to find a way for you to come in. I don't know where the way to break the illusion formation is, so I'm only looking at the jade slips one by one. You know that I've always been smart and have a photographic memory. I'm going to look at all the formations in your Misty School and remember them all. Don't blame me. Zhang Xiaohua was also very cute. At this moment he was the only one here. Even if he did not tell Zhang Xiaohu about the situation here, how could Zhang Xiaohu know about it? If that was the case, Peng would have already obtained the succession. Moreover, even if Zhang Xiaohua took away all the inheritance jade slips in the inheritance pavilion, who would know? Well, even if he took a step back and took a few jade slips, only the heavens and earth would know. Yang Haoya's portrait downstairs would know. Zhang Xiaohua had done this countless times in the incense cult, the Dalan temple, and between the clouds and the water. However, at this moment, when he thought about how these jade slips were his second brother's inheritance, he did not have any intention of taking them for free. Even if he wanted to take a second look, he would have to find a lame excuse. Fortunately, after more than half a day, Zhang Xiaohua looked at several jade slips and memorized the Misty School's secret array and so on. Only then did he discover the method to break the restriction. Picking up the jade slip that contained the method to break the restriction, Zhang Xiaohua looked at it carefully again before reluctantly putting it back on the shelf. He sighed and was about to leave, but when he turned around he suddenly saw a purple jade slip beside the jade slip that contained the method to break the restriction. Zhang Xiaohua also saw it just now, but he did not pay much attention to it. Now he inadvertently saw that there was a purple jade hairpin beside the purple jade slip. The jade hairpin and the jade slip were placed side by side, very close together. The color was also the same. If he did not walk closer to take a closer look, he would not be able to tell and would think that it was one with the jade slip. Why does it look the same as the purple phoenix hairpin? Zhang Xiaohua was slightly stunned when he saw the jade hairpin. He walked over and took it in his hand. This is a magic weapon. Why is it placed in the cultivation method area? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua also took out his purple phoenix hairpin from the money bag. Sure enough, the male and female purple phoenix hairpins were exactly the same as the purple phoenix hairpin. Strange, besides the male and female hairpins, is it possible that there is also a little cub? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head in confusion. However, when Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense entered the jade slip, He suddenly realized that although the purple phoenix hairpin had the fluctuation of vitality, there was no restriction. When his divine sense entered, it was actually a jade slip that was refined in the shape of a purple phoenix hairpin. It was not a magic weapon. No wonder. It was placed in the cultivation method area. Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly, but the contents of the jade slip immediately made Zhang Xiaohua very surprised. What do you think? The jade slip in the shape of the purple phoenix hairpin recorded the usage of the purple phoenix hairpin. Moreover, the contents of the jade slip were obviously more detailed than the jade slip that Zhang Xiaohua had obtained from Jing Gangnan. It even described the subtle differences between the two purple phoenix hairpins. The purple phoenix hairpin of the Chuanxiang cult. Even they don't know the sacrificial refining method so clearly. How could the Misty School have it? Could it be that the Chuanxiang cult took the purple phoenix hairpin from the Misty School? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, oh, that's not right. The purple phoenix hairpin was taken from Jing Gangnun's two precious disciples. There is no jade slip that contains the sacrificial refining method. The jade slip in Jing Gangnun's hand does not specifically record the usage of the purple phoenix hairpin. It contains the usage of other magic weapons. Presumably, Jing Gangnun herself does not have the detailed refining method. It can't be that the Chuanxiang cult does not have it. It's just that. However, after thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua could not figure out the reason. Perhaps there was some so-called karma behind the purple phoenix hairpin. Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate and put the jade slip away. Anyway, the Misty School did not have any purple phoenix hairpins. What was the point of keeping it? It was better to make the best use of it and let her use it. And it could also be considered as comforting Zhang Xiaohua's hurt feelings. After that, Zhang Xiaohua left the jade slip and walked to the side of the stairs. She raised her head and looked at the stairs leading to the third floor. She was a little hesitant. But in a moment, Zhang Xiaohua walked up the stairs. She had already seen the first 2 floors of the Hall of Inheritance. Why would she care about the third floor? When she reached the third floor, Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled. The third floor was empty. There was only a futon in the middle. There was nothing else. Could it be that the third floor was robbed? Was it all moved away? Zhang Xiaohua muttered to himself and slowly walked to the side of the futon. He had forgotten that he had done this kind of shady business many times in the past. The praying mat was also ordinary and nothing special about it. However, when Zhang Xiaohua raised his head and looked above the praying mat, he gasped. Dear esteemed guests, what do you think Zhang Xiaohua saw? A sky, a resplendent night sky. It was like a child looking up at the night sky on a summer's night to count the stars. In Zhang Xiaohua's mind, the Hall of Inheritance was a 3-story palace. Although it was unusually exquisite, it was still just a building. Besides the roof, what else could there be? He only raised his head occasionally. But when he saw the starry sky above the futon, he knew that he was wrong. He had underestimated the means of immortals. Although the roof of the Hall of Inheritance was extremely far from the stone wall, the immortal seniors of the Misty School had countless means to show the starry sky above the roof. But Zhang Xiaohua looked for a while and felt that something was wrong. It should be afternoon now. How could there be a night sky? Moreover, the stars in the night sky were divided into 5 regions. It was different from what they usually saw. Most importantly, the stars in the night sky were resplendent, but the stars in the night sky were very dim. If not for Zhang Xiaohua's good eyesight, he would not have been able to see them. Strange. What's this for? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head. But when he looked down at the futon at his feet, he slapped his forehead and exclaimed, I'm so stupid. The Hall of Inheritance, isn't it used for passing down inheritances? The first floor is for worshipping Yang Haoya and commemorating the founder. The second floor is for jade slips and Dharma artifacts to pass down the Misty School's techniques and arrays. Then what about the third floor? Of course, it's the place for passing down inheritances. No wonder the stars in the sky are dim. It must be because the items used for passing down inheritances have no energy left. With that thought in mind, Zhang Xiaohua naturally released his divine sense, wanting to see what the starlight was. Once his divine sense was released, Zhang Xiaohua realized that there was no restriction on divine sense on the third floor of the Hall of Inheritance. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense rushed out like a waterfall. When he saw the stars in the night sky clearly, he nodded his head slightly. The dim stars were none other than piles of primordial stones. Looking at the 5 colors, they should be the 5 elements primordial stones. Sigh, what a pity. I don't know what Yang Haoyu was thinking that day. In the misty peak of the Misty School, there are no jade mines nor any dragon veins to support it. So he could only use his own primordial stones to set up arrays. Look at this array, it's similar to the one under the jade mines of the fragrant cult. But the array is reversed. It should be an authentic spirit gathering array. I think the Dalan Temple, the Shindao sect and the fragrant cult also have places for passing down inheritances. It's a pity that compared to the other sects, the Misty School is congenitally deficient. This Misty Peak is not a paradise and it doesn't have abundant primordial energy of heaven and earth. So, after thousands of years of inheritance, it has become a dilapidated place. Now it can no longer pass down its inheritance. It has long forgotten about the way of immortality and has degenerated into a martial arts sect. It's even worse than the Righteous Alliance. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head as he carefully memorized the spirit gathering array. Previously he had seen a similar array on the dragon veins of the fragrant cult. But that array was reversed and the primordial stones were hidden in the void. This was not something that Zhang Xiaohua could do with his current cultivation. Seeing a ready-made spirit gathering array, how could he not learn it? After Zhang Xiaohua memorized the array, he withdrew his divine sense. Suddenly his heart moved and he thought to himself, that's right, the Misty Peak is not a famous mountain or river. There's also no defense that can be relied on. It's just close to... Yes, here. At this time Zhang Xiaohua's heart was clear. He vaguely felt that the Misty School's mountain gate here should be related to the Immortal's mansion in Yaoshan. But, why not directly open it in Yaoshan? This was not something that Zhang Xiaohua could know. The way of immortality is indeed unpredictable. Even choosing a mountain gate is also very particular. In the territory of the fragrant cult, there is a Huanshu where the earth's core is refined. In the territory of the Misty School, there is also an Immortal's mansion. But what is the Shindao sect between the clouds and the water? That's right, is the Buddha's space in the Dalan Temple considered an ancient ruin? Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself as he walked down the hall. When he arrived at the jade pillar, he placed the 4 tokens back into the indent. With a flash of light, the pillar began to turn transparent. The inscriptions on the pillar began to rotate. In front of him, from top to bottom, the stairs began to appear. When the stairs were in front of Zhang Xiaohua, the jade pillar became transparent and disappeared. He walked up the stairs and came to the jade hall. The pillar was also faintly discernible in the air. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and took out the token. The hole under the pillar disappeared and the entire jade pillar gradually turned to stone. Finally, it returned to the jade pillar that he saw earlier. Such a magical array. If not for this token, even if I racked my brains, I would not have been able to go underground. No wonder. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and quickly walked through the corridor and returned to the alchemy room. After the time it took to eat a meal, Zhang Xiaohua's face was slightly pale. In his hand he held a small ingot-shaped jade token and walked out of the alchemy room with a smile. When he reached the jade plaza, he casually found an exit and walked in. The restriction was like the white fog in the alchemy hall. It still attacked the divine sense and was still an inexplicable illusory array. However, when Zhang Xiaohua took out the ingot-shaped jade token, the jade token emitted a faint fluctuation that gradually matched the fluctuation of the entire restriction. As far as the eye could see, the white fog had disappeared and so had the illusion. In front of him was a smooth mountain path and a few skeletons. When Zhang Xiaohua walked to the end of the mountain path, there was a small stone door. He pushed it with his hand and came to a huge hall. There were tables and chairs in the hall. Looking at the hall, Zhang Xiaohua found that it was different from the underground ethereal palace. There was no fluctuation of primordial qi. Looking at the ceiling and the lines on the stone walls, Zhang Xiaohua understood that this should be the inside of the ethereal peak. There were a few small doors at the side. Zhang Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and knew that there were ordinary stone rooms behind the stone doors. Looking forward, in front of the hall there was a mountain path. Countless torches lit up the mountain path. His divine sense went through the winding mountain path and kept moving forward. Zhang Xiaohua could not help laughing. At the end of the mountain path was a small door. Outside the door, there were dozens of men from the Misty School and dozens of tables. It was the meeting hall of the Misty School. Zhang Xiao, who was accompanying Li Jian and Lu Qingyang to welcome them. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1093. In the meeting hall of the Misty Mountain Villa, Zhang Xiaohu was sitting at the first table with Li Jian, Lu Qingyang and the others. Du Feng, Ding Chao and the others were also sitting at the other tables. Perhaps the people at the table were their elders, but there were talented people in every generation. At this time the time belonged to Zhang Xiaohu and the others. At this time how could the disciples of the Misty School think so much? Escaping from death, recovering all their martial arts and returning to the Misty Mountain Villa. A year ago this was something that they would never have dreamed of. Now they were drinking in the meeting hall. It was like a dream. How did all this come about? Everyone who was drunk unconsciously looked at the humble leader of the Misty School who was sitting at the head of the table. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu's face was also red. It seemed that he had drunk a lot. However, Lu Qingyang did not intend to let him go. Lu Qingyang raised a big bowl and put it in front of Zhang Xiaohu. He grinned and said, Zhang Xiaohu, I didn't expect you to be the leader of the Misty School now. Come. Not only do I have to congratulate you on becoming the leader, but I also have to thank you for your grace. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would still be lying on the chair. With a wry smile, Zhang Xiaohu raised his small wine cup and clinked it against the large bowl in front of him. He said, Ancestor Lu, this disciple really can't handle alcohol. Plus, I don't dare to ask for a toast from you. Everything your disciple has done is for the ethereal sect and for everyone. Don't ever mention anything about gratitude. At this point, Zhang Xiaohu was suddenly stunned. He turned his head and asked, Master Li, Master Lu and the others? When they entered the villa, didn't they sit on the chairs? Li Jian was also stunned. His slightly red face also showed an awkward smile. He said, Leader Zhang, please forgive us. Because we haven't returned to the Misty Mountain Villa for a long time, we were too excited and forgot about it. I'm afraid Ming Qing and the others will notice. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohu said non-committally, In the square this morning, they suffered a setback and are thinking of countermeasures. Maybe, it's normal that they didn't notice. When Wen Hai, who was beside him, also felt regretful. He nodded and said, I hope so. Ming Qing and the others have never interacted with the Misty School's disciples. They probably don't know the exact situation of Master Lu and the others. What's there to be afraid of? Lu Qingyang gulped down a large bowl of wine and belched, I've long found the fragrant religion to be an eyesore. If they find out, I'll directly kill them. Let me release all the grievances I've accumulated over the past few years. Old 5. Li Jian scolded, If Abbess Jingyi discovers that something is amiss, the one who will be in trouble is clan leader Zhang. Moreover, our Misty School will be attacked from both sides. Master Li is right. Right now our Misty School's strength is still weak. We still have to rely on Ming Qing and the other fragrant religion disciples. We can't turn our backs on them for the time being. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, However, even if Abbess Jingyi finds out that Master Li and the others have recovered their martial arts, she'll definitely investigate the reason. However, if she wants to talk about dealing with our Misty School, I'm afraid she won't. Yes, clan leader Zhang's words are reasonable. Xue Qing, who was beside him, blushed and said with a smile, I heard that Abbess Jingyi announced at the martial arts convention that she would send our Misty School out of the fragrant religion and support our Misty School's recovery. If she were to deal with our Misty School, wouldn't that be going back on her words? Even if the people of Jianghu didn't say anything, she wouldn't be able to live with it. While they were talking, a disciple of the Misty School hurried in and stood in front of Du Feng. He lowered his head and said a few words. Du Feng frowned and waved his hand to dismiss the disciple. He then walked to Zhang Xiaohu and said in a low voice, Clan leader Zhang, a disciple reported that a 7-colored brilliance descended from the sky and sprinkled on our Misty Peak. That disciple was afraid that his eyes were playing tricks on him, so he asked the patrolling disciples. 30% of them also saw it. Did anything happen on the Misty Peak? Zhang Xiaohu was puzzled and asked. The patrolling disciples checked the Misty Peak briefly and just returned. They didn't find anything unusual. However, Du Feng hesitated and said, However, I feel that this 7-colored brilliance is somewhat similar to the one in the northwest. Is it the brilliance that often appears in the northwest these few nights? Zhang Xiaohu asked. I don't know. It's just a guess, Du Feng said respectfully. Yes. Perhaps it's an auspicious omen that the heavens have specially given to our Misty School for the revival of our Misty School. Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. As he said that, he gestured for Du Feng to return to his table. Zhang Xiaohu raised his cup and stood up. Everyone, I just received a disciple's report that a 7-colored auspicious light fell on our Misty Peak just now. I believe that the heavens must be welcoming all of you back. It's also an omen that our Misty School will prosper. Come, let's drink to the prosperity of our Misty School. Everyone was excited and raised their cups. To the Misty School. Cheers. In the secret chamber, Zhang Xiaohua saw that her second brother was so relaxed and at ease. She smiled and made a hand gesture to escape from the Misty Peak. After determining the direction, she flew straight to Guozhuang House. A few days passed. At noon on this day, several horse carriages were traveling on the official road to Pingyang City. They could see Pingyang City from afar. On the second horse carriage, the driver raised his head and looked at Pingyang City in the distance. He shouted, Xiaohua, is this Pingyang City? Yes, big brother. This is Pingyang City. A voice came from the first horse carriage. The person who answered was the tall and thin young man. Wasn't this person Zhang Xiaohua? Zhang Xiaohua shaded his eyes with his hand and looked around. He smiled and said, Brother, we'll reach Pingyang City in half a meal's time. Haha. Zhang Xiaohua shook the reins and the horse carriage caught up with Zhang Xiaohua. He said, it's actually so far from Guozhuang House to Pingyang City. Back then you and Xiaohu, it really wasn't easy. Yes. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, it's already been 6 years. Thinking about it now, it seems like it was just yesterday. Then she jumped up and stood at the front of the horse carriage. She turned around and looked at the few horse carriages behind her. She smiled and said, Father, disciple, drive carefully. We'll reach Pingyang City soon. I know. It's not my first time driving. It's okay. This was Zhang Kai's voice. Yes, master. I know. This was Xiaohua's voice. Master. A voice came from Zhang Xiaolong's horse carriage. Lu Qian helplessly carried Zhang Byron out and said, Xiaohua, stop for a while. Byron wants to go to your horse carriage. When Zhang Xiaohua stopped the horse carriage, Lu Qian sent Zhang Byron up the horse carriage. Xiao Huang and Xiao He came out from the carriage cover. When Zhang Byron saw them, he immediately smiled and reached out his small hands to grab them. The 4 horse carriages followed the official road and came close to Pingyang City. Then they turned and went to Ethereal Heights. When they were close to Huanxi Heights, Zhang Xiaohua jumped off the horse carriage and said, Father, mother, big brother, wait for a moment. I'll go and take a look first. Go quickly and come back quickly. Guosufei jumped down from the horse and looked at the unfamiliar place and instructed. Yes, mother. Zhang Xiaohua said and walked to a hidden place. She turned around and disappeared. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Zhang Xiaohua turned back with a waist token in her hand and said, Let's go, mother. Second brother is already waiting in the villa. However, he's afraid of attracting attention, so he didn't come out to welcome us. Well then let's go in quickly. Guosufei heard and looked a little nervous. She looked around as if someone was staring at them. Zhang Xiaohua led the 4 horse carriages to a gate of Ethereal Heights. She showed the waist token to the guard and drove the horse carriages to the front of a yard. In front of the yard, Zhang Xiaohu was waiting with Chang'e and Qin. Oyen and Qiutong were also there. However, Oyen had an inexplicable matter with Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e on Lingxiang Peak, so at this time they looked a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua stopped the horse carriage and jumped down. She jumped in front of Oyen and saluted, Greetings to Miss O and Sister Qiutong. Seeing this, Oyen didn't dare to neglect and quickly returned the salute. She even complained, Xiaohua, when did you become so polite? Just call me Sister O. Seeing that Huanxi Heights is still the same as before, I unconsciously thought of the past and called you Miss O. Sister O, don't blame me. With that, Zhang Kai, Guosufei and others also got down from the horse carriage. Seeing this, Oyen quickly left Zhang Xiaohua and walked over to greet them. Greetings to uncle and aunt. Seeing an elegant woman coming over to greet them, Zhang Kai and Guosufei were at a loss. They hurriedly returned the salute and didn't know how to address her. Zhang Xiaohua quickly came over and said, Father, mother, this is Miss O who I told you before. She's very good to me. Huanxi Heights is Miss O's. A Miss O? Zhang Kai and Guisufei were stunned. In their impression, Miss O was the person with the highest status. They immediately panicked and wanted to salute but didn't know how to do so. They were afraid that they would lose their son's face if they saluted too much, but they would be laughed at if they didn't. Seeing this, O Yen hurried to help Guisufei and said with a smile, "Don't listen to Xiaohua's nonsense. Miss O is for outsiders. When Xiaohua was here I asked him to call me sister. If Aunt doesn't mind you can call me O Yen directly." Guisufei was a little flattered. She looked at the ethereal villa which covered a large area, and then looked at the small courtyard with carved beams and painted pillars. She was a little embarrassed. "Villa head O? Aunt," O Yen said with a wry smile. "Although I live in Huanxi Heights now, Huanxi Heights is the property of the Misty School. It has always been under the control of the gang leader's wife. Previously, my eldest brother gave Huanxi Heights to me because he loved me. Now my eldest brother has passed away. I have no relatives in this world. And gang leader Zhang is in charge of the Misty School. Huanxi Heights will naturally be under the control of... How can I still be the villa head? Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip, thank you." You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.